Check, check, check. Good morning. All right, YouTube streamer, we up? Good to see everybody today. At some point, we're gonna have to regrind a shotgun that you guys made me delete. I guess we could possibly do that today. Less, I will eventually get around to doing the solo flawless, but priority right now is getting the damn shotgun. Yes, we. Y'all did that shit. No. This is exactly why I don't like deleting things. Because when we start deleting one thing, before we know it, we're deleting everything. And nobody even thought to stop me. No one said anything. You watched me delete the most S tier shotgun, which was it a hollow point or was it an adept? I think it was an adept. Arguably the best roll you could possibly get from this entire event. Relentless made you do it. I couldn't find the video, but there's a video saying the Destiny 2 players are brain dead. Oh, yeah. We're going to have some community discussion today. It appears the community is at an inflection point. What the hell's going on with my audio? Hold on. It appears that the Destiny community is at an inflection point. You see, I don't know what it is, but it's just something beautiful when everyone is just pissed off at each other. You know what I mean? And right now, everybody is pissed. I'm talking, you got the one side, your white knights, I guess you would say your dick riders. They angry. They mad. And then you got your bona fide haters. You know what I mean? The people that may or may not have played Destiny in years, or they just like to talk shit just to talk shit. Oh yeah, we got a fucking debate today for Milo and Salt. I completely forgot about that. All right. Anyways, let me give you a better visual representation of this because I feel like I'm not selling it right. This is who you've got this part of your community. Right? This is two sides of a spectrum here, right? So let's say it's on this side. The leave the multi-billion-dollar company alone. You know what I mean? Look, I fucking love this image. Look, give me the other image. All right, so there's that side, right? And then you got, is it this one right here? Okay, I guess this is just you got your keyboard warriors, man. You know what I'm saying? They're just ready to go, dude. Nothing Bungie. Even last year during Final Shape or leading up to Final Shape, they were like, I didn't think Into the Light was that good. You know, I think Pantheon's kind of shit. You know what I mean? So like, these are your two sides. Now let me be frank. Most of us actually fall in between those two categories. You know what I mean? Maybe occasionally you hate. You know what I mean? Maybe occasionally you do a little late night dick ride. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. No judgment. There are moments where hating is appropriate, and there are moments where dick riding is also appropriate. The point is, right now, the community is very split because now you're in a situation where folks that are normally in this category or a little closer to that side of the spectrum, they're starting to kind of lean this way. You know what I mean? And it's getting a little hairy. And I wouldn't even necessarily say, and this crew right here, they're just happy. So a lot of these guys that sit right here on this end, they just want to watch it burn. They literally want to watch it burn. Like, I don't know, like straight up, like I'm not even talking about, and by the way, this is not just a Destiny problem. This is in every community. And you would be surprised. Maybe you wouldn't be surprised. I was surprised the amount of Borderland haters out there, dude. There were so many people, like on the Borderlands stream, on the Borderlands video we put out, so many people just absolutely dogging Gearbox and Borderlands. So this is not something that's just special for Destiny. It applies to other gaming communities.
Lately, this community complains just to complain, and content creators fan the flames for engagement. Just sip asses up and play the game or don't.
A lot of the content creators who got paid to go to Bungie are not criticizing it at all, which just seems sus. So you're saying we're on Pete's payroll? Is that what you're saying right now? How much we getting paid? Talk to me. Give me real numbers. Let me hear it. How much you think I got? Huh? Give me the equity split right now. I need to know. Every single mini has a toxic fan base. Tell it to me in course. Tell it to me in course. Yeah. Paid in granola bars. You got one of his shitty cars. Oh no. Look. Okay. So here's the thing. Could be. We could all just be paid shills. You know what I'm saying? I will say this. On the hierarchy of deals out there, brand deals, paid promotions. If this is the very top, okay, Bungie's paid promotions are like, they're like, wait, get the fuck down there. Okay, I'm just letting you know, industry standards, looking across the board. I'm just being upfront with you guys. Because you understand, when you got a big enough name like Bungie's, you don't have to do paid promotions. Now, do some of the content creators go to Bungie and have Bungie pay for their travel? Absolutely. By the way, this is not just content creators. As we've established here recently, there are also people that are plucked out of the community that also have their way paid. But then you have creators like SkillUp and others that do take it upon themselves to pay their own way, so that the moment does arise that they need to shit on Bungie, they feel a little bit better about it. You know what I'm saying? By the way, nobody buying me in an economy ticket and putting me up in a fucking hotel is gonna make me talk good about them. Are you shitting me right now? You think are you that easily bought? What? Let me. Oh yeah, they put me on fucking economy on Delta, and now they bought me. I'm fucking sold now. Whatever you guys want to pitch, you got it. Hell yes. Lamau, I would. Come on. Y'all cannot be that easy. Please, for the love of God. Come on. I know. We may look at ball tests. Money will make you do that still. Well, here's the thing. As someone who has gone to Bungie, and I've seen other creators go to Bungie, they have been both a glazer, but also critical at times. And I think this expansion and everything that's been leading up to it, I would say, I don't know, I haven't seen overwhelming glazing. Y'all tell me. Where have y'all seen overwhelming glazing? Like from creators? I think for the most part, at least from what I've seen, everybody's been fairly objective and critical. And many people have said, pretty much saying what we said after the stream the other day, which is, it feels like Bungie's new format of how they're delivering the release of their new expansion is just not hitting. They missed the old Vidoc styles. And the other side of things is a lot of this content was rehashed from stuff that creators already showed. You know what I mean? Mac, what's happening, man? All those titles in only 2 weeks. Don't tell me that's not you hating Crawls. Enough content. Oh no. Into the Light was better. It's bad. My thoughts on Bungie. Have streamers ruined Destiny 2? Bad idea. This needs to change. How to save Bungie? Man, dude, let me tell you something. You fuckers right now put my ex-wife to shame. You hear me? The way you digging. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, dude. Look, legal needs to get you on their fucking side. My lord, I have not been met with that fucking list of receipts ever. Okay, look. By the way, Blue's Actual with the 10 gifted subs and Havoc with the 5 gifted subs. Chat, please drop some love and eggplants. Okay, so look. You see this video right here? We are so fucked. Oh no. It's got the Star Wars thing going on, right? A Stormtrooper. Do you know how many players, or you know how many Destiny players commented on that video? I had multiple comments in that video that ranged, by the way. Some comments were literally like, wow, Cross, really another negative video about Destiny? There was also other comments, that was also on the other side of that spectrum. But the point is, what's so crazy about this is that this video was about fucking AI Bigfoot. This video had nothing to do with Destiny. Dude, it blows my mind. It blows my mind. Look, here's the thing. The Destiny community, we're spilling off into other areas. You know what I mean? This is how emotional everyone is right now. That's a fucking, honestly, the AI stuff is just, that's a topic for another time. Yeah. That's a topic for another time. But listen. Hold on. Your comment right now was the people that went to Bungie don't hate on them enough, or are the ones glazing right now. But then at the same time, you say over the past 2 weeks, I've dropped, I don't know how many videos you said that I'm being overly critical. Into the Light was better. I mean, is that hating? I mean, it was just better, objectively better. I mean, look, that's just a fact. I don't know what else you want me to say right now. Look, and hold on. I also went to Bungie, okay? So if I went to Bungie, like my other people who also went to Bungie, yet we're still also able to be critical even after going to Bungie, are we still paid shills? You motherfuckers. No. Fuck, before you even answer that, fuck you guys. No, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't want your fucking answers because you just like to say shit to just antagonize me. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. The point is, can we not have opinions? Can we not have moments where we find certain aspects of a game to look good, to be excited for, but also other aspects to be concerned about? Do we have to fall within this camp or just this camp? You know what I'm saying? Can we not fall in between and have a range of opinions here? Layoff culture is killing games. It's bad. By the way, this is just talking about layoffs. This has nothing to do. Destiny players, y'all really reaching, man. I feel like you're really trying to find a reason for why sentiment in the community is down right now. Could it be us? Could it be streamers? Have streamers ruined Destiny 2? Maybe. Especially that Fallout guy. God dog it. Or could it be that maybe Bungie is not really doing a good job on the marketing right now? All right? You know what I'm saying? Can we just, maybe Sandbox isn't exactly sexy to some people. And that's the thing, man. Like, I think Sandbox changes are pretty sexy. I get hot for Sandbox, but I think coming off of the year of the final shape, which is going to be the direct comparison that most people are making here, I completely understand why somebody might look at Edge of Fate and be like, meh. I'm not that interested. That doesn't really look that appealing. That doesn't quite look sexy enough for me. And it was because you got to experience Final Shape last year. You got rocked so fucking good, so fucking hard. Your life was changed from then on. It's like the first time you get your ass licked. There's no going back. And the question is, does Edge of Fate lick thy ass? I don't know. And that's really Bungie's job over the next couple weeks, right? Today's TWAB, next week's stream, the blog post on Wednesday, the TWAB after that. Bungie, I need you to extend thy tongue and find a way to lick thy ass. Because right now, I can hardly feel a breeze down there. You know? Like a just a cool breeze, but that's it. That's it. That's all I'm feeling. First time Shorty had me yodeling. Stop. I'm cutting this out of the video. So look, hold on. Here's the thing. I do want to take a moment here to bring this up right now and to just kind of just look squarely at you guys. I've seen lots of comments from I'm done with Destiny. I've refunded the game, or I've refunded the next expansion. And we could objectively talk about this all day long, but I do want to take a moment to just ask you guys, how many of you are done with Destiny? Can I get a poll on this? Mods. And look, please answer this honestly. All right, answer this honestly. Are you truly done with Destiny, or at least Edge of Fate? Are you not playing? Well, no. Can you motherfucking mods not spell? Are two done with Destiny? Are you shitting me right now? Are you done with Destiny? Yes or no? I refunded. I guess we're fucking going with that. Are you done with Destiny? Ignore the misspelling there. Good God. It's called proofreading. Sorry, I can't type out Dragons. Okay, you're the only good mod here. All right. The polls are coming in. To my YouTube guys, if y'all want to come partake in this, we do have... Yo, any tips for better sleep, Aztecross? Running, man. Nothing makes me sleep harder than fucking running. And then going to bed at the same time. But really, just run. I don't know why, man. Every time I run, I pass the fuck out. Gooning? No, gooning that has a negative effect on sleep. It's because you're old. Fuck you just say to me, motherfucker. Fuck, Mons, track that down. Who is that? You son of a bitch. You pay to win, motherfucker, you. All right. Oryx with the 1100 bits. Thank you so much.
Excited for Ash and Arm than the Edge of Fate.
No, I guess. I mean, Edge of Fate just has not shown a whole lot. You know what I mean? Like outside of that's the other thing too. Is like people are saying like, this seems like we're paying for sandbox changes. Like this seems like the kind of thing that shouldn't be part of like the scope of an expansion. And I get that. I understand what's being said on that. He asked for sleeping tips, not how to meet paramedics. Jesus, is fucking running like that. What? It's got great quality live changes, some of the best, but nothing crazy content-wise. That's a fair observation, is that Edge of Fate looks to be bringing huge systematic changes to the game. And I completely understand if that's not sexy for you guys. I really do. Right now, the polls come in. Are you done with Destiny? 23% says yes. 77% say no. Fantastic. Listen here, man. For my folks, my 23%. Almost 24% that says they're done with Destiny. Are you really though? You see, I really want to put this to the test. Some of you say you're done. Let's see just how done you actually are. I would like for you guys to drop your names and join me right here on stream. You can join my Discord. You could share your screen. And we can delete your account as well as your vault together. I'm here for you. I want you to think of me as your online therapist today. I will talk you through this process. Every god roll, every line by line item, I will even hold the button for you. And when you get right there at 99% on the delete button, I will finish off that 1%. If you're really done, show me. Because I don't think you fuckers are really done. If I got some names, let me see it, baby. Let me see it. I need it. And look. I will swing the pot. If 100 of you delete your vaults and accounts today, Luke and I have already discussed this. By God, I'll delete my account too. 100 of you, drop me die Bungie ID, join my Discord. If 100 of you delete your shit, man, I'll delete my shit with you. You won't do it? What? Now I'm a man of my word. No, I'm serious. I'll fucking do it. Everyone's making a Smurf account. No. I better see 500 or more hours. Luke, look at the fucking raid report. I don't want somebody coming in here that just started their account yesterday. All right? Real shit. Real fucking accounts. You need to say goodbye to thousands of hours. Everything is relentless. You're just trying to eliminate the day one competition. Maybe. Along with the thousands, thank you so much.
77% of you are like that old man who's losing his hair and has the balding comb over. Just let it go, brothers.
So DeLong is calling out the 77% of you that are, he says, is on this side of the spectrum. Wow. I could do the vault delete, not the account delete. No. Don't be a bitch about this. Furry Jello, don't be a bitch about this. Now, you said you're done with Destiny. All right? No. Listen. When you say you done. Brother, you can't just be, no, I'm just, you could delete this. No. I mean, I'm done this expansion. No, you're saying you are done.
Something to the best forehead on Twitch.
Blue Magic wants to join us. Mods, look up Blue Magic in 1912 right now. DJ with 100 bits, thank you so much. We might. There's a lot of videos we need to watch at some point this week. I know Tassie put out a video too. Here's the thing though. Before we get into deleting people's accounts, which I'm not gonna lie, man, completely bricks me up. Nothing makes me happier than deleting your shit, especially your god rolls. But we'll be actually monitoring everyone's names in here and seeing, who exactly is someone who's been invested in this community. Make sure it's not Smurf accounts. But I'm serious. If 100 of you delete your accounts right here with us, Luke will be monitoring names. I'll delete my account too, man. Sure. Absolutely. So the one saying you're not done, stop complaining. No. But hold on. Objectively speaking, I do need to bring up a comment. Because I know right now we're memeing, we're trolling. But I do need to bring up a comment. And this was actually a really good comment. Where's it at? Let me find this comment real quick. It was on this video. Why is the comments not updating? Dude, this comment right here. I'm glad we're getting a bunch of cool new stuff like checks notes, a crossbow, and the ability to Squint's eyes turn into a ball. Look. Look. Bungie's really proud of that fucking ball. Y'all know that? That fucking Matter Spark, dude. Bungie's like really, really proud of it. And look, it might be great. It might be fantastic. You know, I got to play it. It was all right. I mean, I wouldn't like, oh my God, this is like the next evolution of Destiny or anything. You know what I mean? But dude, every trailer is like, you could be a ball. You could go in holes. You could do damage. No. Like, and look, here's the thing. We just don't know how deep the puzzles are. Cross trying to hype up Curse of Osiris. Look, this is what I'm talking about. I like literally in this video, I'm sitting there being critical of Bungie and people think I'm hyping up shit. All right, so Curse of Osiris 2 looking great. Where's that comment though? There was a good comment. Okay, where the fuck is? Oh no, I'll find it. Hold on. Okay, this is it. This is it right here. So from TJW, I don't want to be overly negative. A lot of the system changes that are coming in Edge of Fate look legitimately game changes to the point where it looks like Destiny 2.5. That's really what it is. But in terms of actual content in the paid expansion, it feels lacking. They've said on numerous occasions to think of these DLCs as Rise of Iron size. Rise of Iron gave us 3 new strikes, 3 modified versions of older strikes, 3 new PvP maps, a raid, a new location, a new seasonal S activity, over 35 legendary weapons, and about 11 exotic weapons, as well as 4 to 5 exotic armor pieces per class. Did it really give that much? Luke, can you check that? Did we really get that much? Stack that to what is included in Edge of Fate, and it doesn't feel remotely similar, especially when you consider the seasonal stuff is separate, although admittedly free. Damn, we got that much? Joe's the Penguin is in the clear. They said they want to be the first to delete. Okay. Joe's, what we're going to do is we're going to start by deleting individual items in your vault. And then we'll go from there, brother. Just make sure that it's not an alt account. I don't want no alt account bullshit. I don't want. Look. If we get in there, and your vault is just full of just
like your
trash items.
Right.
No. He's got 4,000 hours in the game, brother. You got a Destiny logo next to your account or next to your Twitch name. Joe's brother. All right. 4,000 hours. Luke. I'm in my Discord, Luke. From
bell tolls.
From Maddie right here, Mr. Cutie, delete me. Just need to re-download Destiny 2. Luke, can you get a check on this? Did we get 11 exotic weapons as well as 4 to 5 exotic armor pieces per class in Rise of Iron?
I'm gonna try and find out. Yeah.
Oh my God. Good morning. Luke, did you run checks?
So I've checked some of them. It's like piece by piece because not all the information is collected in one spot. But I believe we got 4
Good morning, all
PvP
blush.
maps. If you include, I believe Icarus was a PlayStation exclusive, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, 4 Crucible maps, the new raid. I have to check the strikes stuff. But the seasonal activity with the in the Plague Lands was a thing. So half of the comment checks out so far.
Well, yeah, Bungie said, okay, so my thought process on it was, we'll have to find the exact comment, but it was like, we would be getting 2 Rise of Iron size expansions per year. So that would mean Edge of Fate and Renegades. Now, did they say it like that, or did they say it would be between Rise of Iron Shadow? Because it's like Rise of Iron Shadowkeep size. No, they said like Shadowkeep Rise of Iron size, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Well, keep in mind, Rise of Iron, that's why we thought it was like overly ambitious, because you would just get that one big content drop for the year, and that's supposed to sustain you for the whole year. So they would like drop everything. But then also led to like content drops, things like that. Yeah, Dragon. I'll drag him up in a little bit. Remember, they're considering Rise of Iron Shadowkeep the same size. Shadowkeep was 1 PvP map, 1 strike. Look. Here's the thing. What this really puts a lot of stress on, in my opinion, I think this puts a ton of stress if you're comparing Rise of Iron, Shadowkeep, whatever, to Edge of Fate. This is putting a lot of stress on the new destination, because we are all banking on that new destination and the whole like exploring that area and all that stuff being, it containing a lot of depth and a lot of playability. But it's also concerning. Luke, what was the wording that they used here recently about did they call it like dungeon-like destination?
Yes. Yeah, I think it was dungeon-like destination. I forget what they compared it to exactly, but it was with the systems, I guess, they built in. That was in the trailer at the start of the Vidoc.
What do we compare that to? What is the other dungeon like, other than actual dungeons, but like I think they compared it to the coil. Oh, okay. We have world tiers too. Yeah, we do have world tiers. Yeah. They call it Metroidvania.
They called it a dungeon-like destination that expands on the world design, the interconnected world design of places like Leviathan and Shattered Throne.
Wait, repeat that one more time, Luke.
So they said they're building Kepler as a dungeon-like destination that is interconnected, similar to places like the Leviathan and the Shattered Throne.
Okay. So it's not going to be like, all right, our normal patrol spaces. Curious. Everything they say points to being Luke Smith's payback build. It all adds up. Alti, explain that thought process. Alti, I'm just trying to see, are you in this category or are you in this category? Alti, tell me, give me your explanation though a little bit further. Alti, hello. Are you in the stream? So are we gonna be able to run into randoms, or is it gonna be like the Pale Heart? I have no idea. I don't know.
Joss is hanging out in general, by the way.
Yeah. We'll get to it. We'll get to Joss in a little bit.
All right.
Alti! You can't just come in here and talk thy shit and not back it up? Where art thou? All the leaks for the payback game are all in this Edge release. They were told to work with what they have. Metroid, dungeon-like, puzzle-heavy, aimed at in-game players. Okay. So what you're trying to say, Alti, is that this is not even meant to be for Destiny. It was stuff moved from the Payback project into Destiny 2. Interesting. They reworked it in the Destiny 2, he's saying? Wow. Exactly. That's nice. Well, listen, as someone who has talked to individuals at Bungie, specifically around Payback, this may kind of fuck up your theory here, but did you know that Payback wasn't even in development? It was a thought of a thought. It was in the brainstorm portion of developments. It never even made it into developments. There's no playable build because there was no build for Payback. You're a thought of a thought. Thank you so much. Thank you. Stop lying for Bungo Cross. How would that? Why would I lie about that? First up, what advantages does that offer me? Either number one, let's run the tape forward. Bungie did in fact pull back payback content and put it in the Destiny 2. Who gives a fuck? Okay. Secondly, hold on. Secondly, they didn't do that. And instead, this is content that they themselves conceived. Which if you think it's shit, all right, then it's shit. So hold on. What purpose does either or serve? What purpose are you? The ideas were there though, so at least the ideas are here, but very good point. Aztecross, thank you. Okay. Auntie, what I'm trying to tell you right now is that the amount of bullshit that gets posted online, you know what I mean? And then people just run with it like it's fact, you know? That's really what I'm trying to point out there. Did Cross go over the edge of fate pre-orders being down? Do we have actual numbers on this, or are we just bullshit? Because you're always lying about stuff and meaning in a way that's trying to defend Bungo for being lazy and give us less than the bare minimum. Ultimate, here's you, baby. Here's you. Hey. Yeah, baby. Ultimate. Hey, listen. Be a man of principle. Draw me thy name, Ultimate. Let me see you. I want you to join up on me right now. Let's delete your shit together. You want to stand on business? Fucking stand on it. Absolute zero bait. Check the emblem numbers. It auto redeems on pre-order. Not exactly, but we have all. All right. I'll fucking go read this article. No. Destiny 2 Edge of Fate pre-orders are down nearly 50% from the final shape, new data shows. Let me move me down. Hold on. All right, this is an article from Zahad. Despite major updates coming with Destiny 2's The Edge of Fate expansion, new fan analysis shows pre-orders are nearly 50% lower than the final shape. Destiny 2's next big expansion, Edge of Fate, is just a few weeks away, launching on July 15, 2025. This expansion kicks off the New Year prophecy and adds some fantastic changes, including the portal, a new gear tiering system, armor stats overhaul, non-linear campaign, and more. This is also the start of Destiny 2's new content delivery structure, with a free major update in between each expansion release. It sounds like a solid step forward on paper, and a lot of longtime players seem genuinely interested in the Edge of Fate, what Edge of Fate has to offer, but many players feel that the excitement around this expansion doesn't seem to match what we've seen in past years. Now, some new data gives us a clearer picture of just how the low engagement might actually be. Destiny 2 Edge of Fate pre-order data shows major drop. Reddit user Testify shared a data-driven comparison between pre-orders for Edge of Fate and the final shape earlier today, using publicly available stats from warmind.io, a popular Destiny 2 stat tracking site. While not official numbers from Bungie, the data offers one of the clearest glimpses at pre-order trends we've got right now. The track pre-order numbers, Testify looked at the number of Destiny 2 accounts that have unlocked the unique pre-order emblems tied to each expansion external sites, Edge of Fate, and Paracausal Path for the final shape. Because these emblems are tied directly to purchasing the expansions, they work as a fairly consistent way to monitor pre-order interest over time. The Reddit user automated this tracking process and has been collecting data daily since March 2024, storing it in a database. All right, so let's see. So we got Edge of Fate percentage of the final shape, projection. Okay, the actual sites right here. And then this was Paracausal Path. The comparison focuses on matching timelines, meaning it compares where Edge of Fate is now, about 3 weeks before launch, to where Final Shape was at the same point before its release. The results aren't great. Edge of Fate is currently sitting at about 53% of the Final Shape's pre-order count at the same point in time, and if this pace holds, it could finish with nearly 1 million fewer player purchases than the Final Shape. Now, here's a summary of what the analysis shows. Edge of Fate pre-orders are 47% lower than the final shape at the same point pre-launch. If trend continues, Edge of Fate is on track for around 1.1 million purchases, compared to 2.1 million for the final shape in its first month. The percentage comparisons, currently 53%, is updated daily to show Edge of Fate is pacing against the final shape. The analysis automated that this tracking process and has been collecting data since March 2024. Okay. Of course, this isn't a perfect one-to-one representation of Bungie's actual sell numbers. Emblem unlocks may not capture every purchase, and players may not have acquired the emblems from the special delivery kiosk yet. Even if it's not official sales data, it's still one of the better ways we have to see how interested Destiny 2 players are in the new expansion. Yeah, you know, I didn't think about that. How many of you guys pick up y'all's emblem from the kiosk? Actually, I don't even know if I picked mine up. Mine is still in the kiosk.
When you whisper to the void,
Benny! Did I pick it up? I guess I picked it up, huh? Okay. There are a few reasons why Edge of Fate might not be generating the same kind of momentum. The final shape was the end of a massive 10-year storyline, a finale that players have been waiting for years. It carried a sense of closure and payoff that naturally drew more attention. In contrast, Edge of Fate is the start of a brand new saga. And while that's exciting in theory, it doesn't come with the same weight or urgency. On top of that, it's a smaller expansion by design, closer in scope to something like Rise of Iron, which might make it feel less essential compared to previous releases. And of course, there's the bigger picture. Trust in Bungie has taken a hit over the past year or so, especially after the major layoffs, the cancellation of other projects, and the absence of any sign that Destiny 3, which many players were hoping for, is even in development. All right, so Destiny 2 Edge of Fate's weekly sales on Steam. If you need more signs that Edge of Fate might be underperforming, just look at Steam weekly top sellers list. Between April 9th and May the 7th, 2024, as well as the following weeks up until the launch of the final shape, Destiny 2 showed up in Steam's top 20 best-selling games every single week. Now, comparing that to the same window for Edge of Fate from May 20th to June 24th, the game hasn't made the top 20 at all. Damn. Just last week, Destiny 2 was sitting all the way down at number 65 on Steam's weekly top sellers list. It's a pretty noticeable drop. Just this week, Bungie held a developer live stream for Edge of Fate, where it went over pretty much all the same things already revealed during the preview events and content creator coverage, except for a thing or two, new weapon time, that led to a lot of backlash from fans who were expecting new information and reveals. Are you excited for Edge of Fate, or do you feel like something's missing compared to past expansions? Let us know your thoughts. How you guys feel?
I'm not super surprised, to be honest.
I mean,
here's the thing that I interpret from the data, and yes, it's down and it's about 50%, but I don't think that data factors in that the pre-orders also include content that is Renegades, and so Bungie's going to have an entirely new marketing push just for that expansion as well. So while it's 50% now, it probably won't be that low compared to Final Shape by the time it's all said and done. That doesn't mean it's going to meet Final Shape by any means, but There's 2 waves of marketing here, not.
Refinding the DLC will make me God. It doesn't take into account the people who claim the pre-order stuff and then just refund it. Well, look, if we woke up tomorrow and we were doing 50% of what we were doing last year, how would we feel? Hello, Luke. Hello, Luke.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. I thought you were talking to chat.
No, this was as you.
Oh no, 50% is definitely worse. I don't disagree that 50% is concerning, and yeah, we should be concerned, like as a whole about it. But I just want us to have the full picture.
I would literally have to lay off all the mods in here to keep us afloat.
I mean, you guys would only 50% would be 1 video a day for most.
Yeah. Actually, though. Now, mate, Liv, you would be the first on the list. Yeah. Actually, Liv, I have a list of who we would immediately lay off. And then I have another list of the right people. You're on the other list, Liv. And you at the top. The moment we hit even just the slightest of chop. It's that ass. Look, there's no way to sugarcoat this, guys. This is concerning. You know what I mean? I don't know necessarily if like Bungie expected this or not. Maybe they did. You know, maybe they expected Marathon to pull more weight this year with its drop in September, and maybe that was the big focus. But that's concerning. That's between April and May 7th. So hold on. It says between April and May 7th. I'm curious to know if this has picked up at all since then. Because I remember even last year, Final Shape 2, everyone was talking about how the pre-orders were down. Luke, you remember that? And then the final two, it was like the final 2 to 3 weeks leading into Final Shape. That's when the orders started rolling in. But that was when we were hitting Pantheon. We had all the content rollout from Bungie. It was just like the hype train had taken off, and those final 2 to 3 weeks, everything, numbers across the board just swelled. And then of course Prismatic, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I think the closer we've gotten with Edge of Fate, it like the final shape was bolstered by Into the Light. Like I think everyone went out of Into the Light and Pantheon thinking this is the greatest thing ever, and we're ready for what Bungie's about to bring out with the next expansion. Whereas Rite of the Nine has kind of had the opposite effect, and it's been.
By the way, mods, I just realized that Benny actually hosted us and hit us with a raid. I hope y'all did some shout outs. It's not a major concern because Bungie is still making money regardless. So yes, they would be stressing a little bit. What? Brother, if you're doing 50% less than what you did the previous year, I don't care what line of work, business you may be in, you don't just look at that and go, oh, shit, oh. Damn, okay, well, we're making some money. We're fine. Pete's only gonna be able to buy 4 cars instead of 10. Oh my god. They add layoffs after a banger. What do you think is gonna come after this mess? I hope not, dude. I really hope not.
Well, I mean, I think the question is where did Bungie expect this expansion to perform in comparison? Because remember like what happened last time around, when I think the reporting was they were 45% below revenue targets, and then that's like I think one of the reasons we saw the layoffs to begin with. So the question is, what was Bungie's target with this expansion?
That wasn't for Final Shape. That number was for Lightfall, correct?
Lightfall. Yeah, that was Lightfall.
Yeah, and. Dude, I don't know where the fuck they were getting those numbers to begin with, because Lightfall sold fantastic too. So, who knows? I will say this. No one in their right mind should ever expect one game to pay for 4 or 5 other incubation projects, one of them being a behemoth, that being Marathon. I mean, just no, it's just not feasible. So, I do think that, I've heard that Marathon was supposed to have come out. You remember when was it first shown to us? Marathon was shown to us 2023, right?
It was at the Game Awards. I think we got the first teaser.
I think it was 2023. And you remember after or during the BIDOC, they even mentioned that we would be playing the alpha that year.
Oh yeah, it was like the runway was much shorter than what
much
we ended
shorter.
up getting.
Dude, I'm telling you, Marathon had it was at that moment in time, we were going to be playing the alpha in 2023. Game would have launched 2024. But then a lot of things happened. You had Christopher Barrett playing Truth or Dare. Okay, shit happened. He had to go. Ziegler moved in. He had a different vision for Marathon. Things changed. Things happen. Now we're 2025, potentially 2026, and maybe Marathon might come out then. Bradley with the 7 months. Thank you so much, brother. Hope you're doing well, my man. Is Truth or Dare the next expansion? We need a Destiny 3. I don't give a fuck what anyone else says. Well, guess what, brother? I think Bungie will die before that happens. I'm just letting you know. Look, if you want to live off that copium, sure. But I think Bungie will die before a D3 ever comes to us. It ain't coming. Testify. Thank you for your data, by the way, man. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. This is who just brought us this information right here, guys. I won't lie. This is concerning. I mean, there's gonna have to be a lot of ground really covered. And Testify, if you can get us like right up to current dates, like right now, that would be great. But I also just feel like people are in a wait and see moment too right now. You know what I mean? I've seen so many comments that are like, I'm just gonna watch. I'm gonna wait and just see what this, because the new destination, not much has been shown about it. The new destination, the gameplay loop, no real new activities have really been shown. A lot of sandbox changes have been shown, which great. I mean, good systematic changes. But Luke may be right. This may be a situation where Edge of Fate is all about quality of life, which is not sexy for majority of people, and not enough for people to come back and drop a bunch of money on. And it may be something like Renegades that comes along that actually excites people. And I fucking can't stand Star Wars shit. But who knows? Maybe Star Wars might actually be the thing that pushes people into getting back into Destiny. If Star Wars saves Destiny 2, we're cooked. The only way Star Wars could save Destiny 2 is if we got Greg. If we got AI Greg, maybe. They should cut the price in half for this expansion since it's mostly just quality of life stuff. Well, that's the other thing. I just don't know. Like, we just don't know. Like, even like from a narrative, which in some ways, it's kind of like there's kind of some good things there that we don't know, like story wise, because it's like maybe it's gonna be really, really, you know, the suspense build up. At the same time, in past trailers Bungie has done, especially like Witch Queen, like that whole lead up to Witch Queen, like don't get me wrong, I like Final Shape was great and the lead up to it was great, but I think narratively Witch Queen might have had the best lead up. We were watching lore videos constantly. We watched so many lore videos and would tune in to pretty much every Milo and Salt video, and I thought that even though Bungie showed so much in the trailers, the story itself was really, really good. You did the same shit for Lightfall, it just let you down? Yeah. I did watch a lot of lore videos leading into Lightfall, yeah. Vive's Hive video is peak. The lore bomb of the Hive being lied to will never be topped. Dude, right? Right? The two truths and a lie, dude. And like all that stuff. Like that was so good. So either the reason why Bungie's not showing us any story right now is either number one, they're just really trying to keep things close to the chest. And they want it to bank. And if they reveal anything, it'd be too much information. Or number two, maybe there's not that much depth there. Maybe there's not that much depth. Luke, do you feel like we're going... I've seen a couple comments like this. Luke, do you feel like we're going through another vanilla launch? Like, do you feel like Edge of Fate is... It's not quite D3. It's not quite a complete fresh restart, but it almost feels like another vanilla launch, if you will.
You know what I would probably compare it to most? Probably compare it to Warmind. And like, exclude kind of your thoughts regarding like the Warmind expansion or what's going on, but I feel like we're in a situation where Bungie has to pull us kind of out of the bad stuff they made. Like so Warmind, right, was like we began the steps of moving away from the damage that Osiris did and the D2 launch. It wasn't Forsaken. Forsaken kind of brought that all around, but it kind of feels like we're like moving in the direction with a foundational update to change the core systems, but it's not, maybe not the full picture yet.
No, vanilla launch was understandable. Fresh game. The method has been refined enough. It shouldn't feel like another vanilla launch unless we're dealing with terrible devs. I don't think the devs are terrible here, guys. I think that, I'm telling you, man, what they're doing with all these... Look, man, you only have so many devs. And these systematic changes are the big focus of the year. No, I mean, like, even outside of just... No. Even outside of just management, guys. I'm telling you, like, in terms of, like, the year turnaround timeline here, the system changes. Those are... That shit takes time. You don't just go in there and just be like, hey, fuck it. Here's all these Banes. Here's a new tier system. Here's 200 stats or 200 point stats. Here's damn build sets. You know, that stuff, someone's got to dev all that shit. That stuff takes time. And I just feel like that's what Edge of Fate's big focus is. And I completely understand if that's not sexy for you. I get it. Sandbox. I mean, look, when was the last time someone was like, oh, I got to play that game because of sandbox updates? You know what I mean? Caleros with the 20 months. Thank you. Yeah, the price ain't saying it too. Look, man, so guys, No one's putting a gun to your head and telling you you need to buy this expansion. The numbers are being reflected even right here, and we'll see what that looks like. But if you want to play, if you just want to be, you know, wait and see, brother, just wait and see. Then you could just chill. You wait until after the expansion. Wait until Renegades if you want. That's fine. I'll judge after. I'm neutral. It's a live service game. Quality of life is expected. Yeah. Okay, just wait and see, guys. Yes, look at World of Warcraft. Pay quality of life is not expected. If covering Destiny wasn't your job, would you still pre-order Edge of Fate? Look, man, at this point in our content cycle, if you will, we play a lot of different things and we cover a lot of different things and we watch and read a lot of stupid shit. So I'd say Destiny is definitely our main game, but you know, from AI videos to random pieces of content we review to just random games. Now, I'm not saying that we wouldn't play Destiny. But if I was to remove myself and say, hey, as someone who didn't make content at all, and I was just a gamer, would I be playing Destiny for Edge of Fate? I would probably be in a wait and see moment. I just, you know, especially like vacation time. You know, if you take out vacation time for the day one raid or something like that, I would probably be in a wait and see situation. But it also just depends, man. It depends on like, if all you need is just one bro to be like, yo, man, yo, that day one raid's coming up. Are we hitting it? And then maybe I'd be like, we do it. But if it was just me, I would probably be in a wait and see too, or at least wait until all the content or all the streams have been done. Like wait until the final streams, the final TWABs, and then that's probably, then I'll make my decision after that. Find new friends. Wait until after the initial glazing period. I've already pre-ordered. I'm locked in. I will say this.
26 months later and still a swell guy. Keep up the good work, brother.
Harbinger, much love to you, man. I will say this. At the end of the day, this is a video game, right? You know, some of the people that like really like are very upset about this expansion. It's like Bungie fucked your old lady or something, you know. Here's the thing. It is just a video game. And I said this even with Borderlands here recently, man. You know, it's supposed to be a hobby. you know, and if it don't hit for you, it don't hit. And look, there's a lot of great games out there. I'm incredibly excited about playing Borderlands when it drops. I'm incredibly excited about the Cube. Now, there's a couple other games, even within the same vein here, that I'm very much excited about. I'll drop in from my Gunner bait in the first Ascendant. There are other good games, and then of course we got Warframe. Look, I'm not gonna lie. I pre-ordered so quick when I saw the Star Wars expansion of lightsabers. I think why people are so upset is they know Bungie can cook. When they see them falling behind, they get pissed. Yeah, I would say that there is a standard that Bungie has established since the Taken King days. You know, from Taken King to Forsaken to Witch Queen to Final Shape. People expect, you know, Bungie to bang. So
question I really have for people is, do you feel like Bungie is not making more content because A, the devs are lazy, or B, because they don't have the resources?
I think they clearly, my opinion is I don't think they have the resources that they once had. I mean, you had too many people get laid off. That's also why I think we're not getting even like the big, y'all know, like a lot of the trailers and stuff have been moved over to like Sony side, which might be why we haven't really gotten big Vidoc style videos here recently. I had the pleasure this past week of meeting someone who actually works on Destiny trailers and works on the marketing side for Destiny specifically, but also for Bungie. And guess where he works? He doesn't work at Bungie. He works at Sony now. You understand? I think there is this weird transition period where these jobs that used to be in-house at Bungie have migrated to Sony side. And I think that's having some issues, some problems in Bungie's delivery. Kiva, much love you, man.
Anyway, I asked that question frankly because I think when I look at the Destiny community right now, I think people aren't necessarily upset with the content we're getting. They're upset that there isn't more of it. Like, I don't think, like, and there's some execution things here and there, but if you ask someone, hey, what do you think about the new exotics coming to Edge of Fate? I think everyone would agree they look pretty cool, especially that Titan Hammer one. But they want more exotics. And what about subclass changes? So like they want more subclass changes. And so yes, the stuff we've seen is good, but the devs aren't responsible for the fact that we don't have more content. It's the decisions Bungie's made in the back end with marketing, spending, like whatever it is with leadership. That's the real problem.
The content isn't a level of a season. Easy peasy, thank you for the 364. I hope the crybabies who are crying about Edge of Fate leave so we don't have to hear them again. They are insufferable. Comparing about everything. Ah, damn it, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Talk your shit. Talk your shit. Smooth. Thank you for the 2, baby. Would you recommend new players this DLC? I I mean, it's kind of a fresh start in a lot of ways, to be honest. We're all going to be kind of on the same level playing field. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a brand new player, if you're like, oh man, I don't want to jump into Destiny because I feel like everyone's so ahead of me. Not no more. We're all, you and I are going to be grinding for the same shit. I got to delete a lot of my other shit. Which you could turn into a ball of arc. Want to hear my take? Glad I want to hear it, brother. I want to hear it, glad. Toe with 18 months. A slip with a sub. Thank you. Danis with a sub. Thank you. Yeah, I think I was supposed to send something to... Milo. I forgot I'm doing that today. Forward on me, Daddy Glad. Then, with the 5 gifted subs. Then, thank you so much to the 5 gifted chat. Please drop some love and eggplants. This community needs to be more cooperative in game. I'm learning. Take it from me. This community won't do shit unless they're incentivized to do it. Accommodation system with a proper currency tied to it. That right there. You're just saying it's so over, so then you can make a we're so back. 6, are you saying that I'm going to say it's so over all the way up to the launch of Edge of Fate, to then just turn around and say we're so back? God damn it, baby. Yeah. Yes, do it. Yeah. Luke, get them thumbnails ready. Let's have it ready, baby. All I'm saying is they better be hiding something big. Yep. Yep.
You know what's funny? I one of the comments on our last video, I saw that exact same, like, it's so over, we're so back, except in reverse. It was like, you're just saying it's we're so back right now, so when the expansion bombs, you can say it's so over. It's
Yeah, flip flop, flip flop.
We're in a state of superposition.
I want 10 new strikes and 5 new PvP maps. You know what? Everybody here is making their demands. You know the one part of the community that seems to be relatively quiet? The Gambit community. I'm just saying. Be more like the Gambit community, chat. They don't even get shit. They're not even getting any content. Matter of fact, I think they've been forgotten. You know, but the point is, you don't see them complaining, right? Look at them. All 5 of them, man. They're just hanging out, playing more Gambit, having a good old time. How dare you? Glad if you would rather join our Discord, you're more than welcome to, brother. Gambit is always popping.
Oh, that is.
As someone who stopped full-time in the game in 2020, I haven't been more excited in a while. When lots of grind was removed, power leveling, and things became more casual, I lost interest. I want to grind. I want new. And all this with the fact I play here and there, it feels so fresh to always come back and play. And this expansion is no different. The game always feels so fresh when I come back, and it's a pleasure to play. And on the contrary, I just see everyone around me upset. You know, glad I too am excited about armor sets, the 200 stats, the tier system. If anything, for the sake of simplicity. Like, I just think it's gonna just be understandable. You'll be able to look at someone's tier 5 and their tier 5 armor and their tier 5 weapons and be like, damn, brother, they put in X amount of hours of grind and they tackle some of the hardest content, you know. Hardberry with the 10 gifted subs. Hardberry with the 10. Thank you so much, chat. Please drop some love and eggplants. So, if I'm understanding Glad on this one, though, he's essentially saying it's okay to take a break. And maybe when you return, you might actually find that you enjoy Destiny. I do that. Cross's longest break is like 3 days. The fuck you mean I play other games? What? I took a 7-year break. Yeah, that's just called quitting. You just quit the fucking game. No breaks. You must replay it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Here's my biggest vision over the year. I realized that Bungie cannot make content for me and with the cadence I want. So instead of being mad that doesn't happen, I play at the pace Bungie wants me to. Yeah. No, I get that. Glad you also play games at a, dare I say, an unusual pace. A difficult pace to match, but I get where you're coming from. My man staying up for 36 hours. Yeah, but Bungie's pace doesn't make creating content easy. Oh, if you're a content creator, we've got a completely different conversation, my man. No, if you're a content creator, you know, I would definitely play. I would, you know, mess around with some other, maybe some other games and, you know, see if you can, see what else you can get into. You know what I mean? Play Stellar Blade. There you go. Get some Gunnar Bay going. Nomad with a 1356. Nomad, thank you so much. I love the game, but I'm still waiting for that dare to be great moment. Even with sprinklings of updates, there's no leap forward. I got you, Nomad. No. I get where you're coming from. I look, I see both sides. I see the people that play on a regular basis that feel the fatigue and don't really feel like they're not excited about the future. I also see like the other people that have quit over an extended period of time and was hoping Edge of Fate would be that next final shape moment that would bring them in to really excite them to play again. But look, man, like we said a second ago, if it's not clicking for you, then just wait and see, man. Wait and see. How much was Cross pay to glaze the featured gear system? Zero. So much fucking money. Brother, it's an unreasonable. Look, how much did we get paid? How many cars this time?
I mean,
I think I was told.
You gifted one to every editor, right?
Yeah. So essentially, I talk good about the gear tier system from now until July the 16th. And I think what do we do? A car a day almost, right? All classics, too. All classics. Dark Loco with the new membership. Thank you so much. Brazen with a 5. Thank you. I don't even want a final shape expansion. I just don't want this to end up being like another D2 vanilla launch. Well, all we can do is just wait and see, guys. Look, this is actually a great opportunity for us to talk about this. Chat, we actually will have some different sub goals in the stream. And Luke will have a list together here very, very soon. But one of the goals that we're going to have is we will actually hire a therapist. And they're going to come on stream, maybe even in person. And I really want them to have a moment-to-moment with the Destiny community. I think this is a perfect opportunity for folks to reach some level of healing. And there'll be no better time than us getting a good therapist in here who could talk to you one-on-one. And to ask the Destiny community, how does Edge of Fate make you feel? When did you start feeling that way? Therapist is spelled the same way as a rapist. Dab, you need to proofread the shit that you fucking type. You hear me? I don't know what kind of play you're trying to make right now. You really need to just... I want you to try this trick. Write it down. Read it out loud to yourself. And then just fucking backspace that shit. Okay? A grief course to help chats with the death of Destiny. We're serious about this. No. Like, we're going to be doing this in the next fucking week. I look, we're trying to find a therapist that's completely fine with being present live on stream with you guys. I don't want anyone being toxic, but it's a great moment to come together. All right. And if you need healing right now, we will help you. Now, it won't be anything crazy. All right. I'm going to keep in mind, therapists cost a lot on a per hour basis. I'm not fucking serious. I am dead fucking serious. Luke, start looking for therapists in my area, and specifically mention what we're trying to do with them. If they would like to come in person, they can, but they can also sit inside of our Discord.
I'll mention we've got a lot of troubled clients.
We have a lot of troubled people. And if they could just charge us the normal hourly fee, I know there may be some small markup due to the amount of people, but Destiny therapy will make me God. Cam, thank you so much for the Tim. My only request when it comes to the game is making the player experience, not just the new player experience, rewarding for being curious, strike specific gear, world drop exotic, etc. Dark Lurker again with the new membership. Thank you so much. Dr. Killswitch. Thank you, guys. Yeah, man. Yeah. Look, I will say this. The Destiny community does go back and forth on a lot of things. You fuckers, man. Y'all some wishy-washy fuckers, you. You know what? I love it because, like, a year ago, you guys, or not even a year ago, 6 months ago, it was like, I want loot to mean something. I want to be able to grind. I miss when drops used to matter. And then Bungie's like, hey, we got tier gear coming out. This shit's going to matter. And all of you are like, boo this shit. Bungie, you getting rid of all my old shit. Now you got to make me grind. Getting a new car because yours got totaled is not the same, brother. Jabroni, I don't even know what you're saying right now. What are you saying to me? What? Look. That's why I'm saying. There's these people. All right? All right? And then there's these people. Okay? I like to believe we squeeze ourselves nicely in between. You know what I mean? There are definitely things to be critical about Edge of Fate, without a doubt. Definitely things to be critical. And there is good skepticism, healthy skepticism around the amount of content that is coming with this expansion. And I would say Bungie, it's going to be their job over the next few weeks to show us exactly how much content. But if it ain't for you, then it ain't for you, dude. And if you want, you can either take a break. But I would say, just man up, delete your shit right now. Delete your shit right now. Joss! We've got our first man here. Joss, you have how many hours in the game? Did you say 4,000?
Yep, 4,000. 4,000 to like, yeah. And ish.
And you're ready to say goodbye to it all. Every item in the vaults. You're
absolutely all.
Can I ask what led you to this moment? Was it Edge of Fate specifically, or was it something else?
Yeah, Edge of Fate, and you know the Star Wars one. What is it called? Or
Renegades.
Renegades, yeah. Because I know there's a lot of people in your chat that like Star Wars, but when I see it, I wasn't like, no, this isn't in Destiny. It's about money. So yeah. Sorry for my shitty English.
No, you're good, dude.
French show.
You're good. No, I think it's fantastic. No, I think a lot of people resonate with that. They saw the Star Wars thing and thought it was just a cash grab. So I see where you're coming from, but understand. Go ahead.
It's not just about the DLC. It's been like 2 years. I've played, and the joy of playing, the time. I don't know. It's exhausting, and I did some break, like 2 months break or season break, and I was like, oh, when I restarted again, I was like, no, this isn't enough. I don't know. I've been playing since Renegade. No, not Renegade. Forsaken. So it's been a lot of time, but I don't know. In Forsaken, I was enjoying the game and all the things, but like since I think Final Shape, I don't know. I just started to feel exhausted, and like I wasn't having fun anymore. I was just frustrated about the content, the season, and I don't know. I don't feel like it's worth my time anymore. You know. Since and another thing that make me like wake up is when I played Expedition 33. Thanks to you to make me discover this game. I just realized there's so much other thing that the game, you know, is like, fuck. And Expedition gonna be game of the year, and I realized, you know, that type of game is a game that, not just developers but companies make time and make a good game. And I think Destiny is just a game that, you know, make money. It's just about making money out of their players, and I don't think it's about passion anymore. But that's just my take. I don't know. I don't think anybody else thinks that way, but that's my take.
No, you make some fantastic points, Joes. And let me ask you: are you a PvP player or PvE? Do you play both?
Mostly PvE. But I have some PvP gun and roll that I get, but it's mostly PvE. Yeah.
Well, so what we potentially may do today, there's no turning back. I mean, when you delete not only your vaults but your accounts, I mean that's There's no return on that one. And I will say, Luke is going to read you a disclaimer why I go take a leak right now. Luke, if you can hit this man with the disclaimer, just so that we can legally cover our bases on this before we go forward.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I guess legal disclaimer. Do you fully consent to the deletion of all of your items, characters, god rolls, etc., and acknowledge that this is 100% your decision with no coercion taking place in order to force you in any way to do such an act?
Absolutely, yes. I'm fully consent on deleting my account, my character, my god roll, everything about Destiny. Do I need to sign somewhere? Do I need to put my full name? Yeah,
actually, I need your social security number, 3 numbers on the back of the credit card.
Okay, yeah. Good, but you know, I was already planning on doing it with my friends, but I don't know.
Oh, you already planning
just...
to do this?
Yes, but it was more entertaining to do it on stream and let everybody know that some people are like this, because you know, it's easy to say, oh, I stopped, but you let your gun, your vault, and all that, so you can, you know, you can return. You're not like locked behind something. But deleting all your accounts, I mean, you can return, yes, but you have to start all over, and 4,000 hours is not. It's not like that.
That's a lot of time.
Yeah, that's a lot of time. So it's like I compare it with a band-aid, a plaster. You know, when you take it in one shot. I don't know how to say it. You have I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but
I think so. You said that you enjoyed Expedition 33 way more. I kind of resonate with that a lot, to be honest. I've been enjoying my time in.
It sure is not the same game. It's a different game, but it's more about like the story. I think everything beats Destiny, and when I compare the two games, I'm like, I want more to take time in that type of game that Destiny, because you know, I don't know, it's just it make me like open up on some things.
What is one thing that, like, because you've said that you were already looking to do this, that over the years it's just you're not excited for what's gonna be coming, and you feel like Bungie's just in it to make money.
Yep.
What are something or multiple things that Bungie could do to reinstill your trust or your desire to come back and play Destiny again?
It's difficult. Like, maybe not retiring content. I know there's problem about the servers. They were saying they have to sunset things and delete other things, but I don't know, just keeping everything in the game. Just that could be like, okay, it's said like, it's saying like, you know, all the things you grinding for or all your story, because at first when I play in Forsaken, I was all about the story, you know, like the Cade 6 and things, and I went like very into the game, and I was like, it hurt me when the Cade died, but you know, time after time they just like putting all away this stuff and putting like just one mission to do it, and it can, but you don't have the stories, you don't have the feeling anymore. It's just a mission, and you're like, okay, but I don't know, it's putting away content, and I like it. I don't know, it's a MMO, so you know, things go, and but I don't know, maybe letting content, but there's so much player, and there's PvP players, there's gamble player, there's season players. So I between the years, I changed my my way of playing, I can say. Today I'm not a story player like I was back in the days in Forsaken, but I don't know. It's like that's.
All right. This is before we do this, Joes, I just want you to look at this real quick. This is you and me right now. Okay?
Hey, buddy.
Whoa! Who are you, man? Don't.
Hold on.
Okay.
This is you and me. Hold on. Let me turn this up. Is there any... Hold on. Before we... Because there's no going back from this. Once we commit here, your account is gone. 4,000 hours. Gone.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Let me ask you. You got any clanmates that still play the game?
Yeah. But not as much, but yeah, they play. They still play a lot. I think there's trials team,
Yeah.
PvP team, PvP clan. Just because I know one of the guys, they let me join. But
Sure. Look. What if we did, I don't know. What if we did some sort of like wager or something? What if we did a trials card? All right. If the stars aligned and we go flawless, would you say that may be enough to keep you from deleting your accounts? Don't dissuade him. No, chat. I'm just throwing it out there.
boys, I'm dog shit at PvP, honestly.
Good.
You don't want to start that. No. I don't say I'm not good dog shit, but I've played a lot of trials, but there's not. It's not enough. Especially with the new system of trials, it like.
Cross literally talking to man off the ledge. No. I just before honestly, I was not expecting someone to have the balls to do this today, guys. I really wasn't.
From the
Luke,
ledge, my
I
friend.
even told Luke, I was like, we'll fuck with people. I was like, nobody's gonna want to delete their account. And hot damn it, do we actually got someone that's ready to say goodbye and wrap it up? And you fuckers are literally saying let him jump. Are you guys for real right now? Good Lord.
Cross, you want to make this really interesting? If he's going, two can jump together.
You talking about me?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. I've already established if 100 people delete their accounts, I will delete mine. But hold on. I'm serious. It's got to be 100 of you fuckers. Like, it cannot, and it can't be 100 alt accounts. 100 people with over 1,000 hours delete their accounts, I will delete my account too. After the expansion. After the day one raid. After Ash and Iron. I will delete my account after Ash and Iron. I promise. Okay? Blood for blood. Indeed, blood for blood. All right? I will sign a contract. Luke, write us up a contract. We will sign it. Jaws, here's the thing, man. We could delete it, but I can hearing you talk about Expedition 33. You're not just some hating gamer, man. You're a man that has been that you see the system and you're hurt by it, and I completely understand why you are. You see the way games are turning into, and it's just it's all about money. It's all corporate. But before we go forward, I just want us to see if there was any magic at all. And you may not be available today, but if there's any magic anywhere in Destiny still for you. And it could be, even if it's us just playing some trials or gambits or a raid or just a dungeon or just cruising around in a patrol. And if at any point in there that you feel a little bit of magic, I would want you to just reconsider deleting things. Now, if you don't, and you feel hollow and void at the end of it all, brother, I will be there with you. We will delete everything, and then Luke will have a therapist lined up to walk everyone through this process.
Honestly, I don't know. There's no such place. I think there's like, how do you say that? I tried to say it in English, but I can't. I don't find the word, but it's like You know, when you go in a place like you played 7 years ago or 6 years ago, and it was like, oh, at this time you were having so much fun. But I think all the plays that did that to me was maybe the Dreaming City. Maybe.
Can you share your account right now? Are you in the game by any chance?
Yeah, I'm in the game. Do you want the screen share on?
Yeah, you can screen
Discord,
share.
or?
I just want to take a look at your vault right now, if that's all right.
Do you want the screen share of Dim or?
You could screen share. No. In game if you can.
Okay.
And Chad, let's just take a look. Let's just take a look here.
I cannot just stream share.
Chad is ruthless.
Oh, do you not have perms?
Luke, can you give this man permissions?
Yeah, I'll give him some. Quick.
Move on. Holy shit. Digital, shut the fuck up right now. Shut the fuck up, Digital. I got somebody that's willing to walk away from his 4,000 hour account. Fuck you, Digital. We ain't moving on for shit. If we could save this man, we're gonna save this man. He's about to walk away forever.
Is he mute?
Let me take a look.
He's pulling it up.
Brother, you are gaming, man.
Yeah, yeah.
You were this is no. I was expecting maybe somebody with just some some old ass shit. Brother, this is a nice account. You got a repost in there. You got triple 100 stats.
I put all my god roll in my inventory if you want to delete it.
You got tenacious. You got scintillation. You got psychopomp. Brother, this stuff is hot. That's hot stuff, man. Oh my God, you've done the new dungeon. You've played comp. You got a god roll deadlock. Can you please go up to that shotgun? Up top. Yeah, that one right there. Dude, that is such a good roll shotgun right there. Chad. We can't. I don't know. I got to see the vault now. I got to see the vault. You are 1,000% actively playing, and you're 558 out of 700s. Got some roses in there. Okay. Osiris. Okay. Something news. I like that you got the trace rifle from the dungeon. That's fantastic. That's such a good trace rifle too. You got some adepts. Let me ask you, have you played Ride of the Nine? How do you feel about Ride of the Nine so far?
Nope.
On one of your many potted breaks, he already said he was planning on deleting his account with his friends.
Because I wasn't feeling about it, and like my vault was, I did a little cleanup. I was like 680, so I did a cleanup of all the shit things.
And let me ask you, if you were to sit here and delete every one of these items, you're telling me it wouldn't pain you?
Those things in my vault, they're not the nicest thing, but those in my inventory,
those are bangers, man. I mean, dude, that shit takes a long time to get. Let me see that chill inhibitor right there. Yeah, dude, can you click that roll? Oh.
Yeah, but it's the roll that they gave us, I think.
Oh, is it that the one they gave us? Gotcha. But still, it's great. You got the adept seasonal sword right there. Oh my God. Oh my Lord.
Yeah.
You got some godly RNG, man. That's a fucking banging sword.
Adept Marancer with the. Yeah, the exalted fruit adept with the.
Luke, how do you feel about this? I mean, we're not just deleting shit stuff. This is S tier loot right here.
It most definitely hurts to watch. This is some crazy stuff.
I'm going to be in pain. Like, I'm literally going to be in pain watching this stuff get deleted.
But Joss, while you were gone, I don't know if you were here when Joss mentioned it, but he was already planning to delete his stuff or
Just
before this.
Here's the thing, buddy, and let me just hit you with this, because I have gone through a similar situation before with a game that I occasionally talk about called RuneScape. And see, in RuneScape, every now and then I would just be like, I've had enough, I'm done, I'm fucking done, and then I would be like, I'm quitting. I would go cancel my membership, but then a couple days go by, and I'm like, I kind of miss it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna get on and I'm gonna go do a little bit of farming, some light farming. You know what I mean? And eventually, I would get my membership back, and I would be back on board. But I would need just a little bit of a break. You know?
Yeah, because you didn't delete your account.
Exactly. I never deleted my account. But wait. I do want to mention, though, I did eventually quit RuneScape completely. And it was when the developers fucked up so bad that the game was unrecognizable. So let me ask you, do you feel like Destiny at this point in your time that you spend in this game, do you feel like it has reached that point? And for me, that was Evolution of Combat for RuneScape, and the game became unrecognizable.
For me, yes. For me, it's like when I started playing, it was Forsaken, and like I said to Luke, it was about the story, the content was good. I think everything on that year was good, for my opinion. But years like just passed, and I don't think. I don't think for me. I don't think it's a recoverable. I don't know to say it, but I don't think it can go back. With all the layoff and all the stupid decision, and I don't think it can go back around the way I loved it in the past. So I think it's just I think it's time to say goodbye. And when I say it's like a band-aid, how do you say, a plaster in English? Like when it's hurt, but you gotta scratch it in one time. I don't know if people understand, like it. How do we say that? Or,
like a scab? Is that what you're talking
about? Yeah, but just give me a second. It's just letting it go. Like it's when it's hurt you.
Oh, ripping the band-aid off.
Wait, that's it. Ripping a band-aid off. Mm-hmm. Like it hurt in one time, but after that it's okay. Like you can move on. Is that with my account? And it also because I know if I don't delete my stuff, I will come back. For sure, because in my mind, all these hours are invested. It's like, money invested. So I have to come back and, make it worth it.
Oh, but dude, this is so painful, brother. You've got such good shit, dude. This is no small amount of grind. You have put in lots of time and dedication here. I wish I could just change your account password and just like hide your account, and then just and eventually if you do want to come back, maybe we can work something out. I don't know. Let me buy the account. Everybody wins. Chill. We can't be doing that in this room. So you were planning on deleting everything with your friends, is that right?
Yeah, like exactly like that, but like just two viewers. My two friends when I play a lot. My team, if you can say.
Okay. Luke, you got any words you wanna say at this point?
Nothing but respect, man. And there's a VIP in your future.
God damn.
Whether you delete or don't delete, I don't want you to feel like you have to delete this. And here's the other side of things. God dog it, Jose. Could you give me 7 days? 7 days to potentially change your mind. Don't delete anything. Don't do it with your friends. 7 days. You and I do some content together. And this is not me trying to convert you. This is more of a, we just go down memory lane to say goodbye together. You know what I mean? We say goodbye together. We say, hey, let's enjoy that Tenacious just one more time. You know, let's play that GM just one more time. If you give me 7 days, I promise you, we will make a spectacle out of when we delete your accounts, or vice versa. If you decide to keep your account.
That's interesting. That's a nice offer. I don't know. I mean, there's content in the 7 days
As an
ahead
Aztecross.
that can make me really stay in that game.
Sure. I think, well, you know, we may find something fun. We may find something that's, you know, memey, frustrating. Who knows? But at least we take the 7 days, like the 7-day journey. Luke and I will let Luke and I, and we could start this tomorrow if you're available. But for 7 days, we just it's like we're pulling the plug next Friday, and you know, just kind of going down memory lane, if you will. Cross, you asked for this. Whoa, the man was gonna delete his stuff anyways. Hold on, whoa. Be making me out to be the enemy right now. Chat, 7 days. 7 days. Starting tomorrow until next Friday. All I'm asking is for Joss to give me 7 days. And we just go hit some shit. We just go do some shit. We go fuck around. Blood on your hands, you monster.
they just want to see chaos. I love that, but yeah, well, why not? I'm off for the next month, so I can play every day.
Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. All right, so listen, I've got the TWAB. I've got the judge thing from Milo today, which, by the way, Luke, I need to figure out what I'm supposed to send to them. I don't know if I can right now at this point, but if you can let them know something on Twitter. But Joe, starting tomorrow, we're gonna do something every day for 7 days. And look, some of it may be Destiny related. Some of it may be something outside of Destiny. I don't know. We're gonna play. We'll have a thing here, and look. At the end of the 7 days, we will. If you're still feeling the same way, we will axe that shit together.
Good. Well done for it.
All right, sounds good. I'm looking forward to you carrying me and a lot of shit. So, we'll have a good time with it. But Joe, thank you so much for sharing your account, man. Thank you so much for showing us your stuff. You're absolutely a gamer, and Luke and I will reach out this evening to you, and we'll get something going. Okay, bud?
Okay, good. Nice.
All right, brother. Have a good one, man.
You too.
All right, Luke. Brother, that I was convinced no one was going to step forward. And my man, he was ready to go. He's ready to axe that shit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Chad, we have 7 days to save this man's life. Well, look, some of you just want to see him burn. You fuckers, you. Look. Just push him already. I just want us to attempt it, all right? I just want us to attempt it. Is there a possible way we could pull this man back from the void? All right, is there a way? Huh? Can we talk him off this ledge? I think we need to start with Gambits more. You know what I mean?
That's a really strong.
I think we need to start with Gambits, and we go for just a good old Gambit run, and that'll really get the juices flowing, the nostalgia going. You know what I mean? You want to be able to talk me down? We're going to do some raids. Yeah.
I don't know, Cross. We might hop into Gambit and he might just start deleting stuff right in there. And then.
If Gambit is what you play, they might call it right now. All right, so what do I got to send Milo?
He sent you a voice message on Twitter with the exact stuff.
Have you listened to it?
I listened to it when he recorded it on his stream, but I've not listened to the actual. I can pop that up real quick.
Okay. No, I mean, you just let me know what it is. You don't have to play the audio per se, but I was just curious.
Sure. Can't open. I actually might not be able to listen to it, actually. I don't think it lets me.
Luke, I will say if we fail at trying to convince that man not to delete his account, but look, if he had a shit account, chat, I wouldn't give a damn. Like, if he was like a shit account with nothing on it, I wouldn't give a damn and be like, all right, let's delete it. But the man has got some serious hours in his account, and he's got some good shit. If nothing works, if over the next 6 days, leading into the 7th day, nothing works, Luke, we hire a therapist to come in here. We're not gonna say anything to him. We'll have the therapist sitting in the Discord. He's gonna load up on the 7th day, and I just want to see, because this is outside of our scope. You know what I mean? We need professional help here. So we can just have somebody on call ready to go, and maybe they could fucking Bruce Almighty this shit and walk him off that ledge. You full cross, he's gonna regrind tier 5 loot. No. He's deleting everything, including his account, brother. Everything, including his 4,000 hour account. I have 3,000 hours. Can I be next? Good God. You guys are hurting me, man. You're hurting my soul right now. Just Lance for the 14 months. Thank you so much. Liv, I need you to join up tomorrow. And the next 7 days. Do your job. I have 7,000 hours streaming loans. That's sad? No. It's acceptable. I want to see the sacrifice. Dude, this is what I'm talking about, man. This is like the equivalent of somebody like thousands of years ago, and they were like, we need rain. Maybe we should fucking execute this child. There's those of us there that are like, that's a terrible idea. What the fuck? And then there's the rest of you folks who are like, yeah, I'm gonna see that shit. Come on. Sure. Yeah. Y'all remember when Timmy died 6 months ago? It rained that day. Can you believe that shit? Rain. He fell over dead. Fucking rain started happening. Let's just try it. Let's see what happens.
Underway.
Ain't no way he actually has the balls to delete his account. Brother, he was about to delete. I could tell when the man, look. As someone who has been driven to that point before by another game developer, I can hear it in a man's voice when he is done, when he's accepted defeat and he's ready to move on. And look. We may have to accept it. We may have to accept it and delete that shit. My man was ready to say goodbye.
Checking.
Mobility. Okay. It's actually not bad. But I need to keep all these pieces.
Bye.
He would have done it before the disclaimer. Yeah, Luke, what'd you say? What was the disclaimer, though? What'd you tell him?
Oh, I just made it. I mean, there's nothing that we really actually need to have that's legally binding, but I just wanted to make it clear that we weren't deleting his stuff for him if he was to go through with it, just because I mean, you're not allowed to log into someone's account and put your finger on the delete button on anything.
Right.
But which we're obviously not doing. But I just wanted to make it clear that it was his decision.
Okay. All right. Chat, we're going to continue the rest of this stream with Vaultflation. I need to delete some stuff today. We also need to do some stuff with some clanmates. I need to do 8 matches with clanmates. If you're a single clanmate of mine, I just need one clanmate to join me. I don't need my games to be stupid sweaty. Cross scammed us again. How did I scam you, chat? You sick fuckers, you wanted me to delete his shit today. God, dog in Destiny community. Do you know what you're asking? Brother. How would you, hold on. How would you have felt at the end of deleting all his shit, including his account? You guys, what were y'all would be like? What are you sick? Are y'all gonna be like, y'all feel good about it? Be like, that was nice. I'm gonna go take lunch now. Really? You would feel amazing? I'd be crying on God. I would have been motivated to do the same. Why would I feel any kind of way about someone quitting? I don't know. Maybe it's because we've been playing the same game now for almost a decade. I'm sorry. I kind of feel like this is kind of a community. You know what I mean? Us from all around the world, from all different walks of life, we come together and we care about this one fucking thing so much, it makes us lose our goddamn minds. So I feel kind of, I feel some kind of way whenever someone's about to delete everything and walk away for good. Even if you quit, that's fine. But when you delete everything, I don't even care what game it is. If you delete everything, there's just no returning. You know what I mean? There's no coming back on that. I thought this was just a hub to goon. Yeah, Jesus Christ. All right, I got Tony with me. Chat. We're going to continue doing this.
I sent you the line that Milo wanted you to record. Redeems.
Okay, do I need to record this in Audition or can I record it right here?
I think you could probably record it right here. We could just clip it and send it to him.
All right. The div nerf is seriously making me consider switching to Hunter full time. Really? I have to say that? I didn't see that part. The Hunter full-time part? All right. That was on the second line.
Whoops.
Okay. All right. Look at the camera, say with your chest. Fuck no. All right. Milo got that ass. Just Lance with the sub. Mighty All Daddy. Thank you so much for the 17. J King with the sub. As Pecked with the 5 months. Thank you, man. Let him break free of his addiction. So the Neon, grind the loot in this loot-based game. How rude from Bungie to do that for us. Yeah, right. Thank you for the 569, my man. YouTube guys, everybody on Twitch wanted to see blood. How y'all feeling? Y'all felt like... Are you disappointed? Are you feel good?
I've got over 4,600 HRS on D2O and playing Destiny 1 from the beginning. The last year I haven't been playing D2O a lot anymore, but that's mostly because work.
Hobbs, thank you so much for the 53 months. Yeah, I think people are just getting busier too, yeah. Decky, we'll see, man. All right, where did we end off the other day? I thought it was page 5, right? Yeah, this side. We were like around here. Chad, would you keep this prosecutor? Dragonfly Voltron. Sure, dragon. Shotgun is where you ended off. Okay, PvE, yes. Would you keep this water flight? No, deletes. It's okay. Probably so decent. Probably playing it later day. I feel like I've been edged. Would you keep a 1-2 punch trench barrow sudden death? He was a paid actor. Oh, the guy that we were just Joe's? He was a paid actor? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, completely. Yeah, I actually feel like blinding plus the withering. I'm keeping it. This is my other role. This was shitty. I'm not feeling this one. Would you keep this long arm? No, doing Mass Effect? Not today, guys. We are going to be doing Mass Effect, though. Yes, but it's trash. I think I'm gonna delete it, guys. Inquisitor, good. Box breathing, nature reclaim, good. Heal clip, explosive payload, nature reclaim, keeping it. Nature reclaim, shoot the loot, explosive. Damn, I'm gonna keep both. I guess I'm gonna keep both. Shoot the loot's pretty damn nice. Have you guys used the scout rifle? This thing is so hot. Delete this? No, this is a great scout rifle. Delete all three? Cross is just making excuses not to play Mass Effect. Brother, we have a TWAB today. Everybody's got Destiny on the brain right now. I promise. We're going to play Mass Effect. I promise. Dog, I will put my account online. You will never use this again. This scout rifle. You know what? Fuck you guys. No. We do this. We ride right now. We ride right now. We're going in right now. Chat, give me an eggplant bet right now. Put 3 minutes. Actually, put 4 minutes on the timer while I go take a shit. When I return, I want to see everyone with a 1 or a 2 next to their name. We're fucking doing this thing. Also, hold on. I'm putting another Ascended Alloy here. There we go, baby. We ride. 1 second, guys.
And it's already 11. Well, I guess it's 11:40 for me, but man, we still got a TWAB today. And the Milo court case. I'm curious how that's going to go. There's a court case taking place today. Yes. Cross is the presiding judge. It is Milo versus Salt the Greppo. The great Destiny gear tier debate. I don't know if it's actually about gear tiers, but it's about new loot, old loot, incentive to grind, stuff like that. What do I do for a living? This. Oh, they're definitely memeing Lord Sin. Yeah, it's supposed to. It's. I think there's going to be some serious conversation, but there'll be some jest in there too, for sure. Den of Wolves, we'll see. I actually don't know a ton of info about the launch there. What do I think about the armor? I think the new perks are going to be worth grinding the new armor for. I don't know. My thoughts of the new expansion, guys, I kind of already voiced them earlier. I think there's a lot of good changes, and I think that, like many people would agree, a lot of the stuff that's coming is actually really good stuff that we've asked for. Gear being even better than before. Like, I think we can all agree that the weapons we've gotten over the past year have been better than weapons we've received in the past, just on a perk basis. Like, we've got like different like perks that synergize, Rolling Storm, like stuff in subclass synergy on weapons has been way better. I think we're just going to see more better weapons as well. Execution, people like debate back and forth. Is 10% extra on new weapons good or not? But I do think that all of it's positive, even if there's some content lacking that people want more of.
All right. I better not hear any excuses. Excuses? What are you talking about? Chat, I got my warm-up game, my warm-up game, my neck hurts game. Which excuse you talking about? Has to be comp? No one said it has to be comp. It said 15 kills, right? I'm not a doctor with the 3 months. Thank you so much. Hold on.
I'm gonna hop out, get this clip to Milo. Let me know if you want a fourth for Splitgate.
Sounds good, Luke. My fucking neck. Oh my god, what did I do to my neck? The new weapon should be good enough to not need the 10% bump. You should be good enough to not need a 10% buff. I'm just saying. It's just 10%. Just be better. All right? Just be fucking better. That's all, you know what I mean? You're good, Out Dragon. I'm down to just split gate unless you're running the BR. I'm trying to price an arena, so that's will be ranked next week. Oh, rank's coming out next week. Yeah, I need to get a lot better at the arena then. That's fair. Hold on one second, guys. Chat, what do we think of today's TWAB is going to contain? Will it be a lot of information? Will it be a recap? What are we thinking? Recap. Recap of the stream for sure. Chad, thank you so much to the 2 man. A big nothing burger. It's gonna be extra mid side of fries. Oh man.
Control.
Recap just to get the haters hating. Bungie loves it.
Show your enemy this place belongs to you now.
All right, Chad, I gotta get 15 kills. The way this works is if we get 15 kills, we get to keep the weapon. If we don't, we have to delete it. Bunch of sick bastards.
Enemy claims Zone C. Zone A captured. Zone B captured. You have advantage.
Nice, nice, nice. Nice, nice, nice.
Zone C captured. That's a power play. You took them. Now hold them. Zone B lost. Your legend rose.
No! What? Dude, throwing knives is the problem. I mean, you know what I'm saying? They're a fucking problem. That's some bullshit, dude. You can't tell me he landed that? He fucking landed that? Oh, he got Milo multi-tool. Jarvis turned that into a YouTube short. Alright, I'm trying to get box breathing going.
Enemy has advantage.
Fuck, I can't aim with the shit. Stank. Fuck you. Fuck you so hard. No, no, no. Fuck you. Fuck you so hard. I don't give a shit about the gun. I don't give a shit about this. I don't give a shit about the stream. We're just gonna kill fucking Stank. There we go. There we go. How many was that?
Zone A lost. Enemy has advantage.
God dog it, dude. Are you shitting me again? Another knife? You know what? Fuck you, hunters. Fuck everything you stand for.
Zone A captured. You have advantage.
You guys tell me to push, dude. I got a scout rifle.
That shut them down.
Guys playing so back, so passive with his fucking knives. Come on. The shit is everybody. Shit. Throwing knives will make me god. Cool.
Only 5 minutes left.
I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done. There ain't no fucking way. There is no fucking way. I quit this game and go play Splitgate if I fucking die to another knife.
You shut the enemy.
If I die to another knife, we're going to Splitgate for the rest of the day. Eight. Lovely. Did it. Can we not cap another point? Good lord.
You captured Zone C. You have advantage. Enemy has advantage.
I'm so scared. Oh my god.
Zone C lost. Your enemy has a power play.
Fuck you, Stank. Fuck you.
Three minutes. Zone B captured.
Come on, use those supers. Game, baby. Dude, does none of these blueberries know how to capture a fucking point? Holy shit. Stand on the cap.
Zone B lost. Your enemy has a power play. That shut them down. You captured Zone A.
Very few play objective.
Zone C captured. Zone advantage is yours.
Pitiful, dude. Oh my god, man. Everybody's popping their fucking supers. Nobody's popping a super to counter this shit. Genius, genius. I love it. Let's see if it plays out for us.
Zone A lost. They have advantage. Your enemy is pushing for victory. Punish them for it.
Nope, nope. Not even fucking playing this game. Oh my god, dude fell off the side of the fucking map.
By a team that fights together, stays together. Zone advantage is yours. I envy your strength, Titan. What can stop you if you fight together? Nothing. You're defeated. Fight again.
You know what?
Persistence is key.
Dude, that match was just so off, though. No. We got to run him back. We got to run him back.
The zones are your
We got to run him back, dude. We got to run him back. Dude, that guy's knives completely derailed the stream. Fucking completely derailed the stream. We got to go again. We got to go again. What? No. Also, that was warm-up game. That was the first game of the day. Fuck you, Sting. Fuck everything you stand for. Bro, I absolutely called it. All right, fine. Pay it out to the non-believers and then do another bet. Pay out the non-believers, do another bet. Another! Oh! You fucked me time and time again, Cross. Whoa. Oh my god, this is a terrible map.
Control.
This is such an awful map. I mean, it's not the worst scout rifle map, but yeah.
No zones means no victory. Take them and
Oh, no. It's this map. Oh, Pantheon 2.0. Yeah, this is not a good scout rifle map.
Zone A captured. Enemy claimed Zone C.
Nice, got some. Woo! I got that 3-tap, baby.
Enemy claimed Zone B. They have advantage. Zone B captured. You have advantage.
There we go.
This is amazing.
Oh my God, you just saved my life, brother. You just saved it.
Strength in numbers, Guardian. Excellent.
You win those, Tony. You win those. Tony! Everybody sliding around. Holy shit.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. Together as one. I love you.
Oh, that gave me such a huge verticality there. Ah! Standing to learn to count. It's got to be finishing blows only. I mean, dude, this is not a good scout rifle map. And this is handling itself pretty well. Oh, accept that. Yep. What's our number? 7? Okay.
Zone B lost. Enemy has advantage.
Don't be a bitch. I'll take that, dude. I'll take that 3-tap all day long. God dog it, dude. Did I not get box breathing a proc? That should have been a 2-tap. Here we go.
Aztecross.
Minutes remain. A strong start. Fight on.
Oh. What are we at? Oh, they got unscouts. Okay. Dude, you guys are all giving me different numbers. It's throwing me off badly.
Zone B lost. Enemy has advantage.
Oh, man. Damn, he's one shot. There you go.
3 minutes. You're winning. Stay strong. Zone B captured. You have zone advantage.
There's that 3-tap. Beautiful. That's so fast, too.
Zone B lost. Enemy has zone
Ooh,
advantage.
that Jade Rabbit fucked me up. Where the horde is cheese.
Keep it up. Victory is yours.
Damn, brother, damn.
Does the D in TWID stand for depression?
Oh, it's not looking good, dude. Not looking good. I gotta get one more kill and I can't get it. I can't seem to get any distance.
1 minute. Won't be long now.
Fucking Rat King right on my ass. Bad matchup for sure. Bad matchup for sure.
Zone B captured. You have advantage. A well-fought victory.
Back!
Impressive.
I couldn't get it.
You could give the Rednecks
Yeah.
a lesson in
I don't give a shit. We're keeping the scout rifle. No, it's too good. It's too good. That's not a scout rifle map. The fact that it was even able to snag the kills that it got, I'm fucking keeping it. Y'all can pay at the non-believers. I don't give a damn. I'm keeping it. Bro, you threw twice? Sure, sure. But we're still keeping it. I don't give a fuck. My vault, my scout rifle. The rules mean nothing. Fine! Fuck you guys then. You want me to get rid of the scout rifle? I'm doing it! It's done. It's been done. Look at that. Done. Done. Goodbye. Goodbye, scout rifle. Ah, man. I'm gonna miss the dude. It was such a good weapon. It was such a good weapon. All right, let's move on. Cruel Mercy. Keep it, yes or no? I literally just saw it. I don't know what you're talking about. Would you keep this weapon? Let's move on, chat. Look, chat, we got a lot of weapons to get through. Look, y'all can keep getting hung up on the past, or we can move the fuck on. It's dog shit. All right, let's put it to the test. Let us put it to the test. Cruel Mercy. By the way, that scout rifle that we just used was actually really good. I know the gameplay doesn't necessarily display it, but box breathing on a 200, that's special. Just saying, that's special. Cross, how's that bow? Is it happy? He's made a friend now. I don't know which bow you speak of. the Rahuligan, thank you so much for the sub, my man. Why do we do this if you're not going to delete the roles? Drip, why do we do anything? Let me just say this. It's not about the individuals, you know, moments where we may or may not have deleted what you wanted us to delete. The point is this number not going down? It is. Are we not making progress? We are. Why get hung up on the little small, minute details that overall would just hinder us if we spend too much attention on them to begin with? Instead, let's focus on the trajectory. Whether we have peaks and troughs, the matter is that we are still heading the direction that we need to go. And 566 out of 700 means progress is taking place. Chad, thank you so much for the 5. I have no confidence in your gameplay ability today, Cross. Yeah, don't blame you. I slept like shit last night. No, I honestly would bet against this. I slept like absolute ass. Yeah, 2 dead sales. Yes. You have 2 wither hordes? Not that I know. No. Serves you right? That's so mean. The shadow. Not even my worst enemy. Even my worst enemies out there, I hope they get good sleep. It's incredibly important.
Control.
Fury Ranga. Thank you so much, man, for the gift of sub. This is gonna be a tough map to do this on.
Capture and defend, Guardians. Enemy claimed Zone A. Zone C captured.
God, dog, why everybody's so sweaty today?
You
What the
have advantage.
shit? Tony, I don't like playing with you. Everybody's sweating their balls off.
Zone C lost.
Fuck me.
Zone A captured. You have zone advantage.
This is rough. I may have to delete this roll. Here's the thing. One weapon a day, 1 weapon per episode, we can go against the bet. We've already cashed in on our 1 weapon we could save. Power Rolls got fishing now? All right. Yo, can somebody just jump in front of my fucking reticle? God damn it, and just not shoot back?
Zone A lost.
Nice. Nice. He's got his ass.
Zone advantage is yours.
I think we're also up against pretty good players too. Fuck me.
Zone A lost. Zone B captured. You have advantage.
Oh.
Zone C lost. Zone A captured.
What, we got 2 kills right now?
Zone B lost. Zone C captured.
Man,
You
we
have
can't get
zone
shit going.
Strength in numbers, Guardian. Excellent. Zone A lost. One after another. Zone B captured. You have advantage. Zone C lost.
Yep. No, man, dude just can't win ones against Rose.
Zone B lost. Your enemy has a power play. Zone A captured.
I'm laggy like fuck, dude.
5 minutes remaining. Zone C captured. Zone advantage is yours. Zone B captured. Power play. Keep the pressure on. Zone B lost.
Damn, dude. That fucking spawn back there. Literally just killed that guy.
You have zone
Scam incoming? No, no scam here. I will say it's an unfortunate map, though. Ah, dog, dude.
What can stop you if you fight together? Nothing. Zone B lost. Zone C lost. Power play. Enemy has your zone.
Still
Zone
9.
Captured. 3 minutes. You're winning. Stay strong.
Why do I keep believing? I don't know. I feel like we should give it another game, though, guys. Just to delete this, we're gone off of just this one game. It just feels wrong.
Zone C captured. You have advantage. Zone A lost. You captured Zone B. Zone advantage is yours. Zone C lost. enemy
Just delete that shit.
almost won.
What are we at, 10?
Zone A captured. You have zone advantage. Zone B lost. Zone C captured. You have zone
Yeah, dude, that follow-up shot is just not there. Oh my god, it's keeping him one shot. Rip.
Zone A lost. Zone advantage is yours. I could not ask for a better victory. Your victory
TWAB
gives the
drops?
city
No.
hope, Guardian.
We made it to 11. Delete that shy cross. So I've got two roles. I've got this role. That's my PvE role that we're keeping. And that doubles up as like a PvE role and a PvP role. That's got Ricochet. Okay, this is also Ricochet. Oh my god, we had the wrong mod on. Fellas, that's it. We had the wrong mod on. I was wondering what was going on. Yeah. Can you believe that shit? We gotta go again. We gotta go again. Yeah, let's run back. Let's run back, guys. Yep. We had the wrong mod on. What do we say? It was the wrong mod. That makes all the difference. You know what I mean? That's the difference between ELO. A lot of ELO. A lot of ELO differences there. Dude, I think my body's like fighting off some shit. I don't know, man. I just feel run down. Can you, in your 30s, can you not just take a normal trip anymore without it being fucking exhausting?
Control.
Howdy from Canada. Stop eating trash food. Crimson, I guarantee I eat better than you. 1000%.
Show me you can take ground. Hold the zone. Zone A captured.
Are you taking vitamins? Of course.
Zone C.
The amount of testicles I eat and liver on a regular basis, brother, you can't touch this shit. You fucking can't touch this shit.
Zone B.
You live in America and you don't eat better?
Advantage is yours.
Well, I mean, depends on where, if you eat out. Of course, if you eat out.
Keep the pressure on. Zone A lost.
You know what? All this anti-American shit. You know what? I'm about getting sick of this shit. So what? We've got a little bit of poison in our food, huh? You live in an inflamed diet. Who gives a damn?
Zone B lost. Enemy has advantage.
Whatever other underlying diseases may occur from it. This is goddamn America. If I want 200 chemicals in my French fries, I can have it. Maybe I want to eat that hamburger 12 months from now. And it'll still be edible. Somewhat.
Zone A captured.
Oh, y'all completely derailing me from this shit right now. I'm trying to, I need to focus up right here. I need to focus up. This is what I'm gonna. God dog it, dude. God dog it, dude. I got people spawning all around. I got. Calm down, get my kills. I've been derailed. Cross, go eat at Arby's and get in Louisiana. Yeah, don't ever fucking do that.
Keep the pressure on.
Fuck! Fuck this weapon. Try keep away. Maybe keep away's a little bit better.
Zone B lost. They have advantage.
Fucking damage fall off on this bitch. Lovely. Cross payout. It should be double because you scam. Okay, yeah. Swapping parts smells like a scam. What the fuck's wrong with y'all? I've gotten one kill this whole game.
Zone B captured. Zone advantage is yours.
No, you piece of shit, Blueberry. Fuck! Tony, I blame you right now. Okay, that actually feels a lot better.
Zone C lost. They have advantage. Zone A captured. You have advantage.
Hold on, watch this. Yes. You piece of shit. Pick thy face, Michael. It's already bad enough I gotta run into you and comp all the fucking time.
Zone B lost.
Oh my
They have
god.
advantage.
Ah!
You have zone advantage. Zone A lost.
I'm going in solo. No, I'm trying to play these. I just realized that this was on our team too, dude.
You
Like,
have zone advantage.
we are playing with gamers right now. This is a problem. Cruel Mercy is not that good. It's good. It's not that fucking good.
Five minutes remain. A strong start. Fight on.
Nice. Scamming up. Then don't keep it. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go in solo. Just hold on. Michael stream sniped us. Oh, we do have a rule. If thou stream snipes us, voids the bet. Voids the bet. God damn it. These are rules set in place from long ago. Before yours or mine time. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. We'll see if we can get some sort of appeal process.
Zone A captured. You have zone advantage.
Here's what I can do. We can refund and start another bet. That's my best. That's the best thing I could do. You know what I'm saying?
Zone C lost.
We can refund, start another one. Bro, I'm not ever betting again. Brother! You lie? Don't lie. You fucking lying right now. You ain't ever betting again. Bullshit. Let me delete your eggplants right now. If that's the case, let me delete your eggplants. You okay with that? Everyone that wants me to delete your eggplants, please now speak. This is a perfect opportunity for you to step away. You've lost 2 times. Payouts. No, we got stream snipes. Got stream snipes, guys. Yep. I hate it. It do be like that sometimes. Do be like that. Mods, refund and start another stream.
Strength in numbers, Guardian. Excellent. 3 minutes. You're winning. Stay strong.
There we go. I mean, start another bet. Dude, I'm tired, dude. I didn't sleep right the fuck last night. Sometimes your children at 12:30 in the morning decide to party.
Zone advantage is yours.
And you have no choice but to party with them. And man, my daughter had to pick you last night to do that.
You're nearly there. Fight on and claim victory.
Refund my 90,000. It's been refunded. Yeah, start another one. Start another bet. Excuses. Bullshit. You know what? You fucking go have some kids. Tell me how fucking optimal you are every day, motherfucker. I'm constantly whapping. You know, the fact that we even able to day 1 raid with a child debuff is incredible.
Zone advantage is yours.
I've been working with this debuff for years.
Not ask for a better victory.
Yeah, we'll go again. I got 4. True statement.
Zones controlled. Targets eliminated.
All right, we go again. We go again right now. Will we get 15 kills with this gun? No, seriously. If we don't get 15 kills this time, I will delete it. I will delete it. I will be done. Really stretching this content. Oh, Destiny's got just a bunch of other shit for us to do right now. Yeah. Yeah. Does it now? Tell me. Right at the 9? Cooking, baby. Right? It's fucking cooking. Hi, Tony. Lock and cross. Build battles. Turns out, considering how much builds are going to be changing in the next expansion, people don't really give a fuck about our current builds. Yeah. Yeah. Blue Longs with the sub. Fury with the sub. Kick ass the sky. Cooner with the subs. Thank you, man. Cooner, hope you're doing well, dude. Today is my birthday, Cooner. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, brother. Did you see the pre-orders for Edge of Fate? Yeah. I did. Oh, this game is already ongoing. It is void. Despite everything, I'm still a believer. I love that. Let's go, baby. Yes, yes.
Zone A captured. That's a power play. You took them. Now hold them.
This map is
Zone
8.
C lost.
Sounds like a skill issue. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm not gonna lie, this pulse rifle's dick. I think I just take, I mean, Nullify just seems like it has such a tighter bullet spread. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Christopher, you keep doing that shit. We're gonna be cooking, baby.
3 minutes. You're winning. Stay strong.
It's almost like we told you that. You guys play this game?
Zone C captured. Zone advantage is yours.
Get the fuck out of here. Win. God dog it. We ain't getting shit going. I don't play dead games. Contain.
Zone A captured.
That's
a power
so
play.
edgy of you.
You took them. Now hold them.
So you say you play live games, right?
Zone
play
C
live
lost.
games.
I've seen enough. I'm calling this one.
What the fuck are these bets so long for?
I could not ask for a better victory.
I play live. Whoa!
You fight like a demon for these zones. Bring me your friends. I need more.
That's pretty cool.
like you.
That's cool. Doesn't matter. The bet starts now. All right, we're going in for another one. This is it. This is the last one, guys. To be honest with you, look, man, I'm gonna be if this one doesn't pop, if this doesn't pop in this game right here, I'm deleting this role and this role. We will never use Cruel Mercy inside of PvP again. We will move the fuck on. What is my number one thing I'm most excited for in Edge of Fate? You guys bitching. I'm so looking forward to it. It's gonna be an implosion of bitching nonstop. You know what I mean? It's gonna start day 1. It's gonna continue to ramp up into the raid. It's gonna peak all the way into August. I want to see how bad it gets to. No, like peak complaining. And it will be valid. Maybe, maybe not. Edge of Fate could come out and it could be absolutely terrible, and you guys are right. Or it could be amazing. What if it bottles the balls just right, huh? We're all gonna be back swinging lightsabers in 6 months. Potentially. Yeah. Sarge, I would be playing Trials with people tomorrow, but this chat talked a bunch of shit yesterday. No, the day before. And said that we get carried every week in Trials. So tomorrow, we're actually going to be playing Trials solo. The Notorious with the 16 months. Thank you so much. We did. Comrade and I actually, we're going to be talking about Chrono Odyssey here soon. Can't wait to blast Han Solo in Destiny. Do you think the tease Renegades is to keep some hype alive because they know Edge of Fate won't hit?
Control.
No, I think if they're trying to sell a year of content, they got to show something, Alexander. You know what I'm saying? They got to show something. Joe's the Penguin Trials with me? Yes.
I know you can.
We will. Let me do my solo run first and then we'll do it together. Probably get less in there.
Enemy claimed Zone A. Zone C captured.
God dog it, man. God dog it.
Enemy claimed Zone B.
Okay. It just is not able to follow up. All right. Do better. Lovely. Just misses fire. Look what they get this up. Thank you so much.
Zone A captured. You have advantage.
Oh, this pulse rifle is so dick, dude. I just realized I'm up against Stank again. Yo, this fucking group chat, text clan chat, you take that shit to a fucking Discord. Will I ever go back to the finals? Oh, yeah. Dude.
Your enemy can't kill if they're dead. Gains the lead. One after another. Zone C lost. Zone B captured. You have advantage.
Wow. Oh, not today, motherfucker. Desperado, but you just gotta get Desperado going. Yeah, GG's. How many are we at?
Two for one.
God dog it, dude. Fucking the follow-up on that shit is so ass. Should I put counterbalance on this bitch?
Zone C captured. That's a power play. You
Try
took
maybe
them.
counterbalance.
Now
What's the recoil at?
hold. 5 minutes remain. A strong start. Fight on. Zone A lost. Two for one.
Damn, dude.
Zone C lost.
What's our number right now? Dude, it just doesn't handle flinch for the fuck.
Zone C captured. Zone advantage is yours. Zone B lost. 3 minutes. You're winning. Stay strong. Almost there. What can stop you if you fight together? Nothing.
Where are we at? 13 right now? Fuck, dude.
Together as one. I love it. Double down. A victory well executed. Impressive. You could
That was a melee. Oh, that was a melee. You're at 14? Yeah. Dude, this gun sucks ass. No. I don't know. I've never had to work this hard to get 15 kills for a weapon. I'm good. I have no qualms with deleting that shit. That's 2 spots open for us. You're playing like a pussy? Normally, I really care about my believers not getting paid out right now. I feel for you. But in this particular case, lick thy ass. 2s. Enjoy thy eggplants. I didn't tell you to make... Look, after watching me for 3 games not get 15 kills, then you should probably know by now we're probably not going to get fucking 15. If you bet on that optimistically thinking we were going to somehow pull that out of our ass, dude, that's on you. That's fucking on you, dude. Pay out my non-believers. In this case, this is bringing me much joy. Watching believers get fucked live here at twitch.tv/Aztecross. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Gaki Rebirth Pizza. Oh, look at all those eggplants. Everybody say goodbye to them. Bye-bye. Holy shit. That's a beautiful thing to watch. All right. We've got a TWAB here in 5 minutes, everybody. Ferris with a 5. Get the subs. Ferris, thank you, man. I'm keeping this roll, though. Dad, please drop some love and eggplants. Solo score, keeping that. Hothead, would you keep this? You need 100 for arrowhead break, or with arrowhead break for recoil direction. I don't give a shit, dude. Cruel Mercy does not feel good. There were moments that I may try to farm up a different PvP role, but I really like Nullify, even though people look at it as more of a PvE weapon. All right, delete Hothead. Okay. That was such a classic, though. Reed's Regret. Vice, Vorpal, Triple Tap. Would you keep it? Yes or no? I mean, you know. I mean, it was a classic at one time. It was a classic. I guess I could delete this after. Equals edge. We'll keep it. I haven't been using it, but we'll keep it. Cataclysmic. Oh man, dude, this was the meta. Y'all remember this shit was the meta? This shit was the meta. Curie with the 3 months. Thank you. Vorpo's ass now. Yeah. I'm gonna keep Throne. We'll keep that. Oh, this is a crafting roll. Okay. I about to say, what the fuck? I'll just keep it just so I don't have to reforge this shit again. I'm keeping it so I don't have to reforge, okay? A Cascade Wendigo. Auto loading holster, would you keep it? Bro, those are all craftables, just delete. Acid Viper. You think I'm rich around here? Huh? You want to look at this inventory? You see this? 3 Ascended Alloys, motherfucker. You think I got enough to be deleting everything? No. This whole, like, just delete all your crafted weapons. Fuck that. Okay? Poverty. Live within your means. My means is don't delete shit yet. Don't delete weapons that you would have to remake again, possibly. This shit was good at Pantheon. It was, wasn't it? What a time, right? What a time. All right, so get rid of this Wendigo. Unwavering Duty, Adept. Oh, we're dropping frames. Hold on. Okay. Turn this music off. Another week, boys, and another TWAB. This week in Destiny, we opened more doors. Some can call them portals into the Edge of Fate's Kepler's destination, Armor 3.0, and our brand new gear tiering system. There's been so much to share lately, and today is no different. We'll be chatting more about our goals for the new systems and sharing more details about our updated season pass, the rewards pass. Here's the breakdown. Say the date again, live stream recap, Armor 3.0, abilities balance tuning, season pass updates, Bungie Day is coming soon, so let's dig in. If is there ever such a thing as a W-TWAB? Y'all shut the fuck up. We fucking had a great TWAB last week. Shut the fuck up. No. Seriously. We had a fantastic TWAB last week. And y'all sitting there just talking yo shit. Now, I don't know how today's TWAB's going to go. But hold on. I'm sorry. Let me back up. Because right now, we've got a lot of people watching. And you know, we're looking at this week at Bungie right now. So let me say this a little more diplomatically. Lick thy ass. Lick it good. I want you to start from the back today, though, guys. I'm feeling a little special. Start from the back. Work your way up to the front, all right? Instead of stopping in the middle, though, make your way all the way to the front and just work on that area, baby. Work on that and just kind of just back it back down. Back it back to the middle. You know what I'm saying? All right, tune into our next developer stream. This week was all about Armor 3.0, gear tiers, and sandbox. Next week, let's chat a bit more about Kepler and what's coming with the Edge of Fates. Join us on Tuesday, July the 1st at 10 a.m. Pacific for our second The Edge of Fate developer live stream. We're planning to give you a glimpse of the campaign, crank up the difficulty with the new road tier system, and let you see how this and all the other new sandbox changes come together. All right? I'm actually really curious about the whole road tier system here. We also have the dev team on the floor ready to share many details about power, progression, the portal, guardian ranks, quality of life changes, and more. Tune in July the 1st. Okay, so we'll be live for that as well. Everyone watching our developer stream on Bungie Twitch channels for at least 15 minutes with their Bungie account linked will earn the Observer Effect emblem as a Twitch drop. Nice. All right. Okay, are you guys... Does this next stream intrigue some of you? Is that hot? Anybody turned on? Yeah? No? God damn it. What the fuck? Man. This TWAB is ass. So recap. All right, let's continue. Aeonians and Exiles and the 9 Oh My. If you couldn't attend our first live stream for the Edge of Fate, we've got your back. First up, here's a developer inside discussing Kepler and new destinations that's home to Aeonians and the Exiles, the circumstances that have shaped their existence and the conflict they find themselves in. Also, new destination abilities, baby. Yeah. Our developers also got to share more information about the new gear tiering system, where weapons and armor can gain bonuses the higher the tier, seasonal gear and artifact, and how they would interact with each other, plus Armor 3.0. Let's get it, baby. Let's get it. Department of External Observations, Instant Archive item number 0881957. Okay, classification, anomalous object, filed by Audit Agent Perry. Description: a leather-bound binder locked by a numeric code black, filled with documentation regarding space and blank. The binder is scarred with an unknown residue, like rubberized mold. An addition has been made to the pages within blank. Otherwise, the binder itself appears to retain its original properties and pages. Are we getting lore right now? Contains classified information. Information has been stricken from this audit. Agents may request access directly from Dear Moffat? Report the DEO binder disappeared from the DEO test site on 3/20th, 19 something. What? 19! Ah, damn it. That's our error. Look at that. An anomalous object was found in the back lot outside of DEO site number 7 on the ground. It has been confirmed on 3 separate occasions that this object is, in fact, the very same blank binder that the Internal Institute initiated this audit to recover. 1969? I don't know. 19 something. I fucking hate Cross sometimes. Hoax, you always hate me. Let's not get that twisted. This is Oppenheimer's Goon Diary. There's no missing information, but the DEO cannot assume the information within has not been copied. And in addition to the binder's content brings up questions of its origin, the II will transfer an investigation of this matter to a more appropriate internal department equipped to analyze temporal blank. Look at the last 4 numbers in the top. Oh, 1957. What does it mean? What does it mean, chat? Wait, this is about Destiny, not Marathon? This is about Destiny. Yes. Discover more lore with the Year of Prophecies Collector's Edition, now available on the Bungie store. Oh, okay. All right. So it's something to do with what we think is 1957. Time travel stuff, likely where Lodi comes from. What? We're going to go back in time just like 1999 in Warframe. It was the era that Lodi was taken. He's from way far back. Okay. Lodi is from Old Chicago. 1957, the year Cross was born. All right, new armor for a new beginning. Armor 1.0 laid the groundwork. Armor 2.0 built upon it with more perks and flair. And Armor 3.0 adds a whole new layer that will allow more build crafting opportunities than ever before. Here to talk about that is our Destiny 2 armor team. It's been a while since our core armor system received a refresh, hasn't it? Armor 2.0 has been with us since the release of the Shadowkeep and has been iterated upon with each release since. From the introduction of stasis, aspects, and fragments to release of prismatic subclass, it's held strong as the world changed around it. It's about time we gave it a well-earned refresh. With the release of Edge of Fate, any new armor release will use the Armor 3.0 system. Don't worry, the armor rows you already have won't change. They'll just have their stats moved over. 1-to-1, as described a couple weeks ago. While the system was featured in the developer insight video linked above, here's a quick overview of how things will work. Set bonuses. Think of set bonuses like an origin trait for armor, a reflection of the armor's theme that you can fold into the way your build plays. Set bonuses are perks granted when you equip 2 and 4 pieces of armor from the same set. This allows you to either blend 2 separate sets or to commit 2 bonuses from the same set. Each set bonus has been built with both approaches in mind, and we're looking forward to seeing what you creative guardians manage to put together with these new tools. Now, the benefits that set bonuses provide cover a pretty wide range of options, from brand new effects to more familiar tools in a new package. We've included a pair of examples below, and we've got quite a few more in store at launch. So if you prefer something better suited for staying in the fight, Or for Crucible dueling, there will be plenty of new toys to pick from. So right here we have the Aeon Renewal, the 2-piece perk. Force Converter after a final blow with missiles, rocket launchers, and grenade launchers. Sprint for a short time to gain speed booster. We saw this the other day. The 4-piece right here, Reactive Booster. Once per activation of anomalous servos, sprinting while at critical health, being suspended or being slowed by status effect will immediately grant speed booster for a short duration. So Tech Sec, Wrecker. You deal significantly increased kinetic damage to overshields, combatant shields, and constructs. Okay, that's the 2-piece. Concussive rounds. Defeating powerful combatants or breaking a combatant's shield with kinetic damage releases a disorienting kinetic shockwave. Okay. Interesting. Microcosm. Yeah, something microcosm. Yeah. So it says defeating powerful combatants or breaking combatant's shield with kinetic damage releases this shockwave. And then there's so many things too that fall under the threshold of constructs. I'd actually have to go back and take a look at the list. Randy's with under, over, and kinetic trimmers meta. Under, over, plus kinetic trimmers. Yeah. Yeah, no. I get where you're coming from. Yeah, basic. We'd have to take a look at that. Because like Briggs, wouldn't that apply to Briggs? Or no. What is... Deconstruct deals sustained damage against, grants bonus damage against vehicles. Oh, vehicles and constructs. Ah, okay. We would have to take a look at it. Yeah, Brig is a vehicle. I mean, this is okay, I guess. You know, I'm. You know, show me the spice, Bungie. Show me the spice. Where's the good shit? Armor archetypes. One of the major focuses for us when redesigning how armor works in the Edge of Fate was clarity. Not only do these changes help newer Guardians acclimate to more complex build crafting, but they also help experienced players quickly evaluate individual armor drops to decide what is best fit for their build. Armor archetypes are a key part of that effort. Now, each Armor 3.0 drop has a randomly selected armor archetype. Each of the 6 available archetypes are themed around a specific playstyle and determine the 2 highest stats on each piece of armor. Each piece of armor will also roll with a territory.
Tertiary.
Oh, dude, we fucking killed that shit.
Tertiary.
Tertiary. Oh, okay. Third in order or level. Related to or denoting the first... Okay, that's not it. Tertiary. Tertiary. That's nice. That's a hot word. Each piece of armor will also roll with a tertiary or lowest stat randomly selected from the remaining 4 stats. Tertiary. Where else can we use that? Secondary and then tertiary. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Give me another sentence. Tertiary. No, tertiary. The third line is tertiary. Can I use it in a sentence? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What way we can use this in a sentence here. Wastewater treatment uses tertiary treatment. What? Cross's skill is tertiary in his trial squad. The fuck did you just say to me? Fuck you guys. The primary highest and secondary second highest stats determined by your archetype make armor reliably spiky. We've also updated the armor of Ghost Mods to increase the odds of a specific archetype dropping to make seeking out the best armor for you easier. Overall, we found the system makes it much easier to earn armor where its stats are landing where you need them to be, rather than in stats you don't want for your build. So Paragon, super primary, melee secondary. Grenadier, grenade primary, super secondary. Specialist, class primary, weapons secondary. Brawler, melee primary, health secondary. Bulwark, health primary, class secondary. Gunner, weapons primary, grenade secondary. Okay. So the Bungie, I guess they're purposely leaving out weapons and super. Y'all notice that? Purposely leaving that out. I want specialist then. It's right there. Liv, can you not fucking read? Weapons and super in the same fucking shit. Grenade and melee. That'd be too much fun. You know I can't read. I know. We're both from Louisiana. Yeah. Yeah, no. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, so super and weapons is not, they don't have an archetype for that. That's obviously the stat that we're going to be building into. Or at least those are the two stats I'm going to be building into the most. Absolutely. Few combinations missing there. Yeah, probably. All right, so masterworking. With all the new and shiny armor set bonuses to try out, we wanted to make sure that it was easy to try out a new piece of armor. So we've updated the masterworking system for any Armor 3.0 drops. All Armor 3.0 drops will have their maximum armor energy available regardless of masterwork level. Masterworking armor no longer increases all stats. The amount granted by the primary, secondary, and tertiary. And tertiary stats rolled will not change with the exception of armor mods. Masterworking now increases your lowest 3 stats on that piece of armor by +1 with each level. This is a maximum of +5 in each or +15 stats total. Okay. So it's obviously still going to be worth masterworking, you know. But that's good. You can try it out. You know what I mean? Gear tiers. A piece of gear's tier represents its quality and strength compared to other legendary drops. For example, higher tier weapons can drop with enhanced perks, special weapon mods, and at tier 5, unique visual effects. For armor, this primarily influences the total stats of each piece of gear. However, tiers 4 and 5 have a couple extra bonuses and extra mod energy going to 11. At tier 4, so that's at tier 4, and a randomly selected tuned stat at tier 5. Ooh. Tier 5 armor will also always drop with a perfect stat roll of 30 in its primary stats and 25 in its secondary stat and 20 in its tertiary stats. Oh, right there in the tush, baby. That's some good shit right there. All right. That's hot. So a huge emphasis on getting the higher tier stuff. You know what I mean? Tier 5 looking juice. Yeah. This is just basic rare and legendary with extra steps. This is just basic rare and legendary. Well, no, the stat distributions here are much higher. This is where we live right now. We live in this area. It's kind of where we live. You can possibly get up into this potentially, but tier 5 is ass. You know you're going to be doing more damage, right? With tier 5 weapons and taking less damage with tier 5 armor. Class items have stats too. Yeah. Tier 5 will make me gone. Bait used to be believable. Yeah. It won't matter in the next season. Oh, are you guys saying that this system is going to suck because after 6 months, we'll have to farm for another armor set and another set of tier 5s? Ooh. That's a good point. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Oh no, I need to play the game. Imagine farming in an MMO. Look. Here's the thing. No. I see your point. I see your point. We get a whole 6 months though. Come on. It's like Destiny's becoming Genshin Impact. We got waifus. Because let me just say, Bungie, you can always pull that card. Worst comes to worst, but more in the hot tub. All right? Make it a part of a social hub. That shit would sell.
Oh no, my 15% damage reduction. Guess I'll just die.
There you go, Ceramix. RNG is too shit for 6 months sunsetting. Well, they say it's going to be better, but hold on, we'll continue. Armor with a tune stat has access to a tuning mod slot, allowing you to choose between moving 5 stats from any other stat to your tune stat or balance tuning, which increases the armor's 3 lowest stats by 1. With all these changes, you might think that your current armor just won't cut it anymore. But that is not the case. Legacy gear will still be useful and a great on-ramp to the new system. We'll have more information on how to earn higher gear tiers, specifics on weapon tiers, and more in an upcoming article. That's probably going to be the blog post next Wednesday. Okay. All right, so this is some of the new gear here that they're showing. We saw this the other day as well. We also took a look at the seasonal gear and refactored it into new gear to provide focus for build crafting throughout the game's various activities. New gear can offer more lethality and PvE content, drop with seasonal bonus power, and receive bonuses from the current seasonal artifact. It is easily identifiable with a unique colored border, and icon background, so that you'll always be able to find it. Specific weapons will also be considered new gear. There will even be an exclusive PvP playlist where players must use new gear to face off against each other, with the intention of being to create a more even playing field for newer players and to test out builds for those who want to experiment. Hot damn it. So you're telling me there's going to be a PvP playlist. You can't play it unless you're rocking the new shit. Hey, man. Look. I'll take it. I'll take it. Absolutely. As many people every single season that rock the same shit day one, I am so sick of seeing the same overused bullshit in this meta. We knew about this already. Oh, did y'all? Did y'all know about this? I'm going to be honest with you. I knew about this a long time ago. I just didn't know NDAs and whatever. Sometimes I get my timelines mixed up. Did y'all know about this already? I didn't know. Was this information already out? This was my surprise face. Damn. We knew. Okay. All right. Well, I don't know. Fucking dope. It's dope. It's good. It's good shit. Hey, man. We're happy, huh? I don't know shit. New gear will include a 10% bonus for weapon damage and a 50% bonus for damage resistance. These bonuses will not apply to PvP or the contest mode of the upcoming raid. Oh! Or the contest mode of the upcoming raid. There it is. There it is, everybody. That means you... I mean, to be honest with you, I would be very surprised if any of us got any tier 5 sets going into the raid. You know what I mean? Huge L. I mean, dude, you got 2 days. How many of you were y'all planning on not sleeping? Were you just gonna stay up for fucking 100 hours straight and just grind your asses off for tier 5 gear? Yeah. I think this is fine. You know what I mean? You're not going to be able to get tier 5 gear at launch. Yeah. We'll have additional information at a later date on how the system works, what gear qualifies, and more. Look, guys. I mean, look, here's the thing, man. I want my gear to mean something. All right? And let's just be real. Do any of you give a shit about seasonal gear? Seriously. You've been probably rocking the same Artifice set now for years. Do any of you ever or have ever cared about seasonal armor? I don't give a shit about it. I wish the armor and its gear sets would be enough to make me use it over everything else. And maybe it will. Maybe it would. But a little more damage resist? Okay. Actually, a lot of damage resist? 15% is significant. That's significant. Just the ornaments. I have had triple 100 and I've called it a day. I've just called it a day for years. Yeah. Didn't DMG say 10% instead of 15%? It's 10% more damage for your weapons, 15% more damage resist. Right? Right? No. Dude, let me just say this. This right here, the PvP playlist where players use new gear to face off against each other. Bungie. There should be a weekend inside of Trials where you have to have the new gear. Just, not all the time. Just one weekend inside of Trials where people have to have the new gear. I think that would be so much fun. Yeah, new gear, new weapons. Absolutely. That involves the new weapons. Low population. Fuck it, I don't give a shit. Send it. Iron Banner, maybe. There would be outrage. Dude, the PvP community is always unhappy. It's okay. You know what I mean? The population is already low. It's fine. You know what I mean? Even lower population, dude, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. They would have to make the rewards juicy. This whole community is a bitch fest. That's right. Bunch of bitches. Bunch of bitches. Hold on. I need a better keyboard warrior meme. Okay. All right. Exotic armor. Long term, we hope to eventually add support for exotics to access the benefits of higher tiers using a dedicated system that reflects their nature as a unique centerpiece in your builds. Although this system won't be ready for the Year of Prophecy, we wanted to make sure that exotic armor could benefit from armor archetypes in the reworked masterworking system. While your existing roles will be converted 1-to-1 to the new stats, new drops of exotic armor will be upgraded to Armor 3.0. This means they will have their stats determined by archetypes, receive the new masterworking system, and drop with full mod energy by default. While these drops will not have a specific gear tier, their stats will roll as they were tier 2, 58 to 63 total stats, and once mastered, this should be comparable to all but the very best Armor 2.0 rolls. Now, to make this transition a little bit easier, 81 will be offering 20 free focus exotic armors per account to anyone who has tower access prior to the release of Edge of Fate. This special focusing will be available throughout the Year of Prophecy and will allow you to focus any non-class item exotic from the Final Shaper before with an archetype of your choice as long as you have it unlocked in collections. Holy shit. As for the exotic class items, they are the only armor from before the Edge of Fate that will be converted fully into the new system. Each one will receive the maximum stats available for an exotic, 30 in the primary stat, 20 in the secondary stat, and 13 in the tertiary stat. The Tushy stat. In the Tushy stat, we'll get a 13 in the Tushy stat. To prevent this from massively increasing the number of possible class item rolls, these stats will be assigned based on their rolled perks. The archetype being determined by the left column perk and the Tushy stat by the right column perk. However, this does mean that they can no longer be upgraded to the Artifice armor and will lose any existing Artifice mod slots. All right, so Okay. Mm. So this will be fully converted. So let's talk about this real quick, guys. How do we feel about the exotics here? First up, 8 of 1 will be offering 20 free focus exotic armors per account to anyone who has tower access prior to release of Edge of Fates. And do we want to just hoard our exotic Ingrams too? Tier 2 is hot garbage. Yeah, so right here it says your existing rolls will be converted 1-to-1 to new stats. New drops of exotic armor will be upgraded to armor 3.0. This means they will have their stats determined by archetypes, receive the new masterwork system, and drop at full mod energy by default. While these drops will not have a specific gear tier, their stats will roll as if they were tier 2. I wonder why gear 2. I mean, not gear 2, tier 2. Why tier 2? It shouldn't be tier 3. Well, I mean, if for the conversion, I would think. But this is for new drops, right? 63 is not horrible. Oh, dude, I don't know about you guys. I don't keep 63 stat roll exotics. Do y'all? I fucking delete that shit. For me, 67 or more. Like, it has to be 67, 68. That's 63 is like an automatic shard. I do 65 plus. I got you. I mean, yeah, sure. If you're okay with that. Me, 67 minimum. It'll be 63 plus the 15 after the masterwork. I get. Okay. Scroll up tier 2 is 73, 78 masterwork. Okay. Yeah, 73, 78. Did Bungie say why exotic armor pieces, or is it just one of those things they're rolling it out for legendaries first and then they're going to return to exotics? So like, why isn't exotics getting the update right now? My only concern with this is like, when this put us in a situation where we are regrinding exotics, not once but twice, right? It's like right now I'm actually in the process of getting all of my exotics with high mobility, which I never do, especially for Titan Warlock. But mobility converts to weapons. But then if I was to regrind exotics again post-launch, I'll be capped at tier 2. And then when it finally gets the upgrade, then I regrind exotics again for tier 5. You're not thinking about it right? Okay, Rose, please hit me with it. Hit me with it. If I'm misunderstanding this, tell me, brother. What you got? This base stat is way higher than before. Of course it is, because we can all go to 200. Of course they're going to be higher stats than it is currently in our system that has us capped at 200. The point I'm making is you're going to grind for exotic pieces with the stat distributions that you want post-launch, but it'll be capped at tier 2, which means you will eventually have to regrind those same exotic pieces again for tier 4s and tier 5s. Your existing exotics aren't getting brought down to tier 2. New exotics you get from Ada are tier 2. When they introduce the additional tiers for exotics, there will be tier 5 exotics. There's no reason to grind for exotics now. Let's just reread this one more time. Long term, we hope to eventually add support for exotics to access the benefits of higher tiers using a dedicated system that reflects their nature as a unique centerpiece in your builds. Although this system won't be ready for the year of prophecy, so the whole year, we wanted to make sure that exotic armor could benefit from armor archetypes in the reworked masterworking system. While your existing roles will be converted 1-to-1 to the new stats, new drops of exotic armor will be upgraded to Armor 3.0. This means they will have their stats determined by archetypes, receive the new masterworking system, and drop with full mod energy by default. While these drops will not have a specific gear tier, their stats will roll as if they were tier 2, 58 to 63 total stats, and once masterworked, this should be comparable to all but the very best Armor 2.0 rolls. So, your current armor will be comparable to a masterworked tier 2 armor. Your best Armor 2.0 rolls will be comparable to a tier 2 masterworked exotic armor. Oh, this should be comparable to all but the very best Armor 2.0 rolls. Okay. So your best Armor 2.0 rolls will still be slightly better. So I guess almost tier 3, right? Essentially tier 3. New drops will be tier 2. Existing is 1-to-1. I know, you dumb fucks. I'm asking. The current. Look. Everyone's saying current is going to be 1-to-1. It's still going to be tier fucking 3 at max. It's not fucking tier 5. I know. While your existing rolls will be converted 1-to-1 to the new stats, new drops of exotic armor will be upgraded to Armor 3.0. But this right here, once masterworked, this will be comparable to all but the very best Armor 2.0 rolls, which tells me Armor 2.0 rolls that we currently have, like our adept weapons that are holofoils or shinies, are equivalent to tier 3s. It's tier 3s. That's the cap. It's the fucking cap. So hold up. Is it best to farm exotics now? Is it best to lock in your highest stat roll Armor 2.0 rolls right now before Edge of Fates? If your best Armor 2.0 rolls is a tier higher or slightly better than a tier 2 masterworked, so we have to wait. The main thing is this. Tier 5 exotics are not armors. Tier 5 exotics are not going to be hitting us until next year. And by next year, I mean after the year of prophecy, which is this entire year. right? Yeah, the entire year through Renegades. That's the main takeaway. Okay. I'm curious to know what it is that's holding exotics back from being brought to us in the tier system. Is it a balancing thing? Or are they worried about stats getting out of hand? They need to be recoded? I don't necessarily think our builds are going to be incomplete. They just won't be completely optimized, of course, by not having access to tier 5. But, you know, I'm just curious why this is not being alone, because exotics are a big part of our builds. So I don't know. Okay. Yeah, and these are the exotic class items. And the different archetypes too. Brawler, Paragon, all that jazz. All right, let's get into this. Let's talk about gear swapping. We want to highlight one specific change we're making to a specific Warlock exotic chest armor coming to July 15th that we missed in last week's SWID. For those who aren't too deep into build crafting, many Guardians have been leveraging an interesting strategy mid-combat or boss DPS with exotics like Sanguine Alchemy, where they swap gear to take advantage of an alternate exotic bonus that better fits the current point in the encounter's flow. This is to maximize their efficiency and output, resulting in pumping out some incredible boss bakes, especially in ultimatum dungeons. While we fully applaud those throughout the community who want to push the needle as far as it can go, we found that this is presenting balancing issues where it feels mandatory, and we don't feel the main draw of an exotic should be centered around swapping-centric strategies. So Sanguine Alchemy, swapping to this exotic in combat will now apply a 10-second cooldown before its perks can be activated. Much like the changes to melee stacking in last week's TWID, we want to be able to make exotics that meaningfully change your gameplay, and at a current, these types of behaviors are constricting how much we can push that bar. The above change is a minor first step that's targeting one exotic during our launch window, but we'll be taking a larger approach later this year. When this holistic fix is implemented, we will re-examine this change and see if it's still necessary. Ooh, what does that mean? The above change is a minor first step that's targeting one exotic during our launch window, but we'll be taking a larger approach later this year. Oh boy. I feel like that just screams not swap for everything. Yeah. Good. Can I get a poll on this? Or like, how do you guys feel about swapping builds mid encounters? Because as someone like, especially during solo runs, like for every given encounter, I'll have 3 builds that I swap through. Can we get a poll on this? I'm just curious. Are you against swapping loadouts? 1 second. Hold on, chat. Are you against swapping? 52%, 51%. Wow, it's actually 50-50 right here. So around 51 to 50% say yes, they are against swapping. 49% say no. All right. Now, featured exotics. Starting with the Edge of Fate, certain exotic armor and weapons will be specially featured, gaining the same benefits as new gear, and will change with each expansion and major update. At the Edge of Fate's launch, 28 exotics and 15 exotic armors for each class will be featured, including all the new Edge of Fate exotic weapons and armor. But don't worry, even if your favorite isn't on the list, you'll still be able to use it in almost everywhere you go. Yeah, we saw this the other day. So this is it right here. We saw Warlocks the other day. So Fellwinter's Helmet, Fallen Sunstar, Nothing Manacles. Wow, dude, I've almost forgotten that even exists. Ball of Doors, Starfire, Wings of Sacred Dawn, Man of Battle Harmony, Matadoxia, okay. Rhyme Coat, Geomag, Promethean Spur, Boots of Dissembler, Seeking Filaments, Swarmers, Unia, which is a new one, okay. For Hunter here, Dragon Shadow, Mask of Bacchus, Blight Ranger, Sword Arachnes, Mask of Filthy, Kepri Sting, Oath Keepers. I'm actually really curious how Oath Keepers can work with the crossbow. Orther's Embrace, Renewal. Okay. I'm not going to go through every one in Lucky Pants right there. It's good. And then Precious Scars, Worm God, Ursa. Do I got to set this up on here? Point Contact can Embrace. Wishful Ignorance, good. Crest, Actium. No Synthoceps. Some bitch. Dude, so how does this work for exotic class items? Got Worm God though? It doesn't? Okay. Alright, DMT, Wicked Implement, Outbreak, Barrow Dyad, Lumina, Wishkeeper, New Land Beyond, Agris, the Navigator, Arbalest, Centrifuge, Tommy, Choir of One, Polaris, Graviton, Arianis, Devil's Ruin, Hierarchy of Needs, Player's Thanks, Lodestar, Legend of Acris, Microcosm, Winterby, Rolled Line. Oh, wow. Finalities, Augur, third iteration, Graviton, Spike, Redacted. What is this a list for? So, the featured exotics list is essentially exotics that will also contribute to you either taking less damage or doing more damage. So these weapons will be doing more damage, like as if it was a seasonal weapon. And these exotic armor pieces, you'll be taking less damage. Oh, yeah. In the PvP mode, you can use it too. I don't know how I feel about the like I get behind tier systems and stuff. Featured exotics. It's just, again, it's one of those things. It's just a weird thing because it's like, I don't really like Bungie dictating how I should play. And the feature list makes me feel like Bungie is definitely doing that. You know what I mean? It's not that you can't use the other exotics. You'll be able to still use other exotics, other exotic weapons, of course. There'll just be some small disadvantages versus using this. And I guess maybe the feature list is like a way of being like, hey, you new player who doesn't have any idea that Polaris Lance and the new artifact mods is really, really good. Yeah, hey, you see this feature list, use it. And I guess they're hoping that organically as a new player, you'll come across this build on your own. Maybe you're like, oh, I'm going to use the feature exotic path of Burning Step with the featured exotic Polaris Lance. But again, I just don't like anything. I don't like being dependent on Bungie figuring out builds for me, as I feel like the community does a much better job. Everyone just does a much better job of just finding the breakout meta options. But this helps the blueberries. Oh, fuck the blueberries, dude. Fuck the blueberries. I don't give a shit. Dude, how many of us are even blueberries anymore? Ain't nobody in here right now a blueberry. You know what you need to know. All right, balancing the scale of abilities. Stats and abilities go hand in hand, so it's only fitting that we share the remaining upcoming ability changes coming in the Edge of Fates. If you recall, we spoke about melee tuning and other various ability changes in last week's SWID, so check out that information. We spoke about Prismatic's changes a few weeks ago, but to summarize, it's been a bit too hot since release and has made some challenges trivial. So we're reining it in to be more in line with the other subclasses. So Warlock, Prismatic, reduce the number of fragment slots provided by the following aspects: Hellion 3-2, Bleak Watcher 3-2, Dev Notes. The abilities per minute of the Prismatic subclasses are very high, so we're pulling a small amount of efficiency out of their engines to achieve a healthier balance of gunplay and ability usage. Looking forward, we'll be working on making sure the Prismatic subclass feels like they have a variety of great builds. Now, Prismatic Strand, Weaver Skull Aspect, can now generate threadlings on any final blows instead of just strand final blows. Dev Note, this change will allow for easier threadling generation regardless of your build. Wow. That's hot. Any final blow. Yeah. Void, Pocket Singularity, Melee. Increase Pocket Singularity damage versus non-boss combatants by 20%. Increase Pocket Singularity damage versus boss combatants by 56%. Dev Note, Pocket Singularity was feeling weak compared to other melees, especially given its relatively short range. I mean, yeah, okay. Sure. Titan, Prismatic, reduce the number of fragment slots provided by the following aspects: Consecration from 3 to 2. Solar, Consecration Aspect, increase fragment slots provided from 2 to 3. Oh, so it's good on Solar. Okay. But it's 3 on Solar, 2 on Prismatic. Dev Note, we've given Consecration an additional fragment slot on Solar subclass to put it above its Prismatic counterpart. The pure concentrated Solar subclass should have an edge here. Okay. I feel your anger right now, chat. Yes, yes. I feel it. Prismatic Strand, Dringer's Lash Aspect, increase tracking strength of base suspend wave and Avian Leap exotic armor suspend wave. Increase base suspend wave travel distance from 20 to 30 meters. Increase Avian Leap suspend wave travel distance from 30 meters to 35 meters. Good God. Dev Note, we've seen community feedback that this ability could use some help, so we made it more forgiving. Hot damn. All right, Prismatic Solar, Consecration Aspect. Ignition no longer has a plus 20% bonus damage. Dev Note, we made this change to match the other ignition damage scaling changes we mentioned in last week's TWID, making ignition damage consistent across the board. Void, Shield Throw, Melee, increase projectile track strength by 77%. Ah, damn. Dev Note, this melee can be hard to land in the heat of the moment, so we made it track enemies more aggressively. Damn right it's hard to track, dude. I've literally thrown that shield right past my enemy directly in front of me. Tracking buff. All right, Storm's Keep Aspect. Benefits no longer stack when standing behind multiple barricades. Dev Note, Storm's Keep stacking resulted in faster than intended bolt charge accrual. So if you limit the number of Storm Keep barricades a Guardian can benefit from to 1. That's fine, dude. Bolt charge is just so good. That's fine. Hunter, General, Gambler's Dodge, melee energy return no longer requires dodging near an enemy. That's going to be nuts. Dev Note, with the armor stat changes coming in Edge of Fate, sources of ability energy will now scale based on your ability stats. This includes Gambler's Dodge because this ability now requires some stat investment to get a full charge back. We're removing the requirement that you're dodged near an enemy for this perk to work. This will make the dodge feel more consistent, returning energy on every dodge instead of only when there are enemies in an invisible circle around the hunter. It's going to be, dude, you only have to get 70. It's going to be so good, dude. It's either every hunter is going to be knifing, going to be smoking. It's going to be all over the place. fuck are y'all talking about? Can you fuckers not read? It's a 70 stat that you have to get full refund. That's a massive buff. Dude, only hunters, dude. Only hunters can read a massive buff and think it's a nerf. You know how easy it is to get 70? You know how easy that shit's gonna be? $70 out of 200. Out of 200. We don't know because we didn't play test. We're too fucking bad. Correlation. Too fucking bad. We say to you, huh? You want to hide in my suitcase next time? You want me to fucking smuggle you into Bungie? So what, that you could bitch about 100 fucking buffs right there in front of everybody? Prismatic. Reduce the number of fragment slots provided by the following aspects. Ascension from 3 to 2. Winter Shroud from 3 to 2. Yes, it's a nerf, dog. Dude, it's not a nerf. Look. If you're getting shit on right now, guess what? Next expansion, it's a good chance you'll still get shit on. Look. If you get shit on right now, PvE or PvP, next expansion, it's a good chance you're still going to get shit on. That is definitely not a nerf. All right, hold on. Prismatic solar gunpowder gamble aspect. Reduce self-damage from gunpowder gamble detonation by 60%. Final blows of all kinds now grant gunpowder gamble progress instead of just solar kills. Dev note, blowing yourself up with gunpowder gamble is frustrating. So we're significantly reducing the self-damage it does if you're too close to the detonation, and we're making it easier to build stacks. All right, solar on your mark aspect. Final blows while at 3 stacks of on your mark now make you radiant for a short time. Activating your class ability now gives 1 stack of on your mark instead of 3 stacks. Dev note, we think Gunslinger needs more access to radiant, so we're essentially allowing them to reach a 4th stack of on your mark in the form of radiant. Beyond this, we focus on further improvements, Gunslinger's kit, in an upcoming release. Okay. Arc Ascension aspect. Ascension now activates the following perks: Armor Mods, Reaper, Powerful Attraction, Outreach, Distribution, Bomber, Dynamo, Exotic, Sword of Himmel's Light, Class Item, Falcon's Reserve Overshield. Now all classes. General, increase damage versus bosses, mini bosses, champions by 15% for these grenades: Arc, Flux, Arc Bolt, Flashbang, Storm, Void, Axion, Suppressor, Solar, Firebolt, Trip Mine, Kinetic, the Rock Grenade on Forerunner. Lore. I might try Storm Grenades again. I use Flashbang, but I mainly just use that for the champion counters, right? All damage types. Ability energy returns from perks and past regeneration now scales based on the requisite stats. Dev note, we covered this topic in a recent tweet. Void Devour. Reduce Devour heal amount from 200 HP to 140 HP. Dev note, Devour has been far and away the most effective form of healing available, and a full heal on every proc feels excessive. This change will better balance Devour against other healing sources and give more value to back-to-back procs. Warlocks, what are you guys going to do, man? You fuckers don't even know what... You know what I mean? You don't even know how to live without full proc Devour. Bro, what's the point of Devour then? Getting 140 health, that's the point. 140 versus 200. They actually specifically mentioned it right here. That's the point. You're not full health. You know, 2/3. 60 HP isn't everything. I'm not going to lie. That's going to get people killed. I'm just saying, as someone who's used to getting my full health back, yeah, this shit's going to get me killed. Yeah, I don't know if I'm able to play as aggressive. Huge L. Hurry up, you're late for court. Strand suspend. Increase base suspend duration from 5 to 6 seconds. Dev note, to better balance suspend against other crowd control options, we've increased the duration by a second, giving players more time to burn down enemies or prioritize other targets. Now, Stasis. Stasis Shatter. Stasis Shatter damage now stuns Overload champions instead of Unstoppable champions. Dev note, moving forward, we want to make it clearer how wind weapons can gain anti-champion capabilities from sources like the Artifact or Radiant because stacking Stasis Slow organically leads to Stasis Shadow. It limited how often we could give slow to certain weapons without auto-solving champion encounters. Overload champions are also harder to deal with than unstoppable champions in general, so more ways to bring down overload champions feels valuable. Unstoppable champions can still be stunned by 3 other elemental verbs: blind, ignition, and suspend. That's so random. This has been the most bizarre. I mean, out of everything we've read in today's TWAB, this one is just weird. I don't even know. Did anyone feel a certain way about this? Is this an indirect nerf to Tenacious? Is that what's happening here? I think so. Are they tired of Tenacia having the ability to counter, potentially all 3 champions? Ganesha can now stun 2 champions. Yeah, okay. Arc, Flux Grenades significantly reduce the base cooldown timer, increase projectile size to make it a bit easier to stick targets. Oh, okay. Nice PvP. Dev note, we still want Flux Grenade to be a high damage skill shot, but the long cooldown and high accuracy required were too punishing. All right, new reward pass incoming. Ah, damn. Look at this. Somebody tell Milo we're coming very soon. It's a new era of Destiny 2. And with that comes exciting updates to our seasonal pass model. Much like the olden times, there will be 4 reward passes available during the Year of Prophecy. And just like before, the cost for these reward passes is being reduced to 1,000 silver. But what we're really excited to announce is that every rank reward will be available to earn day 1. No more having to wait for a new act to launch to unlock more ranks. We've adjusted them to feel more rewarding too. For one, we've refactored some boosts and added new ones, removing some of that were determined to be less than desirable. The new boosts offer comprehensive bonuses that apply to a wide range of content, as opposed to narrowly boosting specific season content. So Activity Score Boost now provides a 15% score bonus on all portal activities when fully unlocked. All right. Prime Ingram Boost increase the possibility of desirable armor and weapon drops from the portal activities. Weekly Challenge Boost allows players to complete their various weekly seasonal hub challenges faster, streamlining their access to additional high-value rewards. And XP Boost has been refactored to apply a 40% bonus to XP earnings when fully unlocked, along with a 20% bonus to Fireteam member XP. Additionally, the total number of XP Boost items has been reduced to make space for additional rewards. Okay. Pay to win, but cheaper pay to win. All right. I mean, this thing is loaded with a lot of shit, though. All right. Secondly, premium track armor rewards have also been reworked so that players will acquire a full set of both PvE and PvP armor, and the free track will offer 5 pieces split between the 2 sets, allowing players to unlock a partial set bonus for each. Thirdly, we took a pass at reward allocation to ensure that we are providing as much value as possible for all players. The allocation of various free rewards has been increased, and the players will be able to acquire more cosmetic rewards within the first 100 ranks of the pass compared to the prior season passes. With a return to four passes per year, we reduced the pass ranks down to 110. Why the extra 10, you may ask? Well, they're extra special. While we set out to reduce the overall grind and remove the time gaining introduced during episodes, we still wanted to preserve some aspects of the aspiration progression and chase rewards that our larger season passes provided. These additional 10 ranks are packed with valuable rewards for both free and premium players, requiring 500,000 experience each to earn, and can only be acquired through gameplay. While we have ensured that the first 100 ranks provided more value than ever before, we hope that you can also enjoy additional rewards to chase after achieving rank 100. So you cannot buy these ranks. You have to earn them. And they are a chunky amount of XP. Okay, that's these right here. All right. How y'all feel? That's a lot of XP. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's a season grind. Only with the shader and the armor. Well, you got like an ornament here. Exotic Ingrams. a cipher, a shader. Some stuff here for transmog. Yeah, it's not bad. I guess exotic ingrams are kind of whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. All right, Bungie Day is almost here. No, we didn't name this day ourselves. Our community did, and we'll have more to share about the Day of Seven soon. As part of our annual celebration of you, the Bungie Foundation team is back to host another iteration of celebratory chaos. As part of their continuing mission to help reduce distress and suffering in children through entertainment and partner with humanitarian organizations at times of natural disaster and crisis, the team is here to talk about the seventh column chaos. So hey there, Guardians. Bungie Day is right around the corner, and we can't wait to once again celebrate the chaos, competition, and compassion of our Lightkeeper community. Bungie Day officially kicks off on 7/7 and will run through 7/29 with the return to the second edition of our 7th column Chaos PvP tournament. 16 teams made up of Bungie Foundation supporters will sweat it out in the Crucible, battling through Chaos modifiers to earn bragging rights and bring glory to their NPC mascots. Will the Sweeper bot-led Dust Bunnies and team captain Clean Plays be champs this year, or maybe returning winner DeFizzle and Colonel Revenges will push for the title again? Let's lock in and have some fun for a good cause. Matches begin 7/7, so stay tuned to the Bungie Foundation social channels for match times. All right, there's your contestants right here. Nice. Of course, with a new campaign comes a fresh wave of rewards to power the work we do together, improving children's health and well-being through our Little Alliance program, delivering rapid humanitarian relief, and building inclusive, welcoming communities for all. We're bringing back 7 fan-favorite emblems, plus an awesome slate of brand new items so you can rep the Bungie Foundation and push our vital work even further. We'll have more details to share soon. All right. Sexy emblem too. Steam Summer Sale. Now is a great time to catch up on past content you may have missed. As part of Steam Summer Sale, our Destiny 2 expansion bundles and packs will be discounted at up to 92% off starting June 26th and ending July the 14th. This will be your last chance to buy the Final Shape Plus annual pass or the Light and Darkness collection before they are delisted on July the 14th. So Destiny 2, the Light and Darkness collection, 85% off. Legacy collection, 90% off. Final Shape annual pass, 80% off. The upgrade does not include the campaign, 80% off. The Final Shape, 75% off. And then 92% off for Lightfall, the Witch Queen, the Beyond Light pack, Shadowkeep pack, and Forsaken pack. We've got a number of known issues, but it's been a thick TWAB today, guys. As our final notes, what a week, huh? Yeah, we know it's only Thursday, but shoo. The train toward the edge of fate gets even closer, and we're happy to have you on board. There's only 3 weeks left before the next era in Destiny 2 begins, so start making preparations soon. We see you, bounty hoarders. Reminder, we have another live stream next Tuesday, 10 a.m. We hope to see you there. For next week's TWID, we'll be diving into power progression, the portal economy changes, and our plans for Bungie Day. See you start side the Destiny 2 community. P.S. We like to take this time to celebrate a kindergarten out there. He just turned 3. So it's a huge milestone in his life. His dad has happily shown him and photos of him off in meetings ever since he was born. So we've all been particularly interested in his development in these past 3 years. Please help us by wishing Kai a happy birthday, or as Dad put in his request, happy birthday in word art. Nice. That's cute. Happy birthday, Kai. Cute. Are they doing anything for the cheaters in the game? Nothing, Smooth. Matter of fact, they're going to move in with us. Yeah. Cheaters are actually going to get the Destiny 1 tower. Bungie's refurbishing it, and that's where cheaters are going to reside. They're giving them the D1 tower. Pete's going to give them some cores. And they're just going to move right in, brother. All right. How do we feel about today's TWAB? Give me some numbers. Throw some numbers at me. 1 to 10. 10 being amazing. 1 being shite. How we feeling? Steak with the big 50 bomb. Everyone looked at these as negatives. Your other guns build to still be good. But what if you like an exotic that wasn't meta? Now it's a little better and incentivizes you not to use the same busted build for a year straight. Grow up. It's 10%. Stank. Are you the same fucker that was knifing me earlier today? No, fuck you, Stank. Is that you? Are you the same guy? You some bitch. You some bitch. You on YouTube? He is that motherfucker. Coming there, dropping the big dono. There's going to be a damn short that's going to involve you. I've tried deleting the damn VOD already. Misfire with the 4 months. Thank you. All right, so getting a lot of numbers right now. I've got some 10s, a couple of 4s, 5s, 7s, some 3s and some 2s. Okay. I mean, look, man, we'll see how it all shakes out. You know, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully next week's stream really pops off. We'll be live for that. I've got to go judge though. You guys have been great. Thank you so much. All right, which thing do I need to be inside of? Okay, I'm here. The statement of defense. Okay, all right. Tell them I'm so sorry for being late. All right, let me see where I need to be. Put on a wig? I don't have a wig. It's America. We don't wear wigs as judges, okay? We wear a single robe. Wig, are we riot? Okay, riot. Khaleesi, I'm not doing it. Where's my robe? I don't own. Actually, I do got a robe, but I'm not wearing it. You won't even wear a bathrobe. You know how fucking hot it is in Florida right now? I ain't wearing no bathrobe. This is it. This is me. Okay? Just think of, I'm a judge from Florida. All right? I'm about to go on vacation. This is the last verdict we need to hand out before we leave. Okay? That's it. Worst judge of all time. I would be a great judge. I would have been a fantastic. You know what I'm saying? Like I would have been a great judge. Morally sound. Always due north. The Honorable Bob Cross. Indeed, man. Indeed. Let's call. All right. I actually don't even know what this is all about today. What's Salt and Milo? Like what's happening here? What's this debate? Where's the Gator then, Florida man? He left, dude. Our Gator actually left. No shit. I had the Gator. It wasn't but like yay big, but it was in the front yard, and it left. Teslux, what's happening, my dude? Brother, all it would take for you to chrome as a judge is if the accused had a hot mom. You think I would so easily bend the knee? Huh? Yo.
Is that your honor that I can hear?
It is your honor. I am here. I am ready to cast judgment.
Well, your judgment had better be a good one, because Bungie has come into my chat and said loser gets banned.
Oh shit.
So,
GG, it's over.
The stakes are really high.
Damn.
Right? You had a good run, but
oh, there's a lot of pressure right now. All right, like straight up banned from the game. Okay.
Yep.
It's not even fair. Like, I'm gonna get follower diffed.
It's not gonna be follower diff. It's gonna be skill diff, my friend. Okay. It's what it comes down to. This is for the record. I'm just gonna show my chat. It is official that Bungie has said loser gets banned. So I think structure-wise, the way this is gonna need to work is I am going to screen share a presentation for structural illustration, and you guys are going to be able to follow along with that. So
Okay.
if I do this. Also, Aztecross, if you don't have a judge's wig on right now, I'm going to be significantly upset. I'm disappointed.
Unfortunately, I don't have a wig. It is really hot here.
Criminal.
I could possibly put a robe on.
You know, I'd take it. My judge in a robe is better than my judge in civvies, you know? So,
Let me hold on.
Let's do it.
I will get this robe on.
Oh, hell yeah. All right, I'm going to share this screen. Wonderful. Salt, you ready to get banned from the game?
Yeah. Long time coming.
This is the last straw.
They were just waiting for a reason.
Yeah, no wonder they put the contest thing in the Twid today. They were like, screw this guy.
People are typing in my chat, better call Salt. It's peak.
Even Soul can't help you now, buddy. This might be the longest it's ever taken someone to put on a robe. Like, did he fail the robe skill check? Is he rolling around on the floor right now, trying to get his arms through the holes?
All right. Well, I don't have a robe because I think somebody washed it, and dude, that thing doesn't even fit anymore. So we've just got a normal jacket on. This is the best I can do. I don't have a wig though.
That works. I can work with a jacket. Are you able to turn your camera on Discord without it messing up your OBS?
Let's see. So I actually don't have my camera on. It's on my
Yeah, it's on my streaming PC. Yeah, same.
Okay, that's fine. I will just not have your faces on the screen. That is all good.
I mean, actually, I have a second webcam. Let me where is it? I think I have a second webcam.
Mm-hmm.
Now he looks like a cheap ass lawyer. Whoa!
Shots fired, chat. What the hell?
I'm
It's
not
a terrible webcam, but it might work.
Okay. Honestly, anything. I think anything would be.
I could see if I can get in my well, can y'all hear me?
Nothing came up.
Okay, let me see. Yeah, unfortunately, my setup is I have the one camera that my stream setup, and then like if it's already activated in OBS, it won't let me activate it anywhere else.
What you might be able to do is in OBS, if you below where it says start recording, do you have the start virtual camera option?
Oh yeah, I do have that. Start virtual camera.
So that will just, it will be, okay, I can see Salt, perfect. I can see the belts as well, perfect.
let me see if I can do it right here.
Okay.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, it's pretty bad quality, but I mean, whatever.
No, it's good, it's good.
Okay, let's see. Chat, can y'all hear them?
Test.
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Check.
Check.
Milo, can you hear me talking right now?
Yep, I can.
Okay, let me see if I can turn up. Chat, how low are they?
Test.
Can y'all can hear Milo, right? Audio's perfect. Okay, they're good. Okay, let me figure out. Okay, I think this should be good. Hold on.
Streak.
Let's see. Let's see. Canon. OBS virtual cam.
Yep, that I can see that. That is working.
Is that working? Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna put you.
By the way, setting up the necktie was like harder than any solo I'd ever done in the game, I think. I had to watch like tutorials and then I had to ask my sister. Like, so cooked.
So the only issue I have is I need to be able to view what you're showing on screen, correct?
Yeah, can you see? I'm screen sharing on Discord. Does that work? Is there a way that you can like capture that?
To put it in the stream, in my stream, no. Not with me over here. Let's see. The only way I could possibly do it is if I pull up your stream.
That might work. Yeah.
Okay. Chat, are they too loud right now? Salt, can you say something?
Test.
Salt, can you say something real quick?
Hello?
Okay, yeah, Salt's really loud. You're good, so I'm gonna turn you down just a tad. Okay, so I'll say something again.
Hello?
Chat, is that better? That's pretty good. This prep was trash. I should have done this last night. Binja. Into the duration of this trial, if you could place thy tongue in my asshole, that would make this a lot more enjoyable for the both of us. Okay. So let me I'm gonna put your stream up right now.
Okay.
And then I think we should be good to go.
I think I've managed to get all of us on screen and the presentation and chat. So I think we're in a good place.
Okay.
I think.
Someone say Cross's asshole.
On my end,
Yeah.
chat, how does this look? Just give me a thumbs up, everyone. Yeah, Cross is in like 240p right now, but
Heck yeah.
other than that, I think we're all good.
I don't know why it's so out of focus.
It's just because you're in the corner, so I'm just zooming in on you like crazy.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah. I think it looks good. I think it's good. Maybe if
Let me
I do
see.
this.
I don't think I can change this up in any kind of way. Let's see. Preview. Yeah, it looks like it's doing my whole stream.
No, it's good. It's good. This is fine. It's scuffed, but it's ours. So it works. It's good. I like it. Okay. Any final changes needed in any chats? I think we're good. I balked it. Oh, I did balk it by looking. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I need to not. Is there a way I can do
Turn text to speech off. Okay. It's off. MJ Ball, thank you so much for the tier review. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, I think it's... Is it working now? Chat, give me a thumbs up if this is good. This is almost as efficient as the government.
Oh my god. Accurate.
Cross is loud. Okay, I can turn Cross down a little
Check,
bit.
check.
How does that sound?
Check. Hello. Order!
Oh, perfect. Oh, hell yeah. We got the peaking figured out. Yep. Can I pat him on the head? There you go. Give him a little pat.
Let's go.
Do you have a gavel, Cross?
I don't. I can get something that can work for it though.
Yeah, I think you're gonna need it.
Okay.
I should be good, I think.
I'm glad I'm here. I'm back. Chat, I don't have anything. I thought we had like a little something in the kitchen, but we got a hammer. So I'm ready to go.
Hello. I think I found a way to make you higher resolution.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, a bit more. A bit higher quality now. There we go. Perfect.
You got a piece of wood to hammer on? No, I brought my daughter's bluey boogie board.
Hell yeah.
It should insulate things pretty good. I don't know if y'all can hear that.
All right. Are we all ready? And Cross, I've given you the court schedule in the Discord. It is also actually this. But we can play with the timings as much as is desired. But this was my intended structure, is that we'll do statements from everyone to begin with, and then Salt will present, call any witnesses. I will present, call any witnesses, and then you can cross-examine. Get it? Cross-examine.
Nice.
Okay. And then we'll do closing statements, and it'll be again Salt first as the plaintiff and me as the defense.
Okay.
So that is the intended structure. If we're all ready to go, in the interest of making this a contained, cohesive YouTube video, I'll let you do an intro for us, kind of thing, and we can kick off the court session.
Okay. All right. Who's the plaintiff? Who's the defense?
Plaintiff is Salt, and I am the defense, and I'm the defense on behalf of Bungie, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You just let me know. I kick things off.
Salt, are you ready to go?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. In that case, thank you, Hyrule1469, for the gifted subs. Really appreciate that. I'm ready. Let's begin.
Dearly beloved, we gather here today, and we have Milo, the defender, and Salt, the other guy. And these guys are going to be 1v1ing with their ideas. I'm ready to begin.
Okay. Hell yeah. What are we debating, Your Honor?
I was hoping y'all were gonna tell me. I don't know what is the argument? What's happening right now?
Okay, Your Honor, could I possibly assist you here with that? It would be a great
absolutely.
Privilege.
Honestly, you're getting some good points right now. I mean, I'm just saying, just with this assist.
Okay, wonderful. So, thank you, Honorable Judge Aztecross. That is very appreciated. The stakes are high today, ladies and gentlemen, because Bungie has decreed that the loser of this court case gets banned. That's actually happening. So watch yourself, Salt. The proceedings will follow the following structure.
I've already accepted it. I'm gone.
He's accepted his
No.
fate. We're gonna have the opening statement from the plaintiff, Salt Agreppo. And he's going to just give us 2 minutes laying out his claim. I will then respond with the statement of the defense for another 2 minutes or so. We will then each have a turn to present evidence. This will be Salt first as the plaintiff. Salt will lay out his claim. Salt will explore whatever evidence he needs to explore. He can call on witnesses. He can do his thing. And if he desires to, he can ask me some questions as he goes as well. I will then have an opportunity to do the same in return. And the timings here are loose. They will be at the discretion of the judge, of course. And we will then enter cross-examination, where Cross, Your Honor, will essentially explore both of our arguments and allow the jury, which is chat, to have their say as to whether any further information needs to be provided in any specific area. And we will then have closing statements from Salt, the plaintiff, and myself, the defense. and then the judge and the jury, the chat, will make a ruling, and Bungie will ban Salt Agrepo. So that is the structure for today.
I have
I
a
love
question. Why did the defender like decide all the like rules, how this is gonna go? This feels like unfair. I don't know. Feels like scripted.
Now it's making a great point. Making a great point right now.
I feel like,
you know, I'd say we
I feel
could.
like the judge
we could,
should have worked on that.
but I will say I also don't have any alternative to how we should do things. So I say we stick with the path laid out for us here.
I think that Salt is also criticizing the judge in the judge's own court. That sounds, if you were to ask me, like that might be a mistake.
Yeah, I would say, yeah. I'm just Salt. I better get a lot of Your Honor coming out of you. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Butter me up over here, my man.
So, what's going on, right? We have the plaintiff, Salt Agrepo, the humble destiny enjoyer. We have the defense, Mr. Off Waffles, the Bungie shill and employee. And
Objection.
as we've said, we have
Judge
Honorable
Cross is
Judge
corrupted.
Aztecross
He's
presiding.
been bought and seduced
Salt's
by the
claim, more or
CEO of
less,
Bungie,
is
Pete
that the
Possums.
loser gets banned. So, Salt, your opportunity to lay out your claim begins now, and Cross, you can judge our time limits at your discretion.
Yes. All right. So 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes, you guys, to do your introductory arguments, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. We'll kick things off. Salt, you're first. Hit me, baby.
All right. So my main point is that this new gear bonus system where weapons get more damage, armor gets more DR is bad for the game, especially long term. Because while I do think the game needs more reasons to grind, like I'm not one of those that's like, oh, I don't want to regrind the new armor. I'm the exact opposite. I want to grind even more. I just think the system makes you grind less because you're gonna end up caring less about gear long term, knowing that that gear will be suboptimal in 6 months. So my main point is that while I do want more grind, I feel like they're going in the opposite direction with this. And I would have rather them just see how set bonuses and all those new things they're adding would have done before like trying something like this.
Okay, I see. So you don't have an issue with the set bonuses per se, but you have an issue with
I love the set bonuses.
Yeah. But it's the extra damage and the damage resist.
Yeah, it's that, and it's mainly the fact that it's like so short. Like if it was, I don't know. Like I'm not if it was like 15 months, then I wouldn't even be too mad because you can still enjoy your like loot for a while. I think the issue is specifically that it's 6 months because like the raid, for example, the loot from the new raid will never be good in the next dungeon or raid because it's already like gone from being new gear. And I think that's an issue. Like you should desire end game loot for the future to a certain extent.
Okay. All right. Well, we will now move to Milo, who will now present his defense to this.
Thank you. I can be much more succinct than Salt Agrepo was because I have a presentation. This is coming in a moment, but first, hold on. Wait. The slides are in the wrong order. Wait. All right. My opening statement is quite simple. I think that the damage resist on the new gear is not as large as it sounds. I think that the damage buff is actually outshone by plenty of other factors in the game. Don't think it's as big a deal as people are saying it's going to be. I don't think that it excessively limits build crafting or your excitement about looking for new gear. I think that that's actually also being overblown. And I also think that it's actually going to have a fairly minimal impact for much of the expansion where the bonus is actually active in the first place. So those are my overall points. And I will run through those in more detail when we get to my evidence presentation. But first, Judge, I wanted to ask a favor.
Yes. Go ahead.
Would it be okay for us to call on a third party, a neutral third party, unrelated to myself or the plaintiff here, to help ensure that everybody is on the same page about what this new gear is and how it works. Because my fear, Your Honor, is that there may be misinformation out there in the community that could taint the jury's impression of both of our arguments. And I wouldn't want that for Salt Agrepo just as much as I wouldn't want it for myself. So could I call on a third party purely for some informational purposes here?
I'm down. Third party for sure.
Wonderful. In that case, everyone, I would like to present someone that I don't know and have no connections with whatsoever, who I thought would be an appropriate person to explain the situation here. Just a quick bit of table setting for about the next 3 or 4 minutes.
Oh my God.
I feel like objection. I feel like I know this person.
You know this person?
I don't know. I can't like quite tell, but it's like a familiar face. You know what I mean?
I mean, with the glasses, it kind of looks like Salt Agrepo, if you ask me.
Are you guys getting audio? By the way, I'm not getting audio from it.
Oh, you're not getting audio?
I'm not. Oh wait.
Oh.
Try again.
Lord.
I had it muted.
Oh yeah, you might just need to unmute the Discord call. Cross, maybe. The screen share.
Let me see. Where in the world? Okay, so where do I go do that at? See, watch. Actually, let me do this now. Now play it again.
Yep. To explain the situation
there we go.
just a little bit. Okay, wonderful. So, I mean, Salt, I think this might be Salt Agrepo, you know?
Well,
Might be.
Yeah. In which case, there's bias in the court towards Salt Agrepo already, which I would like to just note it. I would like to make a point of that for the record, Your Honor.
Sure,
But we can proceed.
Note it for sure. It looks like a little bit like Salt there. Yep, I'm seeing it.
Okay, let's dig into Salt's explanation of what's happening here. Thank you very much, Judge, for allowing me, a third party who's completely unbiased, to explain the situation just a little bit. So,
You can hear the Italian accent though.
new gear buffs coming in the Edge of Fate. These are split into weapons and armor. They work slightly differently, so we're going to go through each one by one. So we'll start with weapons. For weapons, the buff specifically is a damage buff, and it is based on your weapon tier. So the higher the tier of the weapon, the greater the buff you will receive. Let's talk about this a little in more detail. So specifically, it's related to the slot that the weapon is in. So your kinetic slot will be buffed if you've got new gear equipped in that slot, but you won't have it where if you equip something to the kinetic slot, that suddenly means that your heavy is buffed just by default. They don't mix and match in that way. You need to have new gear equipped in the slot in order to have any kind of buff in the slot. So what do the numbers look like? Well, a tier 1 is going to receive a 2% damage buff, a tier 2, 4%, etc., up to a maximum of tier 5 new gear receiving a 10% damage buff. Now, to be absolutely clear, weapons only affect their slot. So if you have a tier 5 kinetic weapon, that will receive a 10% new gear buff if it's new gear, but that will not buff your heavy. And if you have new gear in all 3 slots, the max that you'll get as a buff is 10% in each slot. You won't get an additive 30% buff. So that is how the weapons work. They do not stack. It's just 10% max that can be achieved. Now let's talk about armor. So for armor, it is a damage resistance buff. So it improves your survivability. And it once again is based on the tier, but this time the tier of the armor that you are equipping. The numbers are tier 1 gives you 0.6% damage resistance buff. Tier 2, 1.2%, and that obviously scales all the way to a max of tier 5, giving you a 3% buff. Now, you might be a little confused because that sounds lower than the numbers that have been being thrown around. Like, where does the 15% come from? The reason it's different is that the armor buff stacks if you have multiple pieces of new gear equipped in multiple slots. So let's say I have a tier 3 helmet, a tier 5 arms, and a tier 5 chest, and they're all new gear. Together, that would be a 1.8% from the tier 3, plus a 3% from the tier 5, and another 3% from the other tier 5, bringing us to a total of a 7.8% damage resistance buff. All from new gear, and it's additive if you have multiple pieces of new gear in multiple slots. So the max that you can receive is 15%, but you would have to have tier 5 new gear equipped in every single slot. And new gear exotics automatically count as tier 5 if you're curious. Now, the last piece of detail that we're sort of missing before we can return to the debate and the court case at hand is what exactly new gear is. Right now, Bungie have made clear there are two sort of types of new gear. The first type is gear that is releasing in that expansion. So in the Edge of Fate, there's a bunch of new weapons, for example, and those weapons will all be classified as new gear. However, there is also a second type of new gear, or stuff that is going to be eligible for the buff, and that is the featured exotics. So you'll be able to go into the game's menu, and there'll be a new menu which will indicate old exotics which are being featured and will therefore count and be eligible for this buff. So that could be an armor piece, an exotic armor, or it could be an exotic weapon. And let's say Outbreak, for example, that is one of the weapons that is featured in the Edge of Fate, and therefore, if you equip Outbreak, it will receive, because it's an exotic, it automatically counts as tier 5, the maximum buff in its slot, which is 10%. Similarly, exotic armor will all be automatically considered as tier 5 if it's featured, and therefore it will get the max in-slot boost of 3%, and that will sum up and be additive with the rest of the new gear armor that you have equipped, up to a maximum, like we said before, of 15% total. So that's what new gear is. That is the buff that you actually get, and that's the nuance of what does and doesn't stack. The final piece of the puzzle is something that Bungie has kind of not addressed just yet, which is the length of time for which new gear counts as new gear. So we know that they're going to add to the featured exotics pool, so things like Outbreak and stuff like that are going to be joined by more exotics as time goes by through the season, which is the same duration as the expansion. But we don't yet know if something which releases in the Edge of Fate will still count as new once Renegades releases. This is a point of speculation right now, and it's something that no doubt will come up in the debate. So thank you for listening to my explanation as a completely neutral, unrelated third party, just doing my due diligence and being a good citizen. Thank you for listening, and back to you in the courtroom.
All right. A good explanation by our third party, which is definitely not Milo. And yeah, laying out the case. So I'm gonna let you guys continue doing your thing. But essentially we have one side that's all for the extra damage, and then we got the other side that is against it, that being Salt's side.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Is there any so Salt, you're saying that long term this is gonna hurt the game?
Yes. Even short, but that's gonna be less impactful, I suppose.
Okay.
Like more than long term, it's especially like towards the end of a season, right? Because when something new releases, people are gonna play it anyways. The issue is gonna be the last 2 months. People aren't gonna play trying to get something that's gonna be worse. They're gonna just be like, yeah, I'll wait for the next GL that's just gonna be better. That's the main concern, I guess.
So
especially since it doesn't work on day ones. Like, you could have made the argument, oh, you can farm this weapon, like, because maybe you don't have time to get a better one before day one. But if it doesn't even work in day ones, then there is like zero reason to get a good roll of a weapon on a given season, knowing that the season after it's just worse than whatever it's releasing. Most likely. I'm saying most likely because you don't know the perks, but usually they're shipping things that are like that always have the best in slot perks nowadays. Like they don't ship things with bad perks very often.
So you're saying we're gonna be getting like seasonal sunsets for our weapons with this change?
Yeah, it's like a soft sunset, but that's what it feels like. Is it confirmed to be like seasonal? I think so, but like I don't know if they've like spelled it out.
I think 6 months is what I'm hearing, but I'm not really for certain. But I don't know. I guess my thought process is I landed on the armor. Like I kept thinking about how to incentivize armor. And I will say, like, for years I haven't cared about seasonal armor. And so but weapons, that is concerning. Because you could have a weapon that's a 5 out of 5 god roll. But if there's another 5 out of 5 god roll that's on the roster of the next set coming out, you're automatically going to default to that next GL because it's the new weapon. The soft set.
Objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead. Yep.
It sounds like you're sharing your opinion, Your
Honor.
Whoa,
I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad. Order in court, everybody. Order in court. Continue, Milo. Continue. Yes.
Continue, Milo. I can
Yeah. The defender come forward right now. I was just very compelled by the arguments from the plaintiff there. And just wanted to add my own thoughts. I didn't see things the way that he presented it just now.
Okay. So is he done presenting evidence? Is that all he's got?
I haven't done anything, bro. I was just kind of answering.
Gotcha.
I'm going to start talking.
Continue, Salt. So Salt.
Okay.
Yep. Has established the soft sunsetting.
So I'm gonna start by. Can you go to the slide where you were expressing your counterpoints, Milo?
Sure. Yes, absolutely. This one?
Okay. No, there is another one.
I don't know. I think this might be the only one I've got.
I don't know. There was another one.
we could try this one.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
So I couldn't help but notice that none of your points is actually countering my argument or saying that the system is good. They're all four just saying that it's not gonna be that bad. And I mean, that's valid. Like, Destiny is a good game. People are probably gonna play it anyways. But why would you make a change that's bad? And when someone points out why it's bad, your answer is like, it's not gonna be that bad. You still could have just not done it if it's a flat like loss for the game, I suppose. Also, I don't know if I should go like on a 10 minutes like rant or if you want to go a bit back and forth. That's probably better to go a bit back and forth, but I'm not sure. I can express all the points if you want, but
yeah, I don't. So I'm trying to just be as professional as I can be. I'm gonna be honest. I just got out of judge school yesterday, so I'm seeing the points big time here from on the Salt side. But again, as a judge, I'm unbiased and I shall remain neutral and continue to let you guys speak your points.
I guess though I would say very quick.
Yeah, go for it.
I would say very quick just to answer those 4 points. For the damage buff, debatable. Depends on a bunch of factors. I would have to expand on it. The damage list is just a crazy take because 15% DR is like such an ungodly amount for the way Destiny DR stacking works. That's just wrong. Like the game went from being like GMs went from being L to being like a patrol zone when they added like 30% DR to resilience. So like that's just not true. I guess I wanted to point this out. And what were you saying anyways?
You were saying something, no?
No, I don't know. You were saying something like, do I need to go and express all my points or do you want to like reply? I'm not sure.
Oh, no. You can lay out your argument. We'll give you the floor and then I will respond and I will present my evidence. You can present your evidence first though. That's your right.
All right. Yeah. So now I'm going to start with saying that Destiny's always had an issue with people not having an incentive to farm new gear. I think it's a big issue and I'm glad they're trying to fix it. the issue for weapons, especially weapons that aren't heavy, is mainly due to the ability power creep in the past like 2 or 3 years, because it's hard to justify grinding a god roll for a primary when a consecration kills an entire room, right? So we have had a massive issue for like there is no reason to farm primaries and a bunch of specials. It depends on the special weapon type. Some have like utility like air rail GLs, rocket sidearms, but many others are just non-important in the grand scheme of things, and that's an issue. Like you shouldn't have that in a game. And what heavies are a bit more like, it's easier to incentivize farming an heavy because even if it's not flat out better than the other option, as long as it does something different, for example, bait and switch versus elemental owning, they're both pretty good, they have different use cases. That's like a good way to make interesting loot. And also having a different element, right? Like it's good to have a different heavy that's a god roll of different elements because you never know what you want to pair it with, either for subclass verbs or even just for surges. So like it's good to have a good void rocket. Like I went and got the trials rocket, even if Isn't Vengeance is better, just because if I want to do a damage rotation with Choir of One and a rocket, that match surges, right? So for heavies, there is kind of already a reason to get new gear. That's not really true for other weapons. And for that, they just need to do what I think they just need to do a good job at bot balancing the game so that, you know, primaries actually have value. I think I've been saying they need to buff primaries for like ages, but by a lot, especially on like bosses, mini bosses, and champs. And on top of that, they need to just release more interesting origin traits. Many origin traits are just forgettable, and the origin trait is the one thing that like distinguishes something truly. So they need to work better on that. And that's my solution for like the weapon problem. For the armor problem, I agree there was no reason to grind armor for years, and I think it was pretty bad for the game. But I think that's just solved with the gear, with the set bonuses, as long as they actually like ship decent ones, because that's a big thing. Like I'm excited to like grind for set bonuses. They were so sick in the division. I'm sure they're gonna be sick here as long as they release like decent ones. And you know, I'm also excited to like mix and match them. Like I want to maybe use like 2 sets from like Revenant, like 2 pieces from a set on Revenant, and 2 pieces from a set from this season that maybe combo well together. I don't want to feel like if I'm doing that, I'm losing the R, which probably like makes the combo not even worth at that point, because the R is just so important in the game. Then, let me see. Yeah, I explained why I think it's bad, and it's mainly because it's harder to justify farming for something if, you know, next season it's gonna be worse. Like right now, if I have a god roll Solar GL, and I'm like, I could farm this like also god roll Void GL, I'm gonna do it because I don't know next season what's gonna happen. Or even if a weapon isn't meta, right? I'm like, okay, GLs aren't meta right now. I always still try to get the top options for, you know, certain weapons, because I never know if the artifact buffs them or if they just buff them. Like Bungie could just be like, yo, GLs do 20% more damage from next patch. So like I always try to get the top options from any weapon types that have a tendency to be relevant often, just because you don't know if they're gonna be relevant. It's harder to justify doing that with this new system. Like if there is a weapon that's already not best in slot, but I would still farm it for future proof, I'm probably not gonna care about that, since the chances of it being good when it's already not good, and it's also gonna do 10% less than anything releasing this season after, is just so like tiny that like I'm probably just gonna care less in general. All of that said, if we really need to keep the system, my take is to just extend it so that you know, it's just a longer window, because I don't even hate sunsetting. Like people think I hate sunsetting. I would be so happy if like Destiny 3 released tomorrow and I had no gear. Like that's not the point. And I wouldn't even have been mad if they like full sunset everything before Edge of Fate. That's really not the point. Like whether you agree or not, like I'm saying, I'm pretty indifferent to that. I just don't want to feel like the new gear I'm farming isn't worth farming. I think that's terrible. So if you want the new gear to feel good to farm, make the window longer so that I'm like, oh, I'm farming this raid weapon. Maybe it's not gonna be good right away next season, but who knows? Maybe like it's gonna be good in 12 months, and so I can use it in the next raid. Like, you know, like just make the window like a bit longer. I'd say at least like 15 months. Also because we saw what happened when you weren't playing the game back then, Milo, but they did that thing where I think it was around Lightfall, where every weapon you got couldn't be infused anymore after a year, and like that, everyone just hated that because it felt like there was no reason to farm things because you knew that they were gonna be useless. Like shortly after, like a weapon that came out 9 months ago, even if you were missing it, you were never gonna farm for that. Now that was more extreme because it was a full like sunset thing, but I feel like it's in a similar fashion because I don't think those like damage buffs are really something you should ignore. Like it's pretty sizable. It would be a different thing if it was like a 3% damage buff, right? And like 3% DR, but it's not. Like it's pretty sizable objectively. And I do want to say, you know, the fact that it's not in contest, that's the last thing I want to say. The fact that it's not in contest is a good thing because we do have certain systems that I don't like, even right now in the game. Like I don't like the overcharge system or like surges. I like activity surges. Not that the legs ones are good, but activity ones I'm talking.
Your Honor, objection. He just said that he liked combining surges on his choir and his rocket, and now he's saying he doesn't like the surges.
I mean, I think the mod is just stupid. Like the font mod was better, but I'm not saying I'm not gonna be optimal, so I'm not gonna combine weapons. Like, I think the mod should work better. The mod is just a bad mod in the sense that like you keep surges then swap load out. I think that, you know, the way you proc it is stupid. I don't mind like combos, if that makes sense. Anyways. I was gonna say systems like overcharge and stuff like that are also, I think, pretty limiting in the game, and I don't think they should be there, right? Like if wards are bad, don't make them good this season. Make them good, period. Just buff them, period. That's like my philosophy. I just don't think overcharges and surges are as big of an issue simply because they aren't everywhere in the game. They aren't in normal mod dungeons and normal mod raids, which are probably the best content in the game. And so that's why I'm less like annoyed about them, but I also think that system is bad. That said, that system is way less limiting than this new gear system, because while with like overcharges, maybe, I don't know, GLs are just better in master raids for an entire season. Next season, not like the whole archetype of GLs will be better. Just one, the one that releases. So it's like, it's overcharged, but more limiting, which it's why I think it's pretty bad. Okay, I think I've said most things.
I'm loving the points. Some good points. I'm gonna ask for just a 20-second break. Give me just a second.
Is this where we run those courtroom ads? Where it's like a lawyer being like, call now! 1-800 stub my toe! That's 1-800 stubbed toe.
Dude, I have the AC on full power, but I'm sweating so much.
I don't have AC.
It's over.
This is pretty bad. Yep. How hot is it there for you right now?
It's not too bad, but having the double PC setup, my room is pretty tiny. Like the PCs are just making crazy heat. Like outside is 26 degrees, so it's not like too bad.
Yeah, we've had similar here where it's been like in the low 30s, and it's just with the PCs on and the lights on and stuff. It's horrible.
Okay, I'm ready now.
Sorry, Your Honor. Can you repeat that, please?
I'm ready to go, man. So
Okay.
Our plaintiff has now introduced his side. And am I supposed to recap or anything? What is the judges? No, judges don't normally recap.
No, you're fine.
Okay. Now, Milo, please take to stand and defend thyself.
Gladly, please. Thank you so much, Your Honor. First of all, I want to call out the fact that you getting cookies right there was a really noble thing. I really respect that.
Thank you so much.
I think that more judges need to lean into seeking cookies in their courtroom, and I think that you set a good example for the rest of us.
Thank you for that, Milo. I appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely.
Of course. Now, I've laid out a few stages to my argument here, because it wouldn't be fair to just show that Salt was wrong from one angle. I figured that I should do it from all angles and leave him just utterly bereft of all life by the end of it. His argument, that is, to be clear. So, to begin with, I would like to run through my own evidence and some ideas for the jury to consider. Once I've done that, I would like to run through a few responses to the arguments presented by the plaintiff. And then finally, if you would be so kind, Your Honor, would like to call some witnesses to the stand.
Sure.
How does that sound?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So, without further ado, we are going to start to explore why Saltagreppo is wrong. Let's begin. There are two parts of the debate. The first part of the debate focuses on the damage you get on your weapons. The second part is your damage resist, right? And I want to separate these things out and talk about them one by one, because I want to show that some of the fear around these things is perhaps a little overblown. So, let's start with damage resist. Okay, let's start with armor. So, for the sake of the jury, just so that everybody understands what we're talking about here, in Destiny, you'll have things like elemental resists and stuff like that that you can equip in your armor mods. You can put concussive dampener on, similar things like that. You can put fragments on, like facet of protection, and all of those things give you damage resist. And each of them basically works as a multiplier. So a 15% damage resist would be a 0.85 times multiplier on your incoming damage, and they multiply together to stack. So if you have one elemental resist on, concussive dampener on, and facet of protection, for example, you get 15% of each. Obviously, I'm being very general here because this concussive dampener mod is specific damage types and the elemental similarly specific damage types. But just to sort of help paint a picture here, the three of those together would mean that you get an ultimate multiplier of 0.61 on your incoming damage. So something that would do 100 damage to you otherwise, with these things on, would actually only do 61 damage to you. And so assuming you've got just a handful of these things on, we are now putting this new gear damage resist on top of all those things, right? And that means that we are doing our 0.85 multiplier, because it's a 15% damage resist total that you can get with all tier 5s, on a number that's already smaller than 1. So it brings us down from 0.61 to 0.52. So if we're looking at it in terms of where we're already at with our damage resist, we're going from, for instance, 0.61 as our multiplier, and we're dropping that down to 0.52. So it's like a 9% absolute damage resist delta there. So
Objection, the math is just wrong. Like, I mean, the math is correct, but it's not 9%, it's 15.
Sorry, did you just say the math is correct? That's what I heard. The math is correct.
The math is correct, but the sentence you typed below is just wrong. Straight up wrong.
What is the delta between this number and this number, Salt? What is the difference between them?
15%, not 9.
It is. You know what? Sustained. It is 15%. This is fair. This is fair. This is a fair point. However, it is still 9% of the full 100% of the damage that you should be receiving, right? It's 15% of the smaller number, is what you're saying, correct?
Objection, the damage you're receiving is whatever damage you are receiving. If you're receiving 61, that's the damage you're receiving.
But if
15% is 15%, no matter what, no matter how much gear you have.
Let me put it this way. If I was receiving 1%, right? 1% of the damage, if I was already at 99% resist, right? And we got a new damage resist, right? That's stacked on top of that. Are you telling me that you would quantify an individual stack of that as a 100% damage resist because it might bring me from 1% to 0?
Can
You
you
wouldn't,
repeat that?
would
Like
you?
what?
If you're already resisting a load of damage, right? If you're already basically immune,
Yeah.
then the actual diminishing return that you're getting is the smaller
There is no
number.
diminishing return. Not in Destiny, not the way it stacks. It's not diminishing, it's just stacking.
But the damage that the given enemy is doing, right, is already being minimized a certain amount. We agree, right?
Yes, but that's not the point. Like,
But
that's just not how the bot works.
But how is it not in the sense that you are, if you're receiving your 61 damage from your shot and then you're receiving your 52 damage from the shot instead, your health is still decreasing by the number that I'm stating, that like the 52 is how your health is being affected, right? That's the damage that you're taking.
It doesn't matter what the number is, you're just taking 15% less damage. Like, even if your HPs was like 1000 instead of like 200, that's still 15%. If you get it for 50 or you get it for 200 because you stuck the R or not, you're still taking 15% less. Like, it's just 15%. Like, no matter how much things you stack on top of it, there's no diminishing returns in the R.
If you're taking 60 damage and then you're taking 52 damage, that's less damage. But it's not as much less damage as it would have been if there were no other resists. Can you agree with that statement?
Total damage, but that's irrelevant.
But do you agree with my statement?
I mean,
if you had no resists on,
I mean, yeah,
your 15% reduction from your 100.
No,
right?
Okay, it's like the LT you lose. Sorry, how do I say it? Like, you would lose. I mean, it's hard to say it in English for me, but like, all that matters is the relative damage you take. Like, yes, if you have like 1000 HPs and not the R, and you get hit by something that does like.
So is the argument here, you take 100 damage, but only 52 of it will apply. Is that what you're saying, Milo, with your example here?
I'm saying if we're because we stack these things in this game, we've already stacked to a certain degree. And I'm just saying that I think it's misleading to say 15% in isolation rather than making it clear that it's 15% in combination with a bunch of other percentages that all stack together. And this 15% ends up being dwarfed by some of those other sources. And that's why I'm calling out,
So you're saying,
yield to the fact that I've worded this last sentence badly, but I'm saying that it is a smaller resist than it sounds. And maybe if I move on to the next slide, I can.
It's just not like. So wait, I'll give you a counterpoint. Are you saying that like, if you have 200 HPs, okay, and you have 50% DR, okay?
Yep.
And you get shot by a sniper and lose half your health, so you go to like 100 HPs.
Yeah.
But if you have 400 HPs with 50% DR, and you get shot and lose 200 HPs, like, are you saying that's different? Because it's not. You're still losing half your health. Like. The number itself is completely irrelevant. Like, you just care about the relative number, and that's 15%. Like, it doesn't matter like if the number is bigger or smaller. Like,
let me go to the next slide
completely
here.
cosmetic.
We can see. Well, that's the thing is I'm saying that the cosmetic element of it is making it sound larger to people, to the general public, than the actual impact is. It is a 50 at the end of the day, 15% is 15%, right? But let's move on to this next slide, and we can maybe cook the pizza a little more here. So where's my slide for So another point I want to make, and again, I yield the fact that my math is kind of cooked here, right? I've kind of cooked the math. I've overcooked it. It's burned. But this 9%, which I've talked about, this delta of 9 points on the incoming absolute damage, right? Is across 5 pieces of tier 5 gear. But that means that an individual piece of gear is only ever giving you that 3% max, right? You agree with that, Salt?
Yeah, 3%, yeah.
Yeah. And so on an individual piece of gear, we're not looking at, is it 15% better than everything else? We're just looking at, is it 3% better, right? Like if there's another, let's say you've got like a chest piece or what have you, and you've got an individual chest piece roll with whatever stats, and then you've got this new gear roll. If the original one, the non-new gear, is just 3% better overall in its overall output in terms of the resist. So for example, if it's got higher health stat in the new system or higher class stat, it's still better than this piece of gear. It doesn't need to be 15% better. It just needs to be 3% better. Do you agree with that?
Go ahead for now. Like, I don't want to interrupt you. I don't know.
Okay. So an example of this, and again, ignore this 1.8 here because the math is overcooked, but the point will still stand, okay? In the Edge of Fate, there's this new class stat, right? And if we level the class stat all the way to 200, it gives us a 40 HP overshield. Now, I'm pretty confident that Guardian Health is set to 200 in PvE. Is that correct?
I don't know if it's 200 or 220. They changed it so many times, I'm not sure.
I know. In PvP, it goes up to
know.
like 228 max, I believe.
Oh, maybe in PvP it's
yeah.
I don't know.
I think in PvE it's
230.
200. So for the PvE 200, you can get this 40 HP overshield, so that's 20% of your health, right? Like layered on top.
I mean, I'm gonna just point this out, not really an objection, but a 40% HP is 160 extra health because the overshield has an intrinsic 75% DR. So to remove a 40 HP's overshield, you need to take 160 damage.
It's a good point. That is a good point. Sustain. That is a good point.
Wait, so sorry, can you say that again? Because that's something I'm not familiar with.
Is it not a void overshield?
Saying it's not a void.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's a void overshield or not.
So
if it's not a void overshield, never mind.
Okay, let's.
I guess we don't really know, but
yeah, let's hear out what you just said one more time. So you're saying if it is a void overshield, then
it's like having 160% HPs because 160 HPs because void overshield has 75% DR.
Yeah. So it's able to take more damage, and so because it's an overshield versus so it's not the equivalent. It's like not 1-to-1 to your health.
Okay. I'm not familiar with the system you're talking about. Are you basically saying that the shield itself only negates a certain percentage of damage?
No, like whenever you have a void overshield that says like a bunch of HPs, multiply that number for 4, that's how much HPs it gives you, pretty much.
Okay. Let's
if a void overshield takes like 20 damage, it has 75% DR, so it's actually taking 5 damage.
Okay, I think in this case, we don't need to worry about that, but if that is the case for this, then it actually makes my point stronger. So I'll take it.
Oh yeah, I was just like specifying. I'm not sure either.
Yeah. Okay. So let's run with the assumption that it is not a void overshield, and therefore it is just at max stat investment of 200 stat investment. It's a 40 HP overshield. You happy with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Okay. So again, don't worry about the 1.8 here. You can just take this as 3. Okay, take this as 3. So in order to get the equivalent health that you would get from the new gear bonus, but from the class here, right? What we can do is we can do this calculation of taking the 20% that we get on the overshield, the 20% of our health, and do 200 over 20 times whatever percentage we're looking for. So that would be 3 here, not 1.8. So again, ignore the 1.8. And so that would mean that 30 class points give you a 3% overshield. That's the effective number. Okay. Do you follow?
I'm a bit lost. What's the 200 divided by 20 like?
This is the health that you as a guardian have divided by sorry. No, I'm lying. It's just that there's two 200s. The 200 is the max stat investment. So this is 200 class stat points.
Okay.
And so what I'm saying is that you get if you're looking for 3%, then this would be 3 instead of 1.
But like, what's the 20 in the equation? I'm hella confused. Sorry.
The 20 here is basically that's the 20% overshield. It's 20% of your health.
I can't say I get it. I'm sorry.
Okay, let me see if I can explain this differently. Basically, the long story short is the class stat bonus gives you an overshield that goes up to 40 health, right? And if you were, I've fudged the numbers here, right? Just for the sake of it, for the sake of the conversation. So I've made it as if you start getting the overshield at 10, which is not the case, right? Like you start getting it actually at 100, but just for the sake of it's actually it's more in my favor, I think. This way round, the other way round. This way round, I think, is less so. So don't worry, I'm not fudging it in my favor here. But basically, you, if you wanted put it this way, if you wanted 3% more health, right? So effectively, your damage resist was 3% damage resist. If you wanted 3% more health, you would need 30 class points in order to achieve that result. An investment of 30 class points. And so what I'm saying is 30 class points, it's not that many class points. That's not really a big, like a huge deal as far as I'm concerned.
Objection, like DR and HPs are different thing? Like, are you saying like getting a 1.8% overshield is not getting DR? Like, you're getting an overshield, that's health.
Yes.
That's just...
But what I'm saying is that if you are taking less damage or you have more health, those are two different things, right? And I'm saying that we can't, like, I'm trying to find an analog to damage resist that is a similar system that affects your survivability. And
it's just not similar. Like, I don't think it is similar at all.
Having more health
is like way
surely...
weaker. No, like
why not?
Like 50% more health or like 50% DR. Like 50% DR is like 50 times stronger. Like, it's just not the same thing.
So
having more DR also means all the healing you get has intrinsically more value. You have more effective HPs.
Okay.
Like,
in that case, I will yield this point. We can move on. We can move on. This is fine. Let's talk about weapons. All right. I have some cookery that is very scuffed, but I think it's scuffed in a way that will at least be illustrative of a point. Okay. So the max weapon buff is 10%, as we said, right? we agree that the max weapon weapon buff is 10%.
Yeah.
Is that massive? And your argument, Salt, is that it is massive. Is that correct?
It's not as impactful as DDR, but I think it's impactful enough to reduce build variety a good bit.
Okay. Okay. Let's address both of those points. So what infernal math have I put on this next slide? Dear Lord. Let's see. Let's talk about a couple of different sources of damage that you can find in the game. Damage buffs, stuff like that. Forgive me if any of these are slightly off. Some of them might be the enhanced version, some of them might be the regular version, I don't know. But you got damage perks that will do things like 40% on surrounded, 15 on frenzy, like those sorts of things, right? And a typical damage calculation might be you have your well 1.25 times, your surges 1.22, assuming you're not using you're just using regular surges, 3 surges, and your tether, and that'll give you your 1.98. And then perks can then multiply that also further, and get you up to like a so like a 2.6 times damage multiplier. Yeah. And so then the new gear buff would be a 1.1 times on top of this, which would bring you up to like a 2.8. Yeah. 2.8 times. And so my question is going from a 2.6 to a 2.8, is that really that big a deal? Right?
I mean, my objection again is that it's 10%. It's not that 26 you typed. It's the same mistake you made on the DR math. It's just 10.
Yes. And I yield that is a mistake.
Okay.
But I will question is that once we are at that level of damage, I think this is where it comes back to it for me, is like you're saying 10% is 10%, but that is in
your favor probably for this point. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, it's like it's in isolation, but in you need to include the rest of the sandbox and where the sandbox damage.
Like, are you okay? Question: are you saying we're gonna be doing a 90% next damage next season because they're lowering the power level and so the number is visually lower? Like, no, we're gonna do the same damage. Like, how big the number is just irrelevant.
The boss has an amount of health, right? And the boss doesn't care if your multiplier is higher. The boss cares about how much absolute damage you're doing. And if you're doing 2.6 times, right? And that means that you're cooking the whole boss, and then you have a higher multiplier, it doesn't mean that you're going to kill the kill the boss better. The boss is still dead, right? So that's why I'm saying
you might just wipe because you don't have enough damage. Like, you don't know that.
Sure, but if you have other damage sources, right? The other damage sources make a difference, and I think that's where I'm trying to say that you need to consider the rest of the sandbox, because if you've got damage sources, I just agree. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let's talk about what the sort of differences between damage here can sometimes look like. So I did some very, very scuffed testing today, like exceedingly scuffed. So I want to make it absolutely clear to everyone, these numbers have very big error bounds on them, because there's like, I did 1 test per gun, and it was loosey-goosey, okay? But I just wanted to get a rough idea of some stuff. So what I did is I jumped onto Templar, and I got my green butler out, and I got a God Roll's Tomorrow's Answer, a God Roll Apex Predator, a God Roll Hezen, and also just like another like random trash perks Hezen and another trash perks Apex Predator, okay? And I did the exact same like mechanical testing with each one, which is that I would basically try to proc my envious bait and switch, which obviously the good ones have and the bad ones don't, right? So it's scuffed testing because I'm doing a rotation on the bad ones that is not good for those guns. But I just wanted it to be consistent across all of them to see what difference the perks make, right? Just so we can sort of visualize the difference that these perks make. And when you're using a green butler, and you just have terrible rotation, you've got bad skill in the game, your overall DPS is like 19k, something like that. That's a terrible butler with bad mechanics. You've then got like a better rotation with the butler, which is just like firing it off more optimally. You can get it up to 29k just through not being a silly sausage and just shooting the gun better, basically. Then when you start going to some of these other weapons here, like a Hezen with bad perks, and doing like a rotation that is not optimal for those perks, you can do 33k. So you're getting up there in damage. And then if we jump to the God Roll Hezen with the correct rotation to proc Envious Bait and Switch, you can get up to 67k, which is a massive, massive jump, right? So one of the reasons I did this test is I wanted to see whether pure mechanical differences would make all the difference in the world, or whether pure perk additions would make all the difference in the world, or together how that would look. And the difference between just the terrible butler with a bad rotation and the God Roll Hezen with a good rotation is massive, right? Like, it's a very, very big increase there, 250% increase. Now, my argument here is that we've already had a meta, correct me if I'm wrong, where the Apex Predator was like the best in slot legendary rocket. Is that a fair thing to say? Chat's told me that was the case, but I want to check your opinion on that as well.
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah.
Okay. So that was a thing. And that then got power crept basically by Hezen for various reasons. Sure, you can talk about the artifact, you can talk about all the other reasons that contribute to it, but ultimately it got power crept. And my argument is that the power creep increase here that we see of the good perks Hezen over the good perks Apex is pretty sizable. Like, the Hezen is doing 67k DPS, the Apex is doing 36, which is significantly less. So if there are already other sources of power creep in the game, are we really that worried about something which is just getting a 10% buff? Like, I don't feel like 10% is enough to instantly make something best in slot, or instantly make something the pick over other things. And so I think that some of the concern that, like, it's gonna completely ruin build crafting, for example, is just not true, because ultimately, if there's another weapon that just is inherently better, that is going to exceed the buff that you're getting of 10% on a bad gun.
So do I answer this, or does the Salt answer this? Or I guess I don't know. I'm just judge here, but I also just want to.
You're allowed to interrogate by all means.
Okay.
Salt
okay.
is also, yeah, you can.
So
can respond. That's fine.
So your argument is essentially 10%, just like the damage resist, 15% is not that big of a deal. But I also see Salt's side as well, which is, okay, so for instance, the good perks on Hezen's Vengeance, right? And its origin trait, which makes it S tier. Imagine if we got a similar rocket next season that's the identical rolls, but because it's new, it is the featured weapon, and therefore by default will be doing 10% more damage. This would then make our previous Hezen's Vengeance outdated, therefore the soft sunsetting, if you will. And so I understand Salt's argument that short-term pain, but even bigger pain in the long term. And I would say that 10% is pretty significant, especially like in day one clears, when you're getting DPS checked, like.
Your Honor, it's not active in day one.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's not going to be active in day one. So in that case, the only places it's going to matter would be, I guess, whatever happens after that. So it would be like, I don't know, whatever. I guess we've seen some, I guess, variation of the raid or something like that, or something. But all day one contests. Here's the other thing too. Do we know for certain all future day one contest modes will not have these weapons with the extra 10% more damage.
I think it would be a fair assumption that if they're turning it off for this first day one with the new system, that they would consistently do that for the future, unless the community had a very, very strong opinion one way or the other, in which case they might yield to that, I could imagine. But my assumption would be that the new gear buff will never apply in contest scenarios.
Okay.
Actually, the point that you're making here, Your Honor, about where this therefore will apply, I actually have some slides for that I'd love to show you. I can sort of rattle through those pretty briefly if that would be of interest.
Okay, 1 second, Your Honor, can I eat my dinner?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go right ahead. If the 10% is no big deal, why turn it off for the day one raid? Oh, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. But we're going to continue letting Milo present his case. And this is recess at this point. Everyone take a brief break and eat some lunch, eat some dinner, all that jazz.
Would you like me to continue while Salt is eating his dinner?
You definitely can. So that looks delicious,
okay.
By the way. That
does. I'm very jealous of the plaintiff.
Yes.
So. While Salt is eating his dinner, a question for Saltagrepo. If you wouldn't mind me asking it, Your Honor, just a quick question.
Sure.
The grind itself, and like when these weapons are going to be relevant, right? What is your current assumption for when you'll have all your DR, your 5 tier 5s, right? Which is, it sounds like you're more worried about the 5 tier 5s than the damage, although the damage is still a problem. It sounds like in your
definitely about bot. I just think one is more impactful.
Sure. So when do you think you're gonna have tier 5s in all slots? How far into?
I would assume a couple of weeks.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I can't know that, right?
Sure. Just a rough guess is totally fine. How much slower would you imagine, based on your understanding of, for example, the power grind usually, which I've not experienced? How much slower do you think the general public will be to get to that point? Like, if it's a couple of weeks for you, how long will it be for them?
I mean, I would have just assumed it was time gated. To be honest, like, so
let's say you're grinding flat out, and 3 weeks in you have all tier 5s, right? For John Smith at home, how soon do you reckon he could get all tier 5s? If he's playing significantly less, like what do you reckon the rough timeline would be for him to get his tier 5s?
Yeah. I just think that depends if it's grindy or if it's more of like a skill check, in the sense that to get it you need to do some like harder level content. I don't think that's the case though. So
okay.
I mean, I really just don't know. Like, without knowing the system, I feel like it's unfair to ask for me to guess. I don't know.
That's not a problem. What I'd love to do now is to help make the system a little clearer for everyone in chat, and perhaps for yourself as well. This might be of some interest in terms of how you actually get there and whether there's a skill check. So let's talk about this. So the portal is the new system in the Edge of Fate, which determines the whole power grind. It basically all happens within the portal. And the portal looks like this, right? This is a screenshot from one of my videos from the preview event. Now, there's a few things that I want to call out here. You can see your power in the top right of the screen. You can see the difficulties, obviously, on the left-hand side. All the modifiers here are in the middle, and then you've got some stuff on the right-hand side as well. Now, it's a pretty complex system, and it's going to take a while to explain it if I try to go into full depth right now. But I'm gonna try and sort of rattle through as fast as I can. Basically, the difficulties that you have available to you are dependent on what your power level is. So if you're at 150 power, you can't do a Grandmaster. Like, it's not available. And the key relevant piece of detail is the it's from these later difficulties that you get tier 5s. There is zero way, there will never be a way for you to play at expert, for example, and get a tier 5 drop. It never happens. And that means two things. Number one, that means you need to have earned the power to unlock the difficulty to get the tier 5. So there's the power grind, and then there is also the skill check of you needing to be able to complete GMs and complete ultimate difficulty perhaps as well in order to get your tier 5s. Okay, are we clear so far, Salt? Are we happy with?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So, to break that down a little more, I created a chart which I think is hopefully going to be helpful for people in chat. It's going to look like a lot of information at first, but just bear with me here, okay? So, this is the chart that I constructed. Basically, as your power level goes up, you unlock more difficulties, and difficulties allow you to be at different metal ratings, which is what we saw on the page a moment ago in the portal. And different metal ratings can give you different drops, depending on whether you add modifiers or you don't add modifiers. Okay? So, if you are playing master difficulty stuff in the portal, you can get tier 3s, but master doesn't have any overlap with the tier 5 stuff here. That is only from platinum and from diamond, right? So you have to do either GMs or your ultimate difficulty stuff. In order to get the power, in order to get to these high difficulties, you need, on this screen, to look at the delta here. So you can see this is 225 and then a +5. You need to look at this delta, and that's going to indicate what an individual activity is going to get you in terms of a what's it called? A powerful engram. So this will be a powerful engram with a delta of +5 to bring you up 5 power levels, right? So at expert, if you crank the difficulty here, you'll get a +5 drop. But if you don't do it at max difficulty, you'll only get a +3. Now, Bungie's trick up their sleeve, right? The thing that they have to deploy as they see fit is that at the later difficulties, so if I'm playing on Grandmaster difficulty, for instance, they can make it so that instead of having a max potential gain of +5, maybe I have a max potential gain of +3, right? And that will mean that they can exponentially increase the length of the power grind to get up to these higher difficulties just by deciding that you're going to get less powerful stuff from the higher difficulty stuff, right? What this means is that in order to actually get all of these tier 5s, we're going to have to go through an exponentially slowing power grind and be able to do this really difficult content. And so one of the arguments I want to present is that you and I, Salt, are talking about this from, I think, the perspective of basically like the nerds, right? Like we're looking at this as the most endgame player that there can be, and we're really looking at that tiny percentage of the community. There is a significant chunk of the community who won't even get to 400 to 500 power for the first 3 months of the expansion, if not longer. And so that's what this chart is. The power cap in the first half of the season is 450 total. The second power cap is 550 for Renegades. But there are going to be significant numbers of people, and this is from Bungie devs telling me this, there will be significant numbers of people, if you just play like once a weekend, and you do, let's say, 10 activities in the portal, then maybe that's going to get you 10 of your powerful engrams there. But it's going to take you a really long time to get up to the difficulties that actually drop you your tier 5 engrams. So I want to make it really clear, the vast majority of the player base worrying about these tier 5s breaking the game don't even need to worry about it because it's never going to even affect them. I can proceed, but I want to check whether you guys want to make any comments at this point.
1 second. Let me
Sure.
swallow.
Yep.
All right. Well, I feel like you just didn't present a point for why the system would be good. You just said that people are gonna engage with it less, and like, okay, cool, but like that's still not an argument in favor of the system.
That's fair and that's fine, but I want you to also acknowledge that when we're saying like this system is just terrible, we need to couch that with the fact that it's terrible for like 1% of the player base. And for 99% of the player base, it's not killing the game.
Oh, I mean, I think it can do pretty big damage, but to kill the game is pretty hard. The game is too good for Bungie to be able to kill it in one change. I give you that, but I think it can be a pretty big hit.
So what is the negative impact on a general player if they never interact with the system?
I mean, they're just not incentivized to grind for stuff. Like, if they don't have too much time on a given season, they are definitely not gonna want to grind for something and get it on the last 2 weeks, and then after 2 weeks it stops doing the extra damage. Like, it just feels bad for them. Like, I feel like they're less incentivized to grind.
But okay, so let me ask you this then. Do you like the artifact, the seasonal artifact?
The artifact XP, I think, is probably top 3 worst things in the game, but they got rid of that. The mods, I think, are cool. It depends on the mods, though. Like, some mods are a bit dumb when they like strongly limit variety for a whole season. Other mods are super cool. Like,
sure, and just
like there was for example, like mods that like work with most of your gear, I think are super cool. Like when you add that mod that's stunning a champ gives you an armor charge, like that's cool. Stuff like particle deconstruction, I think it's a bit more lazy because no reason to make linears like, you know, do much more for a whole season. Like I feel like I prefer mods that give variety in general, but I don't really mind the concept. Like,
okay, so if you don't mind the seasonal artifact within a given season, like an example I can maybe give right now is there's a lot of stasis stuff in the next seasonal artifact, right? And a given, I mean, we don't know how exactly it's all gonna work out, but a given player now might be like, oh, I want to grind for let's say like a god roll Tenacious, yeah, because I think that it's going to be good with the other stasis stuff in the artifact, and like maybe that's something that they anticipate being useful, right? But once that seasonal artifact goes away, it's gone. So your argument is that you don't like the fact that you would grind for something and then have a limited time to use it and then it would go away. But in the seasonal artifact, is that not exactly what we already do and you like it?
I mean, there is a very big difference between knowing that after 6 months something is not gonna be the best forever to having a good weapon with good utility that could at any time and in many different seasons be made good by either patches or artifact. Like with this system, there is no chance something that loses a 10% gets it back. Right now in the game, a weapon that's good is just good. Like it could be good next season, then it can be bad for 6 months, then it can be good again. Like you just the unpredictability is extremely important here. Like and that's what makes it like interesting.
Is the same applies for the gear that you're saying is going to fall off. It could be good, just because
it's going to be 10% worse though.
But what if the thing is what if it's one of the new gear is like a solar shotgun that is just like a really good solar shotgun for some reason, and then in the next season after there's some kind of other seasonal artifact buff or something that makes it, oh, actually, it's best in slot. Like, you're arguing, basically, you're only seeing the pessimistic outlook of the scenario where something is only good because of its 10% buff, and then it falls off, and no happenstance makes it good ever again.
I'm gonna reply to this saying that I see your point, and yes, it's possible that something is good even without the 10%, especially if unbelievably overtuned, but that's extremely unlikely, one, and two, that really only applies to some crazy gear that's really like top of the slot, because for any gear that's not like god roll best in slot, that's just not gonna happen.
Do
Like,
you
yes, Season
ever
Vengeance
use
is gonna be
weapons
good
that
next
are
season
not
too.
best in slot?
I mean, yes, I do a lot of challenges, so like I use a lot of things that are like
Okay, excluding that, because like you could do a challenge and choose to not use the new gear buff. Like the challenge is
not even
relevant.
that. Like, I'm using things that are not best in slot, but they're best for what I do, and that's like one of the cool things about Destiny, right?
But
So
it sounds like what your argument is these things without this 10%, once the 10% is gone, they could never be the best for what you're trying to do.
I mean, yeah, that's probably a
Hope
borderline
you have a
impossible
great
for them
day,
to be,
Course.
because
Keep up the
whatever
great work.
random weapon from the season after is just gonna do more. Like, especially for an heavy weapon.
But
Like,
I mean, of all the weapons, how many weapons release in a season? It's like, is it in the first expansion here? Is it like 30?
well, yeah. Let me just add in on this right here. Something that's very desirable in Destiny, and like what a Destiny player loves, is, you know, hanging on to loot that could potentially become very, very strong down the road, even if it's in like an archetype that's garbage, but it has a perk combination that makes it really, really solid. We've kind of accepted artifact mods as being these like flavors that come in and spice up certain builds. And they are very much, they'll be focused on weapons, of course, but they'll also be focused on our actual subclasses themselves. But the issue with this, and I see Salt's side on this too, is that your weapons, once they cycle off of that featured list, they are going to be at a disadvantage going forward, in comparison to any of the other featured weapons down the road. And so, yes, you may keep like a Tenacious for its utility and its champion counter capabilities, but you'll always have in the back of your mind that this weapon, even if it's a Hezen's Vengeance with all the bells and whistles, is going to be doing less damage than the next featured rocket launcher.
So that is my objection, though, is that what you're saying there is the 10% is the difference maker, when you just said even if it's a Hezen, right? But the Hezen is not just only 10% better. The Hezen is like 250% better.
Sure.
Right?
But if there's an
but the Essen
identical
is
drop,
just broken. Like, that doesn't work for 99% of items in the game, right? Like, if you use Essen for your examples, like, yeah, you're gonna use it anyways, but I don't think that's the point. Like, there are so many cool items in the game, you know, like...
So I would suspect that you use maybe 0.5% of the guns in the game, or 1% of the guns in the game. 1% might be too generous, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know how many guns there are. But there's a crazy amount of guns that are already not viable for stuff because they're just okay. And I don't think it's suddenly a problem if there are new guns that are added and those guns then end up being in the same pool as all the other guns that have already for the last 10 years ended up in the pool of just being okay. Like, everything is power crept anyway. So what is the concern with this relatively small 10% compared to like a Hezen situation, power creep, which specifically also is power creep that then resets so as to not blow the whole sandbox up and mean that we end up with infinite Hezen situations in 5 years' time. Like, surely it's better to keep it in control, and rather than implementing a gun and the devs overtuning it at first, which they already do, right? Rather than needing to do that, the devs can tune it appropriately, but the buff can be the thing that makes it somewhat overtuned, right? But then that goes away to keep the power creep in control, and then we move forward. Like, why would that be a bad thing?
I mean, because, like, again, for the season where that weapon releases, that's just the only weapon you use, and I don't like to be, so to say, told by the game, like,
Can
what
I
I need to
object
use.
If let's say there are 30 weapons in the expansion. I don't know the exact number. I think it's somewhere between like 25 and 35. But let's say there's 30 weapons. What's the likelihood that you get a shotgun of every element type? I'd say that's pretty low, right? And if there's a specific seasonal artifact thing where you need a stasis shotgun for some reason, you're not going to be like, well, I'm going to forego all of these other synergies that I have in the game just so I can use this thing that does 10% more damage without any synergies, right?
I agree. Like, of course, there could be some situations where old gear is still used, but there are just going to be way less. Like, without the net gain, like, you're just losing build crafting options with no positive gain. Like,
let me just one more point on this, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Judge, just
sure.
Losing the build crafting options would be, I would agree, if the sole thing you were looking at with build crafting was in isolation the damage that the gun does. But it's not. It's the fact that you can combine things with other things, and it's the overall combination that makes it shine, right? And what you're saying is that in isolation, the 10% is a big enough problem that you would stop thinking about the combinations and you would just gravitate to the 10%. But you wouldn't do that. That's just not the way you would
not for every weapon, just for a good bunch where I didn't have a reason to do that before. Not for every weapon. Like, of course, generalizing is stupid here, right? Like, I explained at the start of my point how the issue is also more impactful on heavies because, again, no one is ad clearing in this game with weapons anymore, for example. So, like, I don't know.
So let me just add my point on this, okay? I get where you're coming from, Milo, on the, we get all these weapons and think of the weapons that we never even return to use, and potentially, you know, the only one of the incentives to use the new gear. Hold on one second. Baby.
Or the judge left. I don't think you can do that.
So the thing is, this 10% buff to the new weapons is what's going to incentivize us to use those new weapons. Is that right? Is that kind of that would be, or one of the incentives to use those new weapons? Correct?
Order in the court. Lay down the belt.
I'm asking you. Yeah, Milo.
Yeah, I think it's designed to make new gear attractive, and crucially,
sure,
new gear is already attractive because the devs overtune it. So this is an opportunity for them to keep it in. Like, the 10% is already there, right? It's already there because stuff is OP. It's just that now it's there written as a new gear buff instead of there written as something that is already OP that they can just like nerf it later. Like, instead of it being OP and then it getting nerfed, it's just, it is in tune but has a seasonal buff, and then the seasonal buff goes away.
Sure. So, I mean, I'm just at this point real quick, so before you take it, but Bungie has kind of gone through this in the past when they first introduced artifacts to us, and the artifacts back then were very limiting to where you only had to use those weapon types to counter champions. So pretty much every GM Nightfall loadout included only those weapons. And then essentially what the conclusion was after a while was people didn't like it. And so they finally allowed for subclasses and different verbs to be able to counter champions, and also, you know, weapon surges and stuff to match the overcharged weapons. So I would say for a Destiny player, they don't like to feel limited in what they can use today, and they also like the longevity, because the argument is, I get where you're coming from, it makes the new loot desirable. But at the same time, in the Destiny player's mindset here, is if I farm, let's just say Tenacious, or even like a Chroma Rush. I farm a Chroma Rush right now with Kinetic Tremors, okay? But then next season, another Chroma Rush or a variation of that in the same archetype rolls with Kinetic Tremors. What that just completely discards my previous Chroma Rush. And then the season rolls after that, and say there's another version of that same auto rifle with Kinetic Tremors. And so even though, yes, it's only a 10% difference, I'm going to constantly be discarding, and I don't feel like there's any longevity in the loot that I'm keeping season to season, year over year.
Judge, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
In the past, with I'm not actually familiar with Chroma Rush, so maybe we could just pick the Apex Predator as an example.
Okay. Sure.
Because it's a weapon I happen to have.
Mm-hmm.
With the Apex Predator, it's a, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a solar rocket, and now the Hezen exists, and it's also a solar rocket. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So with the jump from the Apex Predator to the Hezen, is the reason that people made the jump because the raw damage numbers were 10% or more higher on the Hezen, or was it because of the perks?
In that particular situation, yeah, the perks for sure. And so the origin trade is definitely the strongest factor. So,
okay.
So you're saying if it was, I'll let you continue there.
So if the perks are what are making the difference,
yep,
I would then ask, are there other scenarios you can think of where new perks release and the new perks, or it's not the new perks release, certain perks get nerfed or buffed or what have you, and it is the perks and things in that vein that make the difference as to which gun you're picking. Is that something that you would say happens frequently, maybe, in Destiny?
That perks make the big difference in my choices?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Not to the extent of Isen, though, I want to point out. Like,
Hezen's obviously a unique case. It's
like,
just...
next season, doesn't matter what rocket they release, we're still using Isens if we're using rockets. Like, it's just that overtuned, so it's it's weird to use it.
Yeah, the challenge is just, it's literally the only gun I can name because of my game knowledge. It's the only gun I can name that is an example of an elemental weapon archetype that I know, like, what the next meta one became, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know what, like, the stasis sidearm of choice was before Tenacious, for example. I just don't know. But so that's why I'm using the Hezen. But if the Hezen was half as strong, I think it would still, my point would sort of still stand here. Is that it's best in slot, right? I'm not talking about the crazy extent to which it's best in slot. But anyway, just to get back to this point and really hammer it home, because I think it's important. The perks are what are determining the choices that you're making about which weapons to use. And so if the season, so if in Renegades something releases that, oh no, sorry, not in Renegades. If now there is a weapon that we get from this season, what's this season called? Heresy? The Heresy season, something drops with specific perks, and then next season those perks get buffed. You're not even gonna blink about going, okay, well, I'm using that then because it's got the meta perks. Like, you're gonna be completely fine with that, and you're gonna ignore the fact that some other random gun has 10% damage buff. Like, that's not gonna be relevant anymore because you're gonna want the perk roll. And that's always, as far as I've seen in Destiny, people literally never specifically go, what is the raw DPS of this weapon without any perks? No one does that. What people gravitate to is, what does this give me with all my perk combinations, with all my artifact stuff? Like the Aegis spreadsheet, Aegis himself said to me the other day, it's like, he will get damage rotations for like extremely specific combos that require using 19 different things at the same time. And it's the 19 that makes the difference. But if you look at it in isolation, oh yeah, sure, my white Kvostov might have 10% less damage than my green dead zone rifle or whatever, but if the perks are better, I'm still going to use the thing that means that I get the perks energy that makes it cook.
So I get your points, and I'm just going to add at least just a little bit of my experience with watching Bungie introduce systems like sunsetting into the game and different type of resets. And at least from my experience, and it actually took having, I really appreciate like this whole session today, because this has really like jogged my brain to analyze it. Because originally, I'm not going to kind of tip my hand on which way I'm leaning toward just yet, but essentially, when you have systems like resets or sunsetting, in my opinion, based on what I've observed with Bungie in the past, is that it allowed them to not be as creative with future rolls on weapons. Because instead of actually having to bring us a weapon with new trait combinations that we've never seen before and entirely new traits to begin with that must outshine the previous weapons, instead they can give us essentially something that's similar, if not the same, but that weapon is just going to shine by default because it's doing a bit more damage. And so it's, for a development standpoint, I believe it's easier for Bungie to implement a system like this if we're willing to accept it. But as a Destiny player, it's difficult to accept, especially if we have to regrind similar roles and perk combinations.
Just to be clear, are you arguing that you would prefer for them to release stuff that was crazier than the previous season, and that was the reason to grind it?
Yeah, I think that that's kind of been the trend, that what's been happening, where certain trait combinations. Now, you're talking about like Heson's.
Is that not an argument in favor of power creep though?
You know,
I mean, I'm also in favor of that. Like, I think new stuff should release strong. I'm also in favor of like balanced patches. If something releases too strong, it's perfectly fine after
individually
3 to 6 months
take it
to
down.
nerf it a bit.
Yeah,
but just that thing, like,
so
I think it's super sick when they release something crazy and then like Still Ant was broken, but it was fun. Like, that's fine.
It's
you know, like, I don't know.
It's such a hard thing to do, because when we have these conversations, you can think like a player or you can think like a developer. And I find myself that sometimes I will merge into the developer space, because I do empathize with the difficulty of balancing Destiny and those out-of-band weapons. And I also empathize with the difficulty of having to essentially recreate the wheel season over season to make loot more desirable than the previous loot. But as a player, because I have to bring myself back to it, as a player, I find that new trait combinations is just more desirable, and that there are things that slip through the cracks, like Heson's Vengeance was this origin trait, and in those situations, they should get hammered down at some point, if there were too out of band there, but not a blanket. Everything you just worked for is going to be by default 10% worse versus the next season's competition. And it's one of those things, like, it depends on the kind of gamer, I guess, that you are. Like, for instance, Diablo players and maybe like people that are used to seasonal resets, they're more accepting of this. I just know, observing the Destiny player base for years, since, you know, Forsaken and Sunsetting and all these things, they don't like that shit, man. I mean, that stuff just angers them. And that's why Bungie has had to crank. But again, I see the developer side of things. It's like, we can't just infinitely become stronger and stronger, right? That's the argument, right? We can't. Then you got power creep is the issue.
I mean, you would argue that as well, though, right? As a player, I'm assuming.
I like to kill shit really fast and blow things up, and again, the developer mindset. I mean, I empathize, but the player in me I like to cook, dude. I just like to cook and, you know, worry about. I mean, dude, at one time I used to run around with the Ammon and one-shot people in Crucible because of the crafting bug. Like, I could have lived with that for a good couple months, man. I was having a good time with it. So I like busted shit. So I'm probably not the guy to talk to on the whole balance side of things. I know Salt gets into the balance talk a lot, as well as you, Milo.
But I'm also like, different from what people think, I'm also very in favor of broken shit releasing. I just don't like when something broken releases and then it's best in slot for 4 years. That's just boring. That's my main thing. But I really like when new things are strong.
So you like when new things are strong? So as in maybe they're 10% stronger? Maybe?
So
No, I like when they're strong because they're interesting, not because they're 10% stronger.
Yeah. Just because Bungie, again, it's like the featured exotic list. Like I don't necessarily like that either. I don't like Bungie telling me how I need to play their game, and that's been my stance.
Do you like the seasonal artifact?
I do like that. I do like the seasonal artifacts because I feel like there's a lot more subclass synergy involved with those. But at the same time, you could be in a situation where it's like, all right, you have a seasonal artifact that really aids Strand and aids Solar. Okay, well, second encounter of Vesper, I'm still going to rock Behemoth.
I haven't done it yet. Don't tell me. I haven't done it.
Oh, okay. So, but point is, it's like there will always be certain builds that, given certain encounters, I will use those builds that are favored, no matter what the artifact mods may be, unless it's something crazy like a classy restoration. And I will say Bungie's kind of pulled back a bit on like how strong artifact mods. Like they're still strong, but like we've had some like crazy. We had an artifact mod years ago called Energy Accelerant, which overlapped inside of PvP, which literally allowed like so many of your weapons, including Telesto, to 3-bolt kill from like 60 meters away. And like, yes, in like, sure, was it broken? Yes, but in the moment, it was fucking hysterical and fun. But the point is we had to discover that versus Bungie saying, hey, here's your list. Telesto is on this list, and this thing does 10% more damage. You see what I mean? Like I like the art of discovering the sandbox when new stuff comes out, and I feel like artifact mods gives us, you know, this almost like this set of puzzle pieces, and we've got to fit it together into what we want to cook.
That's a really compelling point. I will definitely yield on that. The featured gear is more on the nose, and the seasonal artifact requires you to go, how could I use particle reconstruction and then implement it with your chosen rifle, right? So there's a little bit more player thought required. So I yield on that. I think that you make a good point there, Judge. I have the seasonal weapons on one of these slides here. Here we go. So these are the seasonal weapons. This is the seasonal armor, the featured armor. And then I don't know if this is going to be way too small for anyone to see it in the chat, but this is everything. Just sort of tried to squeeze it in there just for reference. And one of my arguments is that while I yield that it is more on the nose to just give you a featured gear list, right? I think that the seasonal artifact already does all the stuff or a lot of the stuff that you guys are saying you don't like, but within the form of the seasonal artifact, you like it. So we've all been using Queenbreaker all season because of the seasonal artifact, right? It is just objectively incredible. It's very, very strong.
That's something that, for example, I don't particularly like. Like, as I said, I don't like the mods that kind of limit what you can use. And with the way they buffed Queenbreaker plus Particle, I don't think it's very fun that just deletes every other linear in the game, right? Like, again, it depends how Artifact is like implemented. But yeah.
Okay. So in a scenario where individual weapons didn't have those, like, I mean, obviously Particle is not like Queenie only, right? But the artifact mod combined with its rework means that it is just a bit busted. But in a scenario where you could have a broader selection of guns benefiting from Particle rather than like let's say Queenie never got reworked. In that scenario, would there be more linear fusions that you would then consider using? And you would enjoy there being like, maybe there's 4 options instead of 1. Like, you would enjoy that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Queenbreaker is just a bit overtuned. Again, it's similar to Isen in that regard, like compared to other linears.
So if the idea of there being several that you could use is exciting, then I would argue that where the seasonal artifact realistically highlights, there's probably like less than 5 weapons which are really, really key meta picks based on the artifact. Please disagree with me if that's not the case, but certainly in my understanding that I think
linears, if you're talking about particles.
Not linears. I'm saying the whole artifact right now, like the weapons that have like just insane broken synergies is not too many. It's quite limited to like, I mean, I can think of Queenie. I can't really think of a huge amount else right now.
I mean, I wouldn't say this artifact is very specific.
Sure, okay.
Outside of just bolt charge making dot weapons insane, I guess, like the Monarch.
Sure, okay. And then, yeah, I guess like Sleeper is strong right now, but nowhere near as much as Queenie. But even so, I think it's a fairly limited selection of weapons. And so one of the things that I'd like to suggest is that if instead of there being so much lean in to those fairly limited number of weapons, if there's a broader selection of weapons, like the weapons we're seeing on the screen right now, that all have the seasonal buff, it's not saying you have to use one specific thing. It's saying all of these could be fun things to play with in the sandbox. And to your point, Your Honor, you still have to figure out, okay, New Land is featured this season. How might I fit that into another broad build in order to create something that really cooks? Because I know that it's got the buff. Like the build crafting is still there. It's not just, I'll use the New Land and everything will die.
Mm-hmm.
Like you still got to put it all together.
Right.
It's just that, yeah.
Okay, I didn't like discuss the exotic part of the new gear. Can I have like 2 minutes to like say my take on it?
Please, please.
I think since exotics are unique items, okay, first of all, the exotic armor new gear bonus is just useless. Like no one, not a single person is equipping an exotic for 3% DR because it's featured if the exotic is bad. That's just impossible. Like that doesn't exist. So like on armor, the system might as well not exist. Like I'm telling you that because it's only one piece. So at that point, it's just irrelevant. Anyways, on weapons, if one weapon isn't quite meta enough, but a 10% buff would make it a viable option, just buff the weapon. Like, period, like forever, so that it's forever an option, and the more options we have, the better it is for the game. Like, there is no reason to buff it for a season. Why would you make it go back into oblivion the season after? If it's bad, just buff it, like, permanently. There is just no reason to do it all in the season, and also, 90% of those weapons will still be terrible even with a buff. So it's like, it doesn't even do anything, and for those that it will do something, like, buff them permanently, right? And buff the ones that are terrible even more. Because the 10% wouldn't, like, help them.
Did you not say, though, that you like things being stronger and then, like, the sort of flow of it's stronger and then it gets, like, nerfed because it's recognized that it's overtuned, and so you sort of have, like, an era or an epoch of time where it's like the Worldline Zero meta for a while, and then it moves on and it goes somewhere else later. Like,
no, I mean, I think they should only nerf things when they are so broken that it's the only thing they use. Like, I don't think they should nerf something because it's good. Like, Outbreak has a very big place in the sandbox when you're out of ammo. You shouldn't nerf it. It's good. I don't know. Choir is a very good weapon, but it's not like you only use Choir, so it's good. Like, you need to keep things good. Like, you should never nerf something to the point where it's not an option.
sure,
Like,
but you like things being strong for a window of time and then no longer being like the thing that everyone is using forever, right?
I'm like when something new ships, I'm okay with it either being pretty balanced but good, or even a bit broken. And in case they can touch it later. I don't like when something ships bad, I guess. But if it ships already balanced, that's probably even better, because if it ships balanced, but already it already is a place in the sandbox, then that's perfect, because it's a good weapon that Bungie doesn't even have to waste time like retouching. I feel like that's best case scenario.
That still sounds like an argument in favor of the system, because you're saying you like when it ships balanced or slightly better, and then if it needs to be brought back in line with things, it gets brought back in line, and that is how the new gear buff works.
But they don't need to ship it like, so to say, broken on purpose. Like they try to ship it where it should land. If it's too good, they nerf it. If it's bad, they buff it. And it's like, if it's in a good spot, then nice. Like there is no point in shipping something that's okay and give it 10% more for fun. Like I don't know. It's like if it's in a good spot, why would you overtune it in a way that limits the variety? Just like, you know. Like I said earlier that like Stilant was fun, and it was, but like objectively it would have been more fun if Stilant wasn't that strong, because you could only play Hunter on Salvation. So while it was fun, yes, it was a fun meta, but like it's not the ideal scenario to ship something that overtuned, right? Like it has its downsides.
So let me, if possible, let me address a point that you made a moment ago, because I think this is also illustrative of the point I'm trying to make here. So you just said a couple of minutes ago, nobody is equipping exotic armor just to get the 3% damage resist buff. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I would agree. I think the likelihood that someone is like, I'll give up my sort of choice of exotic just because I want the extra damage resist is fairly unlikely. But one of the things that we have in the Edge of Fate is set bonuses, right? And so we now have this new piece of the sandbox, which means that you will be juggling those bonuses in the same way that you juggle which exotic you choose to equip. Like it's almost the same headspace of having to kind of make difficult choices about like, oh, I want to equip my exotic headpiece right now, but I'm going to have to equip my exotic chest instead, right? And so with these set bonuses, I think this could be an example where
I'm sorry, one second, I missed something. Like why would the set bonus change which exotic you run? You can have a set bonus on all your 5 slots, right? So you can just run your exotic and then you put the set everywhere else.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I'm strictly talking about the exotic doesn't have a set. We haven't seen any exotics with sets so far. I'm just saying it's a similar place in decision making in your head of like, oh, if I pick A, I can't pick B. And similarly with your sets, it's like, okay, if I'm picking this one set, then that means that I'm then building into that set, or that means that I'm not going to be able to get a 4-piece set bonus. I'll only be able to get a 2-piece set bonus and another 2-piece set bonus, etc.
Yeah, that's fine. Fair.
Oh, okay, so yeah, I was just trying to sort of illustrate that it requires the player to make decisions beyond the stats of the weapon, is kind of the core point that I was trying to make. And so my argument here is that in Renegades, let's say you've got something that has the new gear buff, and you are making the assessment of, should I run it? Right now, it sounds like your argument is you are never going to pick anything else because it has the new gear buff, and therefore it's a simple equation. You pick the thing that has the new gear buff, the end, right?
Okay, I mean, that's gonna be the case in most scenarios. Like, obviously, if there is a set that's insanely broken, similar to how Isen is, then you might run it even without the DR. But for what they showed, the sets are, like, very tame. Like, they don't really do much. Like, they're cool, but they don't, like, completely change your playstyle. They are not as good as 15% DR would be, right?
Okay, but let's be clear. The individual item is a 3% boost on tier 5. So taking away all of the fact that most people won't even earn them for forever, the individual item is 3%. So you can get a set bonus by giving up 6% damage resist. And I would argue that Bushido, for instance, which gives you a health restoration on its 2-piece bonus, that is going to be much more important than just 6% damage resist. I would argue.
I think that's... I would have to see how much it heals you. I think they're maybe a bit decently close in strength, but that's assuming that you are not losing another set bonus. Like, yeah, you're getting Bushido, but you could be getting another true set bonus. And when you compare 6% DR plus another set, hard to justify sucking both those things for the Bushido set.
Sure, there is a scenario, I recognize and accept that there is a scenario where...
Still wondering what Cross was thinking he was
new
getting into when he said yes
set
to being
bonus in
here has to be
Renegades
guff.
that you could get on those items with the 6% might be better than an old set bonus. But
I think that's almost like guaranteed, almost, because you know, I'd say 95% of the combos.
But if that's guaranteed, then I think surely it should be equally guaranteed that the new perk rolls on weapons in a new season will always power creep the perk rolls on the previous season's weapons. Is that a similarly valid argument or no?
Wait, no, I'm lost. Why would perks have to power creep things?
Okay, so it sounded like your argument was the new set bonus will always power creep the old set bonus. Did I misunderstand?
No. I'm saying if you get a new set bonus that's assuming it's not completely terrible, and on top of that you get DR, it's gonna be hard to justify running the old set because the old set doesn't get the DR. I don't know which set is better. It could be worse, it could be better, but it's hard for a new set to be so good that you just give up the DR. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's probably gonna be the case for most sets.
Okay, obviously we're projecting into the future, so we can't say. But my suspicion is that a good set bonus, like Bushido might be, I don't know, but might be. I think that there is a genuine possibility that what happens is we get into Renegades and because you won't be able to get Bushido on the Renegades stuff, right? Like that's going to be specifically old gear at that point only that will roll with Bushido, as far as we understand it. And I think there's a really valid likelihood that with a given build that you might be running, you might really want the Bushido set bonus at that point, and you're going to be like, yeah, I'll give up the 6%, and I'll give up whatever other unsynergistic set I could go for because I want the thing that synergizes. Like it goes back to, that's why I was questioning it with relation to perks as well. It's always about the synergy. It's not about the individual, like this gives me plus 1% this or plus 3% this or plus 5% this. It's about the synergy in combination. And
it is possible, yeah. I mean, I agree. It's just like my point is that it's unlikely, and why would you antagonize a player that wants to run Bushido? Let the guy run Bushido without losing on the DR. Like, what are you gaining by de-incentivizing someone to run Bushido? Like, what's
because
the point?
Player needs to be antagonized, the word you used. Like the player needs to be antagonized ultimately to make different choices through their time in Destiny, or they will stop playing the game.
I disagree. Like the player should be incentivized to grind new stuff, not antagonized to use old ones. That's different. Like the fact that new sets give DR shouldn't be their like escape for making lazy sets that aren't desirable. They should be making good sets so that I'm like, oh, Bushido is pretty good, but I'm gonna run the new set because it's good.
But then when the new stuff comes out, you have new stuff to get that is good. So you get the same. It's like I think it's like a glass half full versus a glass half empty thing almost, where it's like at the end of a season, you can either look at the new season and be like, I'm looking forward to getting a bunch of this new gear that I know will be good and strong, or you could look at it as I'm mourning the old season's stuff. And I think that your argument is more focused on the old sort of sadness and mourning of the lost stuff, whereas my argument is that this gives you opportunity to enjoy the new stuff, right?
The opportunity to enjoy the new stuff should be the set being good. Like objectively, if like new sets are like if new sets release and you're still running Bushido despite losing the DR, that probably just means the new sets are terrible, and that's not a good thing. Like, you want the new sets to be good and interesting and to do, like, cool things. Like, that should be the reason why you get them, not because not because they give DR. Like I just
So
don't
at
see
what-
the reason why.
At what point should you be I just feel like it's a sort of weird argument, because part of the argument you're making is I want my old stuff to stay good. But then you're also saying I want it to be power crept.
Power crap, just different set, bro. Like a set doesn't like they don't have to like do the Bushido set and the season after they do like Bushido 2.0 that tells you like twice the amount. That's not what I'm saying. Next season they can do another set that does something different that allows a different playstyle, and that's what makes it desirable. Like it doesn't have to be flat out better. It just needs to be interesting and provide a different playstyle and something cool to play with. Like also because
I feel... Yeah, go ahead.
also because you're in considering that if a set is like bad, so to say, and like you're running Bushido despite the new set getting like DR, okay? Then after 6 months, that set is never getting touched. Like if it was already so bad that like people were running Bushido despite the new set getting DR, after 6 months that set is cooked. Like no one is ever equipping it again. So like that's not a good thing for longevity of the game.
But that is already how the game works, because
It's not to this extent. Nowhere like not even close. Like
this, I think, puts it in more of a form. Like you can sort of point to it and say this is the time where the old stuff becomes less good and the new stuff becomes better. But like I when I started playing the game again, I had a load of stuff in my vault from 2018, and every single thing there is completely useless, right? It's like entirely useless. So there's clearly been some point from the old stuff in 2019 through to now where this same transformation has happened, right? And
yes, but it is a slower process and it's an unpredictable process, which it being unpredictable still makes that gear worth chasing for longer instead of being like, oh, 6 months, then GG. That's a big difference.
But you're saying you want the... Because this is where I'm not understanding is, you're saying you want the old gear to still be good so that you can grind for something and then feel like it's still going to be useful in 12 months time or 15 months time, right? That was one of your early arguments.
Potentially. Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's a cool thing.
And yet you are also saying at the same time, I want... Let's not use the word power creep then. Let's use or maybe let's just say more creative power creep, right? Like you want exciting, fun, different things rather than it just being like a flat 10%.
Call it horizontal power creep more than vertical power creep. Like I want just more strong things. I don't want something that's flat out stronger that like sucks the air out of the previous things.
I have to. Yeah, horizontal power creep is, I've not heard of that until today. That's actually pretty solid. So I understand both sides right here. I do want to bring up Queen Breaker. I know it's a weapon and not armor as a good example. I love the rework Bungie gave to Queen Breaker. Now, the question is, from a developer perspective, do they look at Queen Breaker as maybe a failure as it snuffs out some of the competition in the sandbox? Maybe they wish we had used other linears, cataclysmic, whatever, who knows. But to us as gamers, we look at Queen Breaker and all we see is fun. This is a weapon that was never part of the meta. Giving it the 3-round burst made it really, really good and interesting, and it was creative. My concern with the featured list is that will we lack creative changes like that to our exotics? And instead, Bungie's sandbox changes would simply be maybe a small tweak, but this feature list, throwing the weapon on the feature list, and that's going to be the reason for us to use that next exotic in that next season. I like creative changes like Queen Breaker to incentivize me to use that exotic. Any thoughts?
I mean, I love exotic reworks. Like, I think they are a super cool thing. Like, I think Queen's Breaker is, again, a bit too much. Like, not the rework itself, but like probably the damage it does or like how fast it shoots. Because obviously, if you keep it like this long term, you are never equipping a legendary linear, right? Which is probably not good. But outside of like, the specific like number values, like I think the rework is very cool. Like it does something unique that other weapons don't do, and I'm super happy when they rework exotics in general. I think it's actually often more valuable than adding a new exotic, especially if you're gonna add a new exotic that is maybe gonna be forgotten right away. When you can, rework something that has like a place in the game and make it like actually viable.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah.
With exotic reworks and things along those lines, would you be in favor of this, the 10% damage buff, for example, if we go back to that? Would you be in favor of that if instead of just being a 10% damage buff, it was a little bit more scattered? So for example, let's say it was like snipers get 10% plus 10% reload speed, shotguns get 10% damage, sidearms get 10% projectile velocity, like for example, something like a little bit more scattered in that way. Would that be like, how far down that path would they need to go for you to be then in favor of the system?
I mean, no, that's just different, because if we're talking of an exotic, I think the change should just be permanent. Like, I don't want Queen's Breaker to be back to terrible next season.
I'm talking about all guns. I'm talking about like
in
like
general,
like
like,
buffs and nerfs, yeah.
like in general, if a buff is needed for an archetype, like it should just be permanent. Like when they do a patch note, I think they should do a patch note with the goal of like nailing a decent spot for that archetype or weapon. There's no point in doing it seasonally. Like,
but you like the seasonal artifact.
I mean, again, depends on the mods. I like some things about it and dislike other things about it. That would be such a long combo. Like,
we like the artifact because it is creative though. Again, it's like we mentioned earlier, it's puzzle pieces that kind of challenges us.
Like,
so that's what I'm trying to say.
Like the artifact. The artifact should not be used as a way to make something that's terrible good. Like, if something is terrible, it should just be buffed. The artifact should just be like a cherry on top. Like, they shouldn't have made an artifact mod that makes Queen's Breaker how it is, and then the season after Queen's Breaker is dead. That's terrible, I think. Because if the gun is bad, you should just buff it. Like, the artifact should help things that are already good, in my mind. Like, it shouldn't just be like...
I don't think it's a replacement for things needing a buff. I think, at least if we go back to what Cross was saying about the dev motivation, I think what Bungie is trying to do here, and I could be wrong, but I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, we introduced this seasonal artifact already, and this seasonal artifact motivates a type of play within that season. And it sort of pushes you in a couple of different directions to play in a way that looks a certain way for a season, and then in the next season it looks a little different. And that might be solar for one season is kind of a little bit more of a focus, and then strand is the next season, for example. Right?
Yeah, but like things that push a certain playstyle element wise has also a lot to do with abilities, and that has no harm in like, or almost no harm in like what you want to farm. Like, if Stasis is better because Frost Armor is better, that's not gonna change much like which weapons I use. Maybe a tiny bit, but like it's mostly gonna change which subclass I use, and that's harmless. There is no like harm in pushing a subclass up or down a bit a certain season. Again, mods like Particle though that make all fusions just flat better on a whole season, I think that's pretty bad. So like, there is a very big difference between... No, I'm just saying there is a very big difference between trying to buff like weapons or specific weapons or something that like decides what you should grind, between buffing the way you play the game in creative ways, especially to your subclass or to your like mods. That's different. Like, it's not the same thing. Okay,
in that case, can I summarize what I just heard from you and tell me whether or not I've understood it correctly? So
sure.
The key distinction that you're making is that you like the seasonal artifact because it's motivating play with things that you've basically grinded for once, like unlocking your subclasses, and then you're not grinding for again. Whereas with weapons, you are doing new grinds for those things. And so you don't like your grind being meddled with by things which are like seasonal artifact related. Is that a fair way of understanding it?
I mean, I don't know if I would use your words. Like,
Okay.
I like when the artifact makes me play in a different way without limiting how I play. If the artifact pushes me to use a subclass that's if the artifact pushes me to play a subclass in a different way, for example, when they had that mod that like tangles did way more damage, like that's cool, right? I'm gonna play around like spawning more tangles and stuff like that. I don't like though when the artifact pushes me to not use GLs because linears are just 30% better. Like that, I don't like when the artifact limits me. I like when it makes me play in a different way. Like gameplay wise in general, disregarding weapons.
Can I ask you a question?
Sense. Yeah.
How much of your playtime, and this might go nowhere, but how much of your playtime in the last year has been spent on the stasis subclass specifically?
I mean, probably very little. I think stasis needs like insane buffs.
Right. It's like you probably played it for like 5 minutes, right? Like no one's really
I don't know. I don't.
Right now.
If I have to use Behemoth, I'm using it on Prism, I guess. Probably so. I guess, yeah.
So in that regard, like, I think there's a lot of people in the jury that are probably saying to themselves, like, I don't like to be told what to use. But surely you're already being told what to use by things like the seasonal artifact, because stasis is completely ignored. Like, no one's using
nothing ignored because the artifact, the subclass is just terrible. Like, there could be 20 stasis mods in the artifact and you wouldn't use stasis. Like, that's just a balancing issue. Like,
well, is that because and this is where my game knowledge sort of caps out, but like in the next season there is quite a lot of stasis focus.
No one is equipping stasis. Like, that's just like, no. Like, if you're trying to be serious, that's just not happening. Or you're either using stasis things on Prism, or I don't know if there are some very hyper specific things, but otherwise you're not playing stasis. Stasis Titan is like the worst subclass in the game, and Warlock you can do turret things better on Prism, and Hunter gets used for shutter skating. Like, that's it.
Okay, fair enough. If the issue with stasis is rather than it not being featured in the artifact, if it's just objectively worse anyway, then that's fair. I've just been working on the assumption that like there's not really a lot of stasis focus in the artifact right now, so no one's going to care about it. Whereas in the next artifact, there is some stasis focus, so it might be more interesting. But it sounds like that's not the case because it's just underpowered generally. Okay, fair enough. I think as far as I'm concerned, I can sum up the end of the argument that I want to make here. Before I get to calling my witnesses, and the witnesses won't take too long, don't worry. But just in summary, I think Bungie is trying to motivate players to look at a given window of time, right? A 6-month window, or maybe it's going to be longer. Maybe it's going to be 12 months. We don't know. But I think they're trying to motivate a 6-month window where they say of the 100% all of the weapons and all of the abilities in the Destiny sandbox, there's going to be a chunk of them that are going to be a bit more interesting this season, and that's going to motivate build crafting in that direction. And then the following 6 months, that's going to change, right? I think that is the goal. And it sounds like what you guys are arguing is that works when it's subclassy, but in the weapons department, that type of intention is not being realized by this system.
I don't know if I would sum it up like this, because the artifact and this bonus are just so fundamentally different. Because again, this bonus is, once it's gone forever. Artifact mods can always come back and go. They're just two fundamentally different systems. Like,
but
I wouldn't try to compare it with the artifact.
Old stuff. Like, they can pull in
only for exotics. They're not gonna feature like a linear that comes out next season, right? They haven't said that.
Sure. Yeah. But okay. So yeah, just to wrap up my point, I think that is Bungie's goal. I think in terms of the damage differential that you're gonna get from new gear, that 10%, I still just don't think that it's enough for you to use an off-meta weapon just because it has the 10%. I still think
I
that
agree.
you're always just going to go to the perks, and the perks are going to dictate what you use, and the 10% is going to be like, it's always going to be like this. It's going to be, you'll look at the weapons, you'll look at what has the meta perks, and then only in the scenario where it's the same weapon archetype with the same element with the same perks, then the new gear will win. But outside of those scenarios, I don't think that's going to be the difference maker.
Oh man, I mean, I agree, but so basically, it's either not helping, or if it's helping, it's killing the other 5 different like good weapons of that archetype that otherwise could be used.
Sure. Okay. Sure. So I think weapons-wise, that's weapons, and then in armor, it sounds like it's more contentious for you, the 15% damage resist, and the argument that I feel is the sort of main focus of my argument is that ultimately, if you have an individual armor piece that gives you 3% damage resist, and you have other armor pieces that might complete a set bonus that you need to complete, or might have a role that is better for the thing that you're trying to do, my argument is that 3% is often going to be dwarfed by the benefits you can get elsewhere. And
I'll point out, you should always talk either of 6% or of 12, never of 3, because one piece doesn't do anything, right? It's either 2 or 4 pieces.
Sure, for set bonus, but in terms of your role, it might. But again, that's, you grind enough, you can sort of fix that problem. But yeah, I yield that point. That's fair. So I think that the 6% on the 2 things is likely to be exceeded by the more optimal things that you could choose elsewhere. That is the end of my main argument section, and if the judge would allow it, I think Salt should be allowed to respond to that, and then I can call my witnesses after the fact.
Sure.
I feel like we've already pretty much discussed everything here. Like, I think I've said what I need to say.
Okay.
So I wouldn't.
Judge, may I call witnesses? Would that be okay, Judge?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the Destiny community has strong opinions about this. And if nothing else today, I hope that I've at least helped open people's eyes to some possibilities for reasons why this might not be as big a problem as people have said, or there might be some interesting elements of how they change our play. But it is now time for witness testimony. So, our first witness. This is a witness who I've anonymized, so you guys wouldn't be speculating about their potential biases, etc. I want to protect their privacy.
Of course.
And they have a comment to make about buffs and about nerfs, actually, specifically about nerfs, that I think calls Saltagrepo's character into question. If you've trusted the points that Saltagrepo has made today, I'd like you to listen to this first testimony and perhaps reconsider.
In the post-div nerf meta, there are now only 3 viable sources of 30% debuff in the game, which seriously limits build crafting options.
Did you hear that, chat? Limited build crafting options because of Saltagrepo. I think that this man has professed over the last 2 hours to be fighting for you, but instead he's fighting against build diversity.
Dirty in here.
Isn't that crazy? Okay.
I wasn't allowed to call witnesses. Like, I wasn't prepared for this.
You were allowed, my friend. You just.
I mean, I didn't do it. Only 5 minutes before, bro.
Witness number 2, I'd like to call you to the stand. So, Saltagrepo's actions have had serious consequences for the Destiny community, and witness number 2 is someone who is really hurt by that.
when the divinity got nerfed, you know, I used to be the divinity bit boy. People would rely on me for damage, and then I had to start shooting the boss legit. And if my damage numbers were lower, I couldn't just say, well, I'm on divinity. People would start calling me Unk, say I'm washed. It hurt. Everyone misses a rocket or two, man. Like, it's not my...
It sounds like Salt of Greppo's actions have not just caused less build crafting potential, but they've also hurt the common player. And we're not done there. There is another witness who's also been affected by this.
You know, the sad reality is Goldie chaining would still be a thing if Div never got nerfed.
You heard it here first. It's the harsh truth. Salt's actions have directly contributed to the sandbox being limited significantly more than all this new gear business will ever do. Okay, we're not done though. All right, the problems with Salt's actions continue.
I am PH.
Oh my god, okay, dude, this is so annoying. Hold on. Bro, this is... YouTube has a new thing where it, for some reason, adds an AI voice to my uploads. I don't know why. This is what was meant to play just now. That's it. Thank you so much, Anonymous Witness number 4. Moving swiftly on.
Look, all I'm going to say is 2402 never would have happened if Divinity didn't get nerfed.
Oh my god.
Maybe one more time. Maybe one more time for the jury, just to understand what's happening here.
Look, all I'm going to say is 2402 never would have happened if Divinity didn't get nerfed.
So, Salt's been saying, oh yeah, I'm fighting for the end game player. You know, I'm trying to make the end game more fun. But here we have a victim of true end game tragedy, recognizing that Salt of Greppo is to blame. Okay, let's proceed. Let's keep moving.
I honestly can't believe it, but this is the Divinity lore after it's been nerfed.
What's this? We were going to write some cool lore here, but we had to redirect our resources and delay our next 13 expansions because we were busy nerfing Divinity on behalf of our benevolent king, almighty ruler, and omniscient voice of the people, Salt of Greppo. He's in cahoots with them, chat. The rabbit hole goes deep. You think he's fighting in your interests, but look at the impact he's had.
My god.
Let's keep moving. I'm not done.
I feel a judgment coming.
I'm glad. I'm glad. We're approaching the final witness, but we're not quite there.
Divinity was the only thing stopping them from taking away my kangaroos.
His kangaroos, chat. Think of the kangaroos, and Your Honor, I would encourage you to think of the kangaroos.
Oh, I'm thinking about him.
Right?
Yeah. No, I am.
As much as some of my math today was overcooked,
Sure.
as much as that may have been the case, you know what is not overcooked? My love of wildlife. And I'm thinking about those kangaroos every day and mourning their loss.
Divinity got nerfed and all my horses ran away.
My God.
As a cowboy without his horses as a titan is without his hammer.
When I say I care about wildlife, Your Honor, this is what I mean. I care about wildlife and I care about the cowboys out there that take care of them. And when his horses ran away, to be honest, I shed a tear. One more time from witness number 8.
Divinity got nerfed and all my horses ran away. And now I'm as much as a cowboy without his horses as a titan is without his hammer.
Oh my god. Well done,
It's
Glad.
tragic.
Well done.
It's really I don't know who this
number
guy
8.
is.
Yeah, witness number 8. Excuse me. Well done, witness number 8.
But witness number 8 really has had a tragic experience
Sure.
here. And
Sure.
it's all because of Salt of Greppo. I want to make that very clear.
Yeah.
Witness number 9.
The div nerf is seriously making me consider switching to Hunter full time.
Now that's crazy.
Whoa!
I don't know who that is.
Who is that?
I don't know who that is. I have no idea. But
AI.
What I think is clear from this is that Saltagrappo's actions have caused things to be nerfed in the past. He has taken things that were powerful and he's made them weak. And I think that in a similar scenario now, where we have the opportunity, we have a buff staring us in the face, and Saltagrappo is saying, not today. I think that it might be worth reconsidering where his true intentions lie. I yield. I rest my case. Thank you for the time, Your Honor.
Well, that's some very compelling points and witness testimonies. And honestly, God, that was Milo. You did an incredible job presenting that. Like, I just want you to know, it almost turns my judgment. But as judge here, I must render thy judgment on this one. The facts have been laid out in front of us.
Before the judgment, can I a quick reply?
Yes. So go right ahead.
Milo, open my stream.
Give me a sec. I need to. Do I need to have it on?
I mean, up to you.
Give me 1 second. Sure. Hit me. Shall I mute it or shall I?
No, it's fine. So like, I feel like I was winning the conversation, but then the witnesses like appeared and like I felt like I was losing my edge. But I have one final card I want to play. My final counterpoint.
Okay.
One final card I want to play. My final counterpoint.
Okay.
One final card I want to play. My final counter.
Oh wow. Oh, he went there. Oh wow. I mean, he went there. Hey, that's my belt in the back, though. What are you talking about? That one of the green one. There's mine up there. I left it at your house last month. Yeah. That's valid point. All right. It is now time to render thy judgment. I've seen both sides. Milo has brought forward the incentives, the desire of having your weapons, your new weapons, do more damage. Your armor, your new armor, that is, take more damage. And I would say, in the short term, it sounds good. It really does. The idea of having my armor that I'm grinding for, my tier 5 set that I'm about to spend a lot of time grinding for, take more damage, and my weapons do more damage. That all sounds good. But one thing I did not even think about until today's argument took place was beyond this season. And the soft sunsetting, if you will. And honestly, that's really changed my mind on this. And that going into the next season, I'm going to be losing out on those previous weapons and those previous armor pieces that I grinded for. Without a doubt, armor perks are still going to be the most desirable thing. Without a doubt, having armor with different gear sets and different combinations are going to be super desirable, especially if they're really, really good. We don't know about the raid sets. But I don't like having things artificially boosted for no other reason, because I feel like, in my opinion, it takes away from the creativity of when Bungie actually goes in and do reworks. But as I brought up earlier today, I see both sides where you see things from the developer standpoint, but you also see things from the player standpoint as well. And I have to side more with the player side. At least this is how I view as a player. I have to side more with the player side of things, which does align more with Salt's take on things.
Would that change if it was a 12-month buff instead of 6, just out of curiosity? Or an 18-month buff, like Salt suggested?
I mean, I don't think it's gonna be, but 18 month could actually like be fine. Maybe like I still think it's not an ideal system. I'd rather not, but like I personally wouldn't be too mad. I don't know.
This is just it's for a live game. It's so difficult, especially when we don't have any type of like sequels. Like I feel like an easy way to have avoided some of the power creep situation is if we did go into like a D3. And I know that's like a conversation for a whole nother video, but we're not going to that. We're sticking with D2. And I do love the systematic changes coming in Edge of Fate. But I think that, yes, we do end up in a situation where things continuously get powerful, but it also puts it back into Bungie and their hands to continue elevating the content for us and creating enemies that engage us in that new level of power. And I know from a developer's perspective that's difficult, but I don't know. That's just what I prefer. So that's it, guys. I guess that's my judgment. Have I stated clear? Okay. So in this case, do we ban Milo, Bungie? Do we ban Milo right now?
Listen, chat, if I could say some final words.
Scaro! Cross is being paid by Destiny Bulletin. How does he know? How does he know? Zuhad, hide the documents. Okay,
I think it's important to recognize that I've been playing Destiny for 4 months. And it's been an honor and a privilege to be part of the community for these 4 months. But if Bungie has to ban me for my loss here, then so be it. I respect it. And I will mourn the loss of all the friends I made along the way and the one enemy I made along the way, whose name is Salt Agreppo. And that's all I've got to say.
Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Salt, anything you want to add to close things out?
So, I mean, nice conversation. The witnesses things were very well done, very funny. And I'm gonna, since, I'm basically Bungie, right? So I can, anything that I say happens.
Correct.
So I'm gonna ask them privately. I'll just like, I have their phone numbers, everything, like I chat with them every day, and I'll just ask them to postpone your ban until we do the duo run we need to do.
I love it.
July 4th.
I love it.
Because I need content. So you can play the game for another couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you.
If we clear, I might ask them to be more lenient with you.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from this, just so I understand, is that so long as I keep giving you content, I can stay unbanned?
Yeah. And every time you do a raid with me, you need to be on Divinity.
Perfect. Oh my God, this is a win-win.
He truly is a benevolent God. The law was correct.
Oh, this was fantastic, guys. Thank y'all so much for having me in on this. And I really do appreciate the arguments from both of y'all on this, because it's really just, made me think about all the changes coming here and gave me different perspectives on this. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Your Honor, for presiding over
the
court case.
Absolutely. Yeah. GG's, fellas. Thank y'all so much. Y'all have a great rest of your evening.
All right.
You too.
Later, guys.
Appreciate the conversation, Salt. Thank you, Cross.
Yeah, it was very fun.
All right, chat. That's it. How did y'all feel about that? Honestly, I needed that. I know a lot of people were like, Cross, you need to say something. You need to move this along. I needed that because I saw the 15% buff, damage resist buff, and I saw the 10% damage buff, and I was like, oh, that sounds great. And I didn't think about it. I was only seeing it through the eyes of a short-term player. Like, I was only seeing it on the eyes of the new upcoming stuff. I didn't even think about what was going to happen 6 months down the road. You know? And it is, it feels bad. And it also, have things artificially boosted. It just, I don't know. Bonuses should not be a thing. Yeah, I wonder if Bungie should just outright remove them. First half was cooked, but overall funny ass string. It makes it boring and stale. No, I probably don't have time today, Diesel. Stuff is artificially boosted every season, though. If you're talking about weapons that rotate into an artifact mod, there's a lot of overlap. Whether it's overcharged weapons, whether it's surges, you know what I mean? What I'm saying is you're not strictly confined to those weapons, and that there are moments there where something can cycle up on a given GM or wherever else that it can be powerful. When you have a set list of things that are 10% more powerful, and you have a set list of armor that you're able to take more damage with, that's Bungie telling us how we need to play the game. And I'm just not a fan of that. Artifact mods are different. And I know that that was a good argument that Milo was making, but artifact mods are different because these are little puzzle pieces that you have to fit into your build that strengthens different builds and changes up the way you play. It's not, hey, this hand cannon does less damage, or this sidearm does less damage to this sidearm because this is the seasonal sidearm. You see where I'm coming from? And it took until today for me to come to that realization. So I'm glad I got to have this opportunity. Take off the jacket feels weird. I ain't taking off shit. The choice we need to always have. You have to choose to buff up your weapon, though, overcharge, instead of just getting a flat buff. Yeah, to me, it just forces you to use the new stuff. Yeah. No, I think it forces you to use the new stuff. It also, like, I'm concerned that... Because think about it, like... From when a new exotic, like, or like a new artifact mods are coming out. Say, for instance, Particle here. Okay? Particle buffs your linear fusion rifles and your fusion rifles, right? Makes them do more damage and makes them much more viable. And I think that I probably would not have used Queenbreaker unless Queenbreaker got a rework. Oh, but if I had the option to choose, would I prefer a 10-20% buff to Queenbreaker for a given season, or would I prefer an outright rework to a behavior of Queenbreaker? Even if I didn't even know what that rework was, I'm still probably going to opt for the rework, because as Destiny players, we love creative changes. I don't want temporary buffs here and there. Like I want actual reworks and changes to a bunch of exotics that are dead. And this applies to armor as well as weapons. Here's the issue, though. From a developer standpoint, that's hard. That's difficult. That takes time. It takes money. It takes someone literally going through and picking out an exotic and spending, maybe even all season long trying to cook up a way for that exotic to be really good in the upcoming season. But I'm telling you, as Destiny players, we like that.
Doesn't even have shields.
We need a centralized.
Yeah, outright percentage buff in a season is just, it can never be supplemented over reworks. If you do the contest mode without the bonuses, what content does tier 1 to tier 5 matter? Well, it could be anything. Could be you doing your solo runs. You know what I'm coming from? It could be you just running GMs. You know what I'm saying? So I also see the argument of, you know, it makes things, the new stuff more desirable to go after. But there is other, and we don't even know, like, I don't know what variation, because isn't there some sort of like something raid related coming, and is it Ash and Iron? We're getting something raid related. Who says reworks won't happen as before the featured buff?
Everything depends on the Vanguard.
Maybe it will, maybe it won't.
I've had enough.
The only criminal guy is the jacket. What the fuck is wrong with my jacket? Not like my jacket for.
We need a centralized city government.
You could upgrade the
now
armor,
more than
but
ever.
It's still just a cargo freighter.
All I know is that Timberson definitely means everyone's going to use Lumina right now. The argument is you don't want people to be using the new stuff just because of a 10% artificial bonus. You want people to use new stuff because the new stuff is actually good. It means something, you know, and look, this is coming from, like, I keep a little bit of everything, man, especially since I play PvP and PvE. But, you know, it means something to keep, you know, all these different roles, even if they're not meta in this very moment. I literally just sit on roles as I'm just waiting for the day that I know that it's going to become meta. One little small tweak, one little small change, and that thing's going to shred and cook. Who said they won't be? They said the artifact boost is going to be like a cherry on top. Okay, so let me just give you an example. If you're trying to be super optimal, okay? Say you're trying to be super optimal, you're trying to create the best build possible. All right? You grind a Fatebringer, okay? Time loss. Okay, you did everything you can this season to get this roll. Then you got a limited amount of time. You finally got it. Then the next season rolls around. And there's another 140 round per minute hand cannon with a similar trait combination. It's always going to be better than this Fatebringer outside of maybe the origin trait. But if it's got similar trait combinations, you're going to choose that new Fatebringer for the extra damage. It's just min-maxing. And, you know, the argument that that Milo made about armor was like, it's going to take a very, very long time to get tier 5 armor. Well, that's even worse. We may get the tier 5 armor within the first 3-4 weeks. But what if it does take 4 or 5 months for that casual player to get tier 5 armor? Well, good. Because now their shit's about to get sunset, and the damage resist that they were looking forward to, that's not going to roll over into the next season. And now they got to get back to grinding another tier 5 set. There will be build combinations and build sets that are going to make it desirable. And hopefully those are the standout pieces. But guys, I agree. The 15% damage resist, that's substantial. That's huge. The 10% damage buff, still pretty big, but not like at the 15% damage negation. That's massive. There's a reason why if you go look at any of your builds right now, what's your resilience? When you go and play PvE right now, how many of you are rocking max resilience? It's 3% per armor piece. Who isn't? Because that's just how important damage resist is. Damage resist is extremely important. look. Again, I have had this issue in the past with myself. Okay, when I've gone to Bungie, I empathize with the developers and the dilemma that they are faced with, especially with power creep. I empathize with content cycles and incentivizing people to grind. But I always have to pull myself away from that and put myself back in the shoes of a player. Because at the end of the day, I am a player. I'm not a developer. And so that's the angle that I want to maintain. And what I felt like I understood Milo's points, which in my opinion were like those are the points that I've heard developers make too. But Saul was making points that I myself would make as a game. Cross isn't worth playing anymore because I'm super casual. I'm old. I don't have time to dedicate to only Destiny 2. It just doesn't feel like it's for me anymore. Well, it takes, tune in, take a look.
Centralized city government, now more than ever.
And, I mean, you can wait until after Edge of Fate rolls out, Dillinger. I would say that, I would say that the game is going to probably become a bit grindier. It's now 10% damage resist. Cross, not 15. Pretty sure it's 15%. That was what was in the stream. I think the weapons is what got toned down. So I think the weapons were 15% in a previous build and they toned it down to 10%. Can you explain what's going on? I'm confused. Do armor sets leave after 6 months or do bonuses leave? The bonuses stay. No. The armor sets stay and you'll still get those benefits and you'll get the benefits of just, using those armor in general and stat distributions. But the damage resist buff that armor set provides will go away after the season. Granted, this could definitely change.
Centralized city government, now more than ever.
I don't believe this.
Oh, he's got a temper. I've seen it when he thinks he's in private.
How about making all armor 3.0 sets going forward in this saga? I have a max set bonus of damage resist of 10% with one piece starting out at 5%, increasing by 1 every piece. I'm sure everyone going to grind for it if that was the case. What? I feel like this is going to be worse for returning players, especially when they come back to the middle of expansion. There's no point in grinding if it's all going to be sunset in a couple of months. I think they're adding the bonus damage and damage to entice us to farm the new stuff. Yeah. Actually, with the 16 months, thank you.
The fleet needs to step up patrols. We can't lose any more supplies.
I saw it, Beef. Yeah, we covered it in the 12. They don't need 15% damage. This tier 5 is already better than the old armor. Well, that's really the question here, guys. Are you okay with regrinding tier 5 armor season over season? And there's reasons for that grind.
Come forward.
Are you okay regrinding a tier 5 armor set if it presents a build set, a build bonus, the 2 or 4 piece bonus that's actually really good? Or, because like in that situation, regrinding a tier 5 set makes complete sense. If there's a new bonus set that's really appealing, 1000%, I'm gonna grind the shit out of that. But I don't want to regrind a tier 5 set just because it's like, well, it's that time of the year, it's that time of the season again. I need more damage resist to solo whatever content a little bit easier. Now I'm gonna go spend X amount of hours getting it. Does no one actually want to play the game? I come from an MMORPG background. And occasionally there would be rollbacks, but most of the MMORPGs I played were constantly progressing forward. And what I really loved about playing MMORPGs was I felt like every bit of time that I ever put into them, I was getting somewhere. And it was reflected in my skills. It was reflected in the XP that I accumulated. And then I would be able to sit back and look at my skills and be like, damn, dude, this is what I've accomplished. I would not play an MMORPG if it meant resetting, you know, seasonally. It just wouldn't have. I can you imagine like playing RuneScape and being like, I got 99 rune crafting. Let's do it again, baby. Next season, gonna do it all over. It just wouldn't feel good, dude. I would be like, fuck that. No, it was a bitch getting here the first time. This might be the latest take, but the people who put in the most time and do the hardest content should have the better stuff. Rossi, here's the thing. Saul Greppo is a great example of someone who does some of the hardest content and does it on a regular basis, including low mans and a bunch of stuff. And, you know, other hardcore people in the community. And if they themselves don't care for... Because, I mean, like, most casual players are probably not going to get to a tier 5 set. You know what I mean? So you've got your hardcore players that are against the damage resist and the extra damage. This system seems designed for casuals, though. Look, I would say as a hardcore player, we're going to get tier 5 sets and we'll get it done and we'll be fine. I'm telling you, I mean, it's the people that and like I get the argument. It's like, dude, this is supposed to be a game about grinding. I completely agree. I love grinding. I don't like regrinding. Okay, that's what I don't like. I don't like the goalposts being moved every season simply because content is hard to make and Bungie needs to find something else for me to do. I don't like that. It just doesn't feel good. I know this makes it creatively harder to dev. I mean, the dev cycle here is more difficult, but I don't want to just regrind the same shit. Wouldn't that just keep things fresh? You know what also could keep things fresh? Brand new shit. Making the game, making new content. You know what I'm saying? New shit, baby. New strikes. New destinations, new areas. Making new shit makes that fucking new. Regrinding the same strikes, the same GM Nightfalls for another set of tier 5. Maybe it might be okay for one season. Maybe 2. Like that third season, brother.
The sun still shines. Thank you, Guardian.
You misunderstand me. I agree with Salts in that instance. If these percentages bonuses are seasonal, it's ass. Artificial buffs for the sake of grinding new things isn't good. We should want to farm the new stuff because it's good, not forced to be for number to go up. Yeah. So, yeah. Apparently, there's no new strike for Kepler according to Bungie leaks. What? Nihon with the 16 months. Thank you. Can we define a casual player versus one who plays for a living? Well, you know, I don't know. Maybe you could define it. I don't really know. Why are people getting banned right now? Premium Alexander, why are you banning people's comments? I don't really know how to quantify those hours, you know what I'm coming from? I'm gonna be honest, even before I even got into streaming and YouTube, I still no life the fuck out of games. You know what I'm saying? I just wouldn't sleep. It's terrible. I just wouldn't fucking sleep. I go home and game like mad. Go to work. 3 hours, 4 hours of sleep. Be shit at my job. Tell myself I gotta go to bed tonight early. I gotta do it. And then go home. Do the exact same thing. Just fucking do it all over again. Sent you a tweet in Discord. Shit. Yeah, I see that. So right now I'm being told, spoiler alert, we're not getting a new strike in the Edge of Fate. Sorry to burst your bubble. Okay. All right. I'm telling you, man, everything is really coming down to Kepler and the raid. Dude, Kepler better pop. And we're going to see Kepler next week. That destination better be, this Metroidvania stuff, it better be the shit. It better absolutely fuck. That shit better be so hot. Strike guy was laid off. How many of y'all actually believe that? I don't know. Bungie leaked, so I don't know. We'll see. I like the morph ball. It's such a weird thing, man. I'm so torn on this. I'm so torn. Like, I'm excited to grind. Like, the only other thing is this. Other than stat distributions, what other incentive would tier 5 armor have? Like, what is something that you could say, hey, hold on. What if it had damage resist forever? What if it just had the damage resist forever? Ah, dude, I don't know. Enhanced set bonuses. Man, here's the other side of things is too. It's like, I love all these core changes that are coming. But damn it, Bungie, I wish y'all would lean into some social elements. Like, straight up. Like, if you turn the Destiny 1 tower up there, if you turn that tower up there into a clan hub, and it was a hub that we can upgrade and we could grind, you know, tons of content for to get that thing customized the way we want. Like, dude, that's such free shit, dude. That would be huge. And it would incentivize people to play together.
We have much to discuss.
They don't care about that stuff. They've never done it. The issue is this. I think Bungie believes there's not a return on investment. I think they think that people won't care about that. I'm serious. They think people wouldn't care about that. Brother, I think people would eat that shit up.
What news?
Clan hubs aren't going to keep people playing without content. Let me say this. In an MMO, which is what Destiny is trying to be, in an MMO, you have to add social features. And let me say this. There were times in my life where I almost quit a game, but I didn't quit because I was locked in with the clan. I was locked in with the clan or locked in with friends. Aiding those social features, just like the commendation system we talked about it being a earned currency and that you can only give one commendation per activity. Will it get abused? Maybe. You would have to figure out how it would have to be a full activity completion, but it's a commendation that you would earn, that you can redeem for materials. Essentially, just fucking copy Final Fantasy 14. Just fucking copy Final Fantasy. Before you fucking copy art, just copy Final Fantasy 14's features. All of their social features. Take everything they do and put it in this fucking game. Or Warframe. Warframe's a good one. No. Warframe's a good one. Neuro did a good job too. Look, here's the thing. This is what y'all need to understand. In a game like this, it's not about one big fucking thing that this game needs. It's about a bunch of things. A bunch of little things. And that's part of making it a live game. You constantly keep adding all kinds of things. Social features included. Can't the engine was designed for an MMO? Well, that's a deeper problem. Yeah. If the Tiger engine can't handle it. Good luck. Good luck trying to keep up with the other games then. At one time, and by the way, you say that with such conviction. You realize the overhaul and manpower necessary to lift Tiger Engine to what it could do from Reach to Destiny. It took 3 years and nearly 400 people. Okay? They had to do a complete overhaul to the Tiger Engine. But they did, and they were able to do it, and they were able to bring Destiny 1 on it. And then eventually Destiny 2. So I wouldn't outright rule it out and say it's impossible. But I will say what is impossible. Trying to do all these features that I'm talking about and keeping this shit on PlayStation 4 and the old Xbox. That shit ain't gonna work. And look no further than the First Descendant. Even the First Descendant, who doesn't even have the player base that Destiny has, is willing to cut ties with their old gen consoles for their upcoming expansion. It has to happen. It needs to happen. It needs to happen for Destiny. You've got to drop last gen. It's 2025. It's about to go be 2026. Thirty FPS cutscenes are crazy. Should have happened a long time ago. Dude, at this rate, the next PlayStation 6 and the new Xbox is going to roll out before Bungie cuts last gen people. Last generation probably still too significant of a percentage of revenue. Okay, so you do one or the other. Either you keep last gen players in the game and make the current player base, your overwhelming population, suffer for it, or you cut ties. And look, this is a dilemma that every developer out there is being faced with and have already made this decision. They've already made this decision. Except Call of Duty. Okay, I guess except Call of Duty. There's a lot of PlayStation 4s out there. It's crazy. Zai! The 5 gifted over on YouTube. Zai, thank you so much, man. YouTube guys, how y'all doing, man? Y'all doing good? Good to see y'all. Warframe, and look, some games are just better optimized. We're also talking about Warframe is on last gen consoles. Warframe is also on a fucking phone. You can play Warframe on your mobile device. I'm not talking about Destiny Rising. Destiny Rising is not Destiny. That game is a mobile game through and through first. So, you know, I don't know. What engine does DE use? Man, they got the magic, man, I guess. It's choppy on mobile though. Their own engine. Warframe is also on Switch. Bungie dropped last gen with Rise of Honor and D1. Yep. I remember. No, dude, don't say that either. Bungie's got some great devs, man. They really do. They got some great devs. I just think that's, you know, this year. Look, man. Imagine having a portion of your or many teams eliminated and let go, and then being told, hey, you got to put out a year worth of content again. With less people, less enthusiasm, overall less resources, while simultaneously you're gonna get barraged with other studio related drama, that being in the form of Marathon. That doesn't automatically make them good devs, though. Oh, man, dude. Here's the thing. You're talking about some incredibly talented devs at Bungie. Unfortunately, some of them have left. Like Chris Proctor, like losing Chris Proctor hurts. It sucks. And I know him leaving was related to, like, I think it was, like, where he moves. And so, of course, he had Guerrilla Games, you know. Losing Joe hurts. Losing Joe really hurt. It sucks. I think even if Joe didn't want to stay as game director, it'd been nice to have him as a raid designer. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You got shoes? All right, chat. I got to get off of here. You guys have been great. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with us. We'll be back again tomorrow. We will be doing trials solo, as you guys have pointed out that we don't go flawless solo ever. So we'll be hitting that, okay? Scooby with the Prime. Thank you. Thank you to my YouTube guys. Much love to y'all. Y'all have a wonderful rest of the evening, okay? See you in the next one. Bye, everybody.